Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This weekend, we have been showcasing a bunch of different RPG speedruns. I say a bunch, it's only like 4 that are RPGs, but anyway, before we get into today's runs, just a few quick reminders. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. You can visit GamesDoneQuick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. Also, Black 2025, the upgrade to UBAF will be live February 6th through 9th here on the GDQ Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. You can catch the action and support an incredible cause. You can type !BTB in chat to see the event schedule, and if you want to find out more about the All Black speedrunning community, you can type !BAF in chat. But with all of that said, we have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Rebirth the second? I don't remember the naming scheme. I'm gonna hand it over to our runner here, let him introduce himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, GDQ Hotfix. What's going on? This is Rebirth, the second game in the remake trilogy after remake. I know, it's a lot of R's. We're waiting for the third one. Still don't know the title. But I am Wody B. I'm a runner of predominantly Final Fantasy games, but most well known for 7 Remake and now 7 Rebirth, and eventually the third game, of course. But you know what? We got a long run ahead of us. I'm not going to hold us up for too long here, so why don't we kind of get things started? So first, we kind of have to go through a number of menus before we can actually start the timer here, so we'll get that set up. We're doing the easy, any percent category this time around. Games in multiple difficulties. One I've focused on mostly is easy. We have normal, hard, new game pluses, a whole plethora of categories for you to run. But time should begin here after I click active, so I'll count us down and we'll get things rolling. A lot to talk about for 6 hours here, so let's get it happening. So with that said, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Now, right off the bat, when you skip this cutscene, it's going to be very confusing if you are not familiar with this game, because wait a minute, we're playing as Zack? What's happening here? I thought this is Final Fantasy VII, the story of Cloud and his companions. Well, I'm not going to talk too much about the story because I'd like people to kind of experience it firsthand to possibly find out why Zack is being played here at the very beginning. But, you know, this part of the game, there's not a whole lot going on with Zack. Like in terms of his functionality, he doesn't have any abilities. This is just meant to be a very basic, bare bones kind of section here. He's basically just attack, do kind of a combo. So kind of the general group point here is we need to try and take out these guys grouped up as much as possible. Now, depending on how well the grouping was, we actually got really good grouping. Looks like they went down pretty quickly. That's kind of what we want to see there. Because all he can do is really attack. But he's got a couple wide angle hits, like wide swings and stuff that will help him get through and take the enemies out. Now here we did get hit by one of the grenaders, which is why we got hit. There's so much combat happening that you can get tongue-tied in the middle of explaining things. Sorry, yeah, the general group there is we want to group up the enemies. The middle guy can hit you with a grenade, which can stun you briefly, which can kind of throw the swing of things, but it's gonna be it for Zack for now. But now we're still not playing as Cloud. We're now going to get to experience Sephiroth. I know there's a whole lot going on. It's like, what is happening here? Where's Cloud and everybody? Well, same thing, just like Zack, Sephiroth just kind of has basic attacks, nothing really fancy. But now it's time to finally bring the hero of the story. Depending on your viewpoint, I guess some would argue Zack might be the hero of the story. But you know what? Debate for a whole nother channel and period of time.
Yeah. That's a video essay.
Yeah, exactly. That's a video essay. But here we are in Cloud. Ooh, I called him Zack. Cloud's hometown of Nibelheim, where this is kind of a gameplay loop you're going to see kind of done throughout the game here, where you enter a town and you're expected to kind of explore the town and visit various things, whether it's checking in with your companions, interacting with certain things, like in this case, we had to climb to the top of the water tower, interact with Cloud's door. Thankfully, we don't actually have to go in, and it counts, and then come in here and meet with Tifa's teacher. A lot of T's there, Zangan, and then the game tells us, hey, you know what? You're allowed to rest now. And so we can finally kind of continue on to the action side. Now, we've made it to Mount Nebel, and normally the game wants you to follow Tifa, and what will typically happen there is this kind of long cinematic slow walking sequences. You see there's credits flashing on the screen there. But it was found during our demo percent runs when we were all patiently waiting for this game to release, that if you actually run forward a little bit and then just aggressively spam the dodge roll button, you can actually kind of push past the slow walking to where you can interact with the terrain. One of the big changes in Rebirth over Remake is terrain actions, where you can hop over like small ledges, climb up rocks, things like that. And it was found that we could skip the slow walking. As you see here, I was actually able to run through the whole section there. Then a little bit of speed tech there. We stare at the ground when Tifa spawns in front of us, or causes a bit of slowdown. And then here we're just kind of running along the mountain. Tricky part with this is that Tifa, so normally we want to go on a jog, but we seem to have been hit with some bad positioning on Tifa where it's just kind of creating this kind of awkward start-stop running motion. So we just kind of make it do, you know, it happens from time to time. You do your best to kind of keep a distance, but not too far of a distance to kind of trigger the fast running. And from here, we're gonna kind of finally get into some intended combat. So this opening section, it's pretty straightforward in terms of what happens. We don't have access to a whole lot of things at the flashback sequence, so we're just going to kind of make do with what we're given, because these fights are pretty simple, and that there's not a whole lot of like creativeness that's needed to do them. So for that first fight, we just want to take out with basically doing a move we call Cleave, where we suck the enemies in by holding the square button, and then once we have ATB, we triple slash to take them out. Do kind of a similar thing with this fight. And then here we've got ourselves the bat wings. This fight, we hold off for a second to see what it does. Oh, we get charge, which we want to see. There we go. All right, perfect. So the bat wing there can do one of two moves. It can do an air bullet or it can do charge. We want to see charge because we can counter it with Cloud's technique and kind of unique skill set, which I'll go in more detail when we get to a slightly quieter part of the run. Okay, we got the counter at the last second. Very tight window there. We've got a bit of running around coming up here, and I'll be happy to explain more of how Cloud works in terms of combat. Here we go. Got through the kind of main combat point here at the beginning. Sephiroth's kind of like, I'm going to assess you. But yeah, let's talk about Cloud and how he works for combat. So Cloud's whole thing is he has two styles of combat. He has operator mode and he has punisher mode. And the way it basically works is operator mode is a faster moving, more of like a wide range kind of combat style. And he's got punisher mode, which is a slower form of defensive / harder hitting combat style. So to kind of better explain that, in operator mode, we can dash into enemies that are at a distance from us. We can also do a thing where I said it earlier, we call it cleave. So if you hear me say cleave, this is what I'll be referring to. It's where we hold the square button and Cloud will do this kind of like circular kind of wide slash attack. And if the enemy is, you could say light in weight, like if the enemy's not super heavy or a boss in most cases, it actually will do this kind of vacuuming effect of the attack there, which if you're familiar with Remake, there was a materia in that game called Deadly Dodge, and that materia doesn't exist in this game. Instead, it's actually incorporated into characters' just normal actions. And so the Deadly Dodge effect that required a materia in Remake is built into his just holding square action, which is really nice. It's less menuing for us. Now, Punisher mode is where Cloud is going to be able to, so he moves slowly, so he doesn't move very fast, but what he does have the ability now is to counter physical actions. You can counter pretty much any physical-based action. If it's ranged or magic, totally unable to counter that, so we have to account for that in some of the enemy actions. But by being able to counter, of course, we can deal some damage, we can interrupt the enemy's action, it's a whole variety of stuff. But you can also hold down the square button, which you're going to actually see me do here in an upcoming fight. And if you hold the square button down in Punisher mode, he's going to do a downward stab that will create a berserk effect for 10 seconds. basically boosting his attack power pretty heavily. So you're going to see we'll do it here. Yep, we want a 1 ATB because a Berserk Fire will instantly kill this Screamer enemy.
The reactor may have been around for a while, but there are still pockets of Mako.
And here we've got a mini game of sorts. Not really a real mini game, but you know what? We can't use the elevator because of some Mako gas levels. So we're going to do some vacuuming up. Did you know Cloud was actually a cleaner in his free time?
By 70%. No Mako gas detected. Elevator access granted.
And little optimizations there. Some of these elevators have 2 buttons that can be pushed to activate. So we actually activate the one closest to us because it saves us a few seconds to run to the other corner of the elevator there. But that Screamer fight was kind of the last time we're going to use Cloud for this flashback sequence. So if you're familiar with the original story, Remake, and I apologize for 4-year-old spoilers here, but Remake ends with you leaving Midgar. And so if you're familiar with the original story, the next stop is Calm, where Cloud decides to give us a little backstory about, why he knows Sephiroth, what Sephiroth's whole deal is, and kind of what sets the tone for the rest of our adventures.
Hey, I'm the guide here.
And so we actually get to play Sephiroth. So unlike the original game where Sephiroth was just kind of an uncontrollable teammate, we are going to control him for a more extensive section. Now, we are going to predominantly use him because he's very strong, and the enemies have been given like a bit of a boost in HP values to where Cloud isn't hitting him as hard as he just was in some of these fights that you just witnessed. So we are going to let Sephiroth kind of take the show here for kind of the rest here. But first, we're going to menu a few spells that are going to help us get through these fights quicker in order to make sure that they are dealt with pretty quickly. So we use 3 spells in this section. We're going to use Magnify Thundara because Thundara is the fastest animation casting, and it is going to essentially one-shot pretty much all these enemies that you see here. So we basically just need to get 1 ATB, and then here we'll kill all 3 of them. There they go. Firaga is going to be used for our first boss battle at essentially the end of the flashback sequence. And Eroga is going to be used for a singular fight, but because of how slow menuing can be, it is arguably quicker to just throw it on a shortcut than to try and actually menu it manually. There's a balance. Depending on how often you use a spell, you want to make sure you are either shortcutting the spell or you are manually doing it. If it's a quick enough spell to get to, then menuing is going to be better. But if it's a spell that requires like multiple inputs and you have to push right a few times for higher level spells, then it's just, you're already in the menu. You may as well just shortcut it. I was like, Cloud got hit by the Screech there. Totally fine. Actually, that worked out. We still got the quick climb. So in that fight there, the little brainy looking guy has a move called Screech. If you get caught by it, it will interrupt you, including the almighty powerful Sephiroth. Does get interrupted by that spell. And so we have to make sure we dodge away right before we use our Thundara spell. And then what we want to do is swap to Cloud and have Cloud get as close to the ledge as possible. Because if we're close enough to the ledge, we can interrupt the animation of him. Oops, jumped up in the sky there. There we go. Yeah, that fight you typically don't want to hit the circle button for, but sometimes things happen. You get caught in the heat of the moment. As you can see, Sephiroth's just kind of making clean work of all these mobs here. Yeah, continuing our climb. Coming up here, we've got a battle with the Zoo. This is the fight we want to use our Eroga spell for. So basically, we want to start this fight by getting 2 bars of ATB. And once we get 2 bars of ATB, the Eroga spell will finish off the Zoo. We just have Cloud run away. See if we can skip these lizards. It kind of depends on their positioning. It's east. All right, we got to the ladder. So a big thing in Rebirth that's different from Remake is in Remake, we had to fight pretty much most encounters because the map and terrain in Remake was a bit more linear. You know, Midgar is a very linear city. And so most random mob fights that we would come across, we had to do because there was either a ladder or a door or something we needed to interact with. And if you're in combat, you can't interact with terrain actions and things like that. And so in Rebirth, though, because of the open world system, which we'll be getting to before you know it, we could actually flee from more encounters. So it's kind of a nice trade-off, and that makes both runs feel very different. While they might be sequels of one another, Remake and Rebirth are actually very different runs in a number of ways in terms of how they're handled and the stuff we do in them. They're definitely not like the same run with a different coat of paint, which is nice to see. Here we're going to replenish Sephiroth's MP because we need to cast a few Firagas in the upcoming boss battle because we're about to say hi to a friend of ours that we're going to see a lot earlier than the original game experienced.
Up ahead. Looks like a way out.
That's right, it's the Materia Keeper.
Someone should tell us we're not.
So in this fight, basically we want Sephiroth to build 2 bars of ATB so he can launch a Firaga, which should push the phase. There we go. And here you're witnessing a wild update that came at the end of the Game Awards. They added an update that allows us to fast forward these in-fight cutscenes. So this actually helped us save a bunch of time magically out of nowhere in the run. So phase 2, we're going to climb up, break an arm, and then we're going to, basically the goal here is to make sure we don't dagger him when we push this face. And so once you see him do that animation where he kind of reels back, that means the phase is done. So you'll notice that I'm attacking him and he won't stagger. It's because this game has a thing where if you're in the middle of certain actions or certain phase transitions, the game doesn't allow you to stagger the boss. And what it does is it actually allows us to carry the stagger over into the next phase, thus making the next phase of the boss fight arguably a lot quicker, and it can skip some of the more dangerous things. You're going to see this utilized in a number of boss fights, and touch more on it as we go along. So here, the game teaches us about using the synergy ability, and we're going to finish him off with Firaga. There we go. And that is the Materia Guardian fight. Let's kind of talk better about that fight now that we're not in the heat of the moment, because the big thing about running this game is fights have very specific strats that we need to do, that talking while doing the strats can lead to sometimes confusion or mistakes being made. But yeah, that fight, very straightforward. Phase 1, the goal is to just beat up on Materia Keeper until you get 2 bars of ATB, because in Rebirth, they actually changed tier 3 spells to require you to have 2 bars of ATB, but they've massively boosted their power. So they hit like a truck, but it does require a lot more ATB. So we gain 2 bars of ATB, we cast Firaga. Typically that will push the phase. And then in phase 2, we have to kind of knock him off the ceiling. So we warp to a leg, break the leg so it knocks him down, and then we build up the ATB to use Zanshin. And when we use Zanshin, we can then use a follow-up attack with his triangle move called Zanshin Rising. Because Sephiroth has this gimmick where the longer he goes uninterrupted, his triangle, his unique action. So in this game, the triangle button is the unique action of all characters. So everyone's going to have a different thing they do. So his thing is, it does different things based on the actions that you're doing and whether or not he's recently been hit by anything. So that's why we want to also make sure we're not getting hit, or it's going to kind of mess up our ability to use Telferic Fury, just to, because it has a good ATB gain, it's got a big kind of boost there. And so we break the leg, and we use Zanshin and Zanshin Rising because we don't want to damage him too much, because we don't want to stagger him in phase 2. We want to make it so he can be staggered instantly in phase 3. And phase 3, the game introduces us to synergy abilities, which is these new team-up attacks. You're going to see plenty of those, or plenty of synergy-based things. But big emphasis in this game is the idea of bonding and character bonds. And so the game wants you to use double helix. Now, you don't have to, but you can't stagger Materia Keeper while he is up there casting Trine. So you either have to wait it out and then finish him, or you need to use the double helix move. There's two different strats. They both have pretty much exactly the same time. So it's really just runner preference on if you wait it out and then take him out, or if you just do the double helix.
Took a look around the place, but Sephiroth was nowhere to be seen.
We've been kind of running through, continuing with the story and plot here. So basically, we go to the mountain. Sephiroth sees these creatures, and Genova freaks out on us. And now he's been barricaded in this library this entire time. Unfortunately, he's seen some things that have left him pretty upset. So upset that he burns the village.
Hey, you! Get in there! The villagers need your help!
A little quick tech there to jump over a couple little logs. That leads us to the cutscene skip immediately. And then Cloud here had his leg injured, so gonna do a little bit of slow walking for a bit.
Mom.
Is it true?
And we want to kind of hang to the left here, because if these NPCs run into us, they do kind of push us back, unfortunately. So that can just lead to, us having to take a little bit longer to move forward. But yeah, so talking about fast forwarding. So yeah, it was kind of a surprise to all of us in the community when it happened. So the Game Awards happened. And shout out to Astrobot winning Game of the Year. I haven't played it myself, but much respect to the game. Looks like fun though. I need to play it. And the next morning, one of our community members by the name of Strife posted in the Discord and was like, "Hey, there was an update." And the update did two things. Well, one thing for Rebirth, but two things for Remake. Believe it or not, yes, a 4-year-old game randomly received a major update out of the blue. And what it did is it added fast forwarding. So now they made it so people who want to basically like watch a cutscene but at a faster pace, so they can still watch the cutscene and not skip the cutscene, can do that. And thankfully, it was found that we can utilize that in boss fights. So normally, very notorious, people have mixed feelings about having to watch long cutscenes, sometimes in the middle of a boss fight, especially in the final boss fights. Familiar, if you know, as they say. And so, yeah, now, thankfully, we have the ability to just hold the R2 button, and we can speed up those cutscenes by 2 times. So, across the board, free time save for everyone. And they added the exact same feature to Remake. I know, it's crazy. So Remake has the same thing. But Remake also had a new game mode added to it called Head Start. So Head Start is where you can play a fresh game file. So it's not New Game Plus. But you start at level 45, and you're given a bunch of mastered materia or materia that might require additional steps with Chadley. But yeah, you're given a whole bunch of extra things to like blaze through the game. If you're just trying to, play the game, maybe you're trying to replay it because you want to get into Rebirth. Maybe, you just, I don't know, maybe action games aren't your thing and you find the game too challenging, whatever the reasoning is. So now you can play at a higher level and have a much easier time kind of playing through. So what's up? No, what's up?
These couple of guns are walking into the reach of his blade.
Yeah, that's actually it's a pretty notorious conversation piece whenever you witness that sequence. So yeah, we saw there one of the few kind of like cinematic moments in this game where we hold some trigger keys to slow walk. But yes, you are correct. For whatever reason, all the villagers had guns, and nobody even tried to shoot Sephiroth. They all just kind of menacingly looked at him as he just cut them down little by little. But we are now back in present time, so flashback is over. It is now time to actually get on with this adventure of trying to find and stop Sephiroth. So here we're just kind of finishing out our night, spending a little bit of time with Tifa as we head to the next morning. As we head out, this is where the game introduces us to one of its most popular and biggest mini games, the Queen's Blood card game. As a huge fan of Triple Triad from Final Fantasy VIII, Queen's Blood was a nice mini game side adventure to play throughout. That was really cool. Really hope to see it return in the third game.
Perhaps.
But here, the game basically introduces us to a lot of like the different mechanics and things we can do in the game. Red 13 has finally joined us as a playable character. If you're familiar with Remake, you know that he was a uncontrollable character towards the end of the game. And that was the game's way of letting you know, like, hey, he's finally joined up to help us out and be a controllable character. Here we kind of see our first instance of the affection system, where as you adventure and do things in the game, you'll have these moments where you interact with characters, and when you interact with the characters, you can pick different dialogue choices, and those different dialogue choices are going to award you a affection value of a different number depending on what it is. So when you when you have these like in-town conversations, like there's one with Tifa that we're running past right now, you have 3 choices, and the 3 choices will typically gain you between 4, 5, and 6 points. Luckily, for the speedrun, we don't actually worry too much about the points. More on that a little bit later. But for the most part, we're not overly worried about the actual levels of affection. We are, but by just playing the game and the way we have it set up, we don't have to do a ton of intended actions to manipulate that, thankfully. But the long and short of it is the affection system affects a number of things in the game. As you may be familiar with the original storyline, there's a date sequence at a point in this game. So who you take on a date will be determined by that. And just to kind of put it out there early, the final 2 boss fights actually
this away.
are the way the fights go are based on your affection values, and I'll explain that more as when we get to that point. But yep, pretty much what we have to do here is we have to go to the bookstore. So the game teaches us about the new folio system. It's basically this system where as you collect basically party points from doing various like actions on the overworld. Basically, when you do things on the world map, like side quests or just different points of interest, you gain points for like party level, and as your party level goes up, you can unlock folios to improve your character's stats, unlock abilities. One thing we did there was unlock a synergy ability, which is similar to what Sephiroth and Cloud did with the double helix. We unlocked the Cloud and Tifa ability, Synchro Cyclo, because we need that ability to help us in the next 2 boss fights in order to get through them in the best way possible.
Not exactly.
In addition to learning about folios, we also were told to go to the weapon shop to understand how weapons work. So weapons in this game work similar to how they do in Remake, in that you get a weapon has an ability on it, and if you learn that ability, you can then utilize that ability across any weapon. I bring that up because in the early part here, we need to learn at least 3 abilities. We need to learn Focus Thrust, which is on Cloud's Buster Sword here. We need to learn Focus Shot, which is on Barrett's Gatling Gun. And we need to learn Tifa's Dive Kick, which is on her leather gloves. Thankfully, in terms of weapon abilities, those are the only required ones that we need for the run. And we've got strats in place to make sure we learn them.
Still searching buildings. We'll search
But in our time here, Tom has come to a close, so we need to get out. As you see, Shinra is looking for us. And as a result, we are now trying to sneak out of the town before they can find us. We're going to help here from a new character by the name of Broden. I don't recall if he was in the original game. But some of the like random characters in the OG game have been given bigger roles, like Johnny. I don't believe Broden was one of those characters. But he's basically with Avalanche in some capacity, and so he's helping us escape. Here's where the game introduces us to another new mechanic called the transmuter. We'll never use it in the speedrun, mostly because to get the really good items, you have to keep transmuting things. To transmute things, you need the materials that you can collect on the world map at like gathering points and things like that. And you have to. It's just one of those things where like you have to like do side quests to upgrade it. There's no value in what it provides in the speedrun to ever warrant doing it. But cool mechanic when you play casually, and also how you get some of the most powerful accessories in the game for those new Game Plus runs.
for me.
Does the second game use any save data from the first remake? It technically does, but not for characters. What it does is it unlocks summon materia. So if you have a save file for remake or the intermission DLC, you will get access to, I believe it's Ramu and Leviathan, right at the beginning of the game. That is the only connection to remake that Rebirth does in any capacity. Excuse me. All right, we've made it to the world map. So one of the another big changes is when you're on the world map, you can freely swap between 3 parties that you can customize as well. We are going to use one of the default parties here with Cloud, Barrett, and Red for a couple reasons. Well, one, we want Barrett because we need to try and learn his focus shot. And there's a fight coming up here that's going to help us get a proficiency bonus on it. But also we want Red because we aren't doing these fights. And out of combat, you can only control the main person. In combat, you control whoever you want. And Red 13 actually has the fastest dodge flee mechanic amongst all the characters. In Remake, it was Tifa. But with the change to how parry material works in this game and canceling of your actions, Tifa is arguably the second fastest now. But Red 13, you basically just spam square and circle to basically do a quick attack, but then you cancel the attack with circle into a dodge roll, and it just makes it a very fast animation. But here we're running through the grasslands. So the big thing is that the game does not force us to do anything on the overworld, ultimately. And so we are basically, anytime we're on the open world, we're just going to go pretty much straight to the next story point. Now, the game technically tells us to go to the purple marker. It's its way of introducing us to the discovery side quest, where it's like, here's some points of interest. But we can actually go straight to the swamp area here to trigger the next part of the story. But before that, to my point earlier about helping Barrett learn an ability here, we are going to attack these moos. And there's our proficiency bonus. But we're not going to actually fight them. We're actually going to just quickly flee. So to learn an ability, you need to use the ability. And it's basically, you have to use the ability to a value of about 100%. Every time you use an ability, it's 10%. And if you use the ability within the scope of its proficiency bonus, every weapon has a different one. So in this case, Focus Shot's proficiency bonus is to stagger the enemy with Focus Shot. And so the moves, thankfully, are very easy enemies to stagger, because if we use Barrett's unique ability, which is called Overcharge, basically where he just does this really high-powered kind of multi-shot attack with his gun that gives him a massive gain of ATB. It's usually like almost like a bar and a half of ATB. And so that will pressure them. And because there's stagger bars on the lower side, we can use Focus Shot, and it will pretty much immediately allow us to get that proficiency bonus. Now it can miss, and sometimes the enemy could get hit in a way that it actually, cause you not to get it. But we've got backups in place when that happens. Because Barrett needs to change to his weapon pretty early on, so we don't have a ton of room to work with here in learning his ability. Addition to fleeing, another thing I'm doing is we're doing this kind of like this warp technique in combat. So the game has this system in place where if you are blocking, so if you're holding the block button and
Don't overdo it.
you get him. Okay, there we go. Didn't quite get the group in there. Sorry. So if you're holding the block button when you fight an enemy, when you get into combat, you hold the block button and you swap your character, you will actually warp the character over to the enemy that you're targeting. And so we use it for a number of things. We use it either to get closer to a boss in a boss strat. We use it as a method of getting out of combat quicker. So by warping Red 13 closer to the enemy, because of how early the combat can start, we can get to a fleeing part of the combat quicker that way, and just helps us kind of minimize the distance travel as well.
Let's try looking for some traps.
But here we've made it to the Chocobo Ranch because we need a Chocobo because we can't get through the swamp because of a dangerous snake. So we get to the ranch. None of the Chocobos are available. Billy is like, hey, if you go catch our Chocobo Pico, I'll teach you how to ride a Chocobo. So this is our introduction to a reoccurring mini game where you have to sneak up on the Chocobo in question. So every time you go to a new region in this game, with the exception of 2 of the Chocobos, you have to do like a mini game to where you basically catch them and basically pain them that way. And then do we get the... All right, cool. We got past. So luckily this mini game is very straightforward. And we can basically just spam the dodge roll button. Now that second Chocobo that I passed, it varies, but sometimes it will turn around. Sometimes it will not turn around. So you just have to be kind of ready to adjust in case he turns around, even though you've passed them. Now, if you move quick enough, you can actually get to the covered grass area before you fail the mini game, and then you can kind of, still progress. So it's not too bad, thankfully. The window's not too tight. And then we throw a rock to distract Pico, and then from there we can kind of catch him off guard, and now we have access to using him. And the soundtrack in this game is just so dope. So this is the callback to Remake. This is Hip Hop the Chocobo, if you're familiar with Remake soundtrack. But yeah, now we're gonna go see Billy and have him make good on his deal with us. But before that, we gotta say hi to an old friend. An old friend that has very polarizing opinions in the gaming community, it feels. Chadley. Yep, Chadley's back, y'all. He's given us the Chad module. So Chadley's role in this is a little bit, it's similar to what he did in Remake, but it's a little bit different in that he wants us to gather intel around the world. And that can come in a variety of forms. It could be things like activating these towers, which is similar to an Assassin's Creed, where you go to the top of a tower. It gives you points of interest on the map. With the points of interest, you have everything from these life springs. There's these Moogle houses. There's these things called proto relics, which is for a very special side quest that I won't spoil who that brings into the fold here. I'll let you experience that firsthand. There's also these things. It's also how you get new summons, because you can find these temples for the summons of that region, and basically not only power up the materia that you gain from them, but weaken them to make the fights not as challenging. So when you fight summons to get them in this game, unlike Remake, they give you a tier system to it, where you're able to either fight them at full strength, or you can lessen their power if you would like to. So that way you can still kind of fight them and not maybe be kind of stuck with it as much. Now you're probably wondering, wait a minute, Chadley does side stuff. Why am I doing a side mission? Well, this is the one side quest we are going to actually do. And that's because what we gain from it is so good that the minute of time lost to do this is worth its weight in that time loss. So thankfully the fight is very easy. We just have to take out 3 Veloci-Wings, depending on how good your ATB is. If the ATB is really good at the start, you can typically get triple slash immediately and kill it very quickly. There, the ATB wasn't as good, so I had to do a few more actions there. But what we gain from here, not only do we gain level 16, which is why I took down those orcs earlier to make it so we can kind of get level 16 exactly, but we get the enemy skill materia if you're familiar with this game. But it comes with the Sonic Boom spell. So Sonic Boom is a wind-based attack that also gives the caster bravery and faith, which is, and I might be forgetting the numbers here. I want to say it's a 30% boost to attack power and physical power. And that does stack with Cloud's Berserk. So it does lead to some pretty chunky damage hits when utilized. And you'll see it gets used a lot in these fights. But now we have to learn how to ride a chocobo, but luckily, of all the mini games, this is one of the mini games where we can actually give up and not actually do it. So you'll see there's a mix of that throughout the run here. There'll be mini games that you're going to see me actually do because we can't skip them. And then there are going to be mini games that we don't have to do. We just have to initiate them and then basically be like, you know what, I don't want to do this. And like, I give up. But now that we have our chocobo, we can venture into the swamplands here. Going to do a little bit of chocobo drifting. Basically right before the chocobo gets in the water, we're going to hold the circle button, and basically Pico is going to slide across the water, minimizing the amount of time we will actually spend in the kind of slower, because you can kind of see here, it's not the fastest of motion when going through here. But coming up, we're going to have kind of our first major menu. But first, we want to pick up one of the only weapons we're going to get for Barrett. This weapon is very powerful, and it's probably one of the easiest ones to get to for Barrett, and the ability it provides, bonus round, which we'll talk more on, is very good. But yeah, first we gotta do ourselves a little menu here before we get into kind of our first major boss fight, and in some ways kind of a huge hurdle in the speed run when you're first starting out, because this fight has gone through many revisions in the early days of routing in terms of how we handled it. Let me get through this menu. We're talking does not my enemy. Brain. Okay, there we go. Sorry, we forgot for half a second there what we were doing. That's fine. All right. Then we took Red out and we added Tifa to the party. Let's.
Dry land, I see?
Yes, it is, Aerith. But it's also a giant snake. That's right. The Zalem is here, people. Yep, unlike original, the Zalem is a required fight. He is the boss of Chapter 2. All right, there we go. That's what we were looking for. Now we can swap off of them.
Careful.
We're going to swap back to Cloud. Right, now we can hit him with Braver, and this should push the phase. There we go. So the goal of phase 1 is to basically damage Zalem into phase 2 without staggering him. And then the goal is in phase 2 here, we are going to essentially get his stagger bar near full. But we want to tank this fire hit from him. We essentially want to tank this fire hit because it's going to allow us. And we need to re-up our Sonic Boom, and then we can hit him with Limit. But yeah, we get to skip the hard phase here. But yeah, we did the tank hit on the Limit because it gave us Limit. That was like literally why we tanked the hit there and didn't want to stagger before that. Because then we get to skip phase 2, because the snake can get very dodgy and just can get really kind of like all over the place if you let him just kind of do his own thing, which is why we use the synergy ability to kind of hold him in place here. Plus it does some massive damage, and then ideally between there we go. All right, sorry, it was one of those things where so the snake fight has a head part, And the part that gets kind of wonky with that fight and why it's a little risky at times is the characters, when you tell the AI to do an action, they are going to try and get close to the head before they do it. And so the characters were actually stuck behind the snake's body, and so they weren't doing the actions they did. But yeah, with that fight, the way we handle it is phase 1, he will always attack right away. So we swap the bear, we do overcharge, and then we swap the cloud, we counter the hit, we berserk, kind of beat him up a little bit, counter the next hit, which most of the time is headbutt. And then after that, we will use sonic boom. And then we'll, counter another hit, or we'll berserk again. And then what we're going to do there is we're going to actually, when we see him start to coil, we want to cast Blizzard right as the head starts coiling around, because Blizzard is what he's weak to, and it is what helps pressure him in phase 1 so we can build the stagger bar. Because of how Blizzard works, where it's a double responsibility, where you cast it and then it explodes, and it's slow, and the head is like a small target that moves a lot because it's a snake. It can miss if you don't time it properly, if you don't get it off at the right time. Which is why I aim to do it midway through coil, because right as he's done coiling, you'll see that it will typically hit the head, and then you're usually pressured at that point. Then we'll have Barrett do a double bar focus shot, because the more ATB he has when he does focus shot, the more stagger it gains. And then after that, really just the Braver from Cloud, which doesn't gain a lot of ATB, gain a lot of stagger, will then allow us to just push the first phase. And then we build the bar a little bit more as we wait for the fire move. We tank the fire move, berserk, stagger, re-up, sonic boom, and hit the head with limit break, the cross-slash limit break, which will do massive damage. And then Tifa pelts a few more damage, because she needs to use ATB in order to use a synchro ability. So one thing that hadn't really been touched on is to use those like special team up abilities. You have to use ATB actions that gain you these little pips underneath the character's like health and ATB. And so that's why we swapped the Tifa. We had her use Unbridled Strength 2 times to not only help add some damage, but to then help, of course, give her those pips. So that way in phase 3, we can hit him with Synchro Cyclone to hold the snake in place, also dealing a good amount of damage, while Barrett builds a little bit more ATB, hits him with Focus Shot, and we just kind of finish out the snake. Here we're going to dodge these ogres. There's this cool thing where if I hop over here, it resets the aggro counter, and then we can just continue on without worrying about getting caught. Even if they were a lot closer than that, it would still reset it, and it would allow us to fully dodge them. But this is also, as I've been kind of talking, this is kind of another thing you're going to see, is that things are going to happen in the game, and it's actually going to force us to use certain party members. So that's another kind of a cool thing they do, because you've got a lot of teammates. Make sure that you're kind of sharing the love across everybody. And so Barrett and Red unfortunately fell off of a cliff in the cave, and so they're kind of on their own. So it's just a Cloud and the girls. And here we run into some old friend and a new friend.
But that sounds a lot like a nice, long, all expenses paid vacation.
It's going to be quick, so keep an eye out. Here we go. All right, so we didn't get the good opener. That's fine. And we want to make sure we get a focus thrust here.
Now's our chance.
And we're going to beat up on Elena a bit. There we go. It's phase 1. And phase 2 is going to go just as quick. This fight's barely a minute long. All right, we're going to use Synchro Cyclone because it's going to interrupt their little team-up attack here. And we're going to get our last 2 things of focus thrust here on both of them. We're going to do a quick this, wait a brief moment. Catch them both. Berserk into a sonic boom, into a cross slash, swap the Tifa, Omni Strike her, uppercut dive kick, and the fight's over. Yeah, some fights, if you blink, you'll miss it. But yeah, the goal there is in phase 1. When you fight the Turks, there's this like gimmick system where if you pressure one of them, The other one kind of does this like retaliation thing. So we want to pressure Elena. She has the smaller HP of the two of them over Brood, so we can push the first phase a lot quicker with her. And so the goal is we need to pressure her. We can pressure her by either countering her. We can pressure her by hitting her with Sonic Boom. She's weak to Thunder is another option. And then we want to get her stagger bar to about half HP. And once we get it to about half HP, we want to hit her with Focus Thrust to get that first proficiency tick. Because just like Focus Shot, we need to stagger an enemy with Focus Thrust to get the proficiency bonus. And, and then we just, switch to Tifa, do some Unbridled just to knock some health off of Elena, as well as get Tifa her ATB, her pips, her synergy abilities. And then we open phase 2 with Synchro Cyclone. And then we do a cleave, because cleave does work on the Turks to vacuum them in, which is nice. And then after we cleave, we hold for a brief moment, and then we can focus thrust, and we'll typically catch both of them, which will give us 2 proficiencies, thus learning focus thrust, as you saw there. And then we just berserk, reactivate Sonic Boom, because it's usually about to run out at that point. And then, from there we just have Tifa help finish off by doing Omni Strike and a couple uppercut dive kicks. Now, Tifa, just kind of talk about her for a moment. Her unique ability is does a variety of things. So it does an uppercut, but if you use Unbridled Strength, what it's going to do is it's actually going to modify her triangle move into the first time you cast it's going to be called Omni Strike. The second time you're going to do it's called Rise and Fall. And the reason why we want to utilize that is because Tifa is one of few characters who has easy access to stagger increase. So whenever you stagger an enemy, they're usually at, I think it's like 160% by default. And then if you use Tifa's triangle moves, it will increase by a percent based on which ability. So uppercut, I think, only does like 5 to 10%. And then Omni Strike does a bigger chunk of it. And so because of the amount of ATB we gain in this game, because they made Omni Strike much better in this game with the amount of ATB you get, we can actually spam Unbridled into Omni Strike and build a massive stagger bar, which is what leads to these huge hits and damage. So you're gonna really see it firsthand in not the next fight, because we're playing as Barrett and Red right now, but the fight after that. But here we get to now see what Barrett and Red are doing. So kind of almost like a bro road trip with Barrett and Red here. All right, we got past the ogre there. Sometimes the positioning can be a little funky. Barrett's gimmick when you control him is that he can shoot rocks. So every character, when you are controlling them as the main character, is going to have like a gimmick, something they can do as a gimmick, except for Cloud. So we use Barrett to shoot like rocks. We shoot ladders down. We're basically just trying to get through the cave at this point. Here we've got a couple snakes that we want to avoid, at least for now. We ideally don't want to fight the snakes. Now, positioning, we need to get to that minecart. It's a little weird. I think I'm going to go for it. They're not close enough. Perfect. So thankfully, even though the snake is right next to me, the game does not allow me to get into combat while I am pushing this minecart. The reason why we don't want to take the snakes out yet is because we have to come back to this room, because that door at the back there with a little green light flashing through it is where the exit is actually. And we need to first get Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith across the way so they can activate a lever that's above us that will allow the door to open. And so normally, while that's happening, Aerith is talking to you, there's a dialogue happening, there's nothing really going on. But if you wait to fight the 3 snakes there until after, like if you leave them for like what I'm doing here and then you go to them, you can fight the snakes while the dialogue is happening, and then you kind of save yourself like an 18-second time loss. Because sometimes I've been caught by the snake a few times, and so as a result, I've very much become familiar with the time loss that comes from getting caught by the snakes early. So yeah, it saves about 18 seconds to fight the snakes after the lever is being activated, not before. Smoothie is still very thick.
Yeah, this is being run 5:30 a.m. on Friday, I believe, by Wody.
Yep, 5:36 a.m. January 10th at GDQ. Go red. All right, so there we got our last proficiency bonus, but you got to be careful because red will sometimes red will sometimes kill the snake before the focus shot goes off, and then it just leads to a bad time for everyone. And we're going to pick up this lightning material because we do need a second one to help us out here. Going to do a little quick menu for Barrett because this is where we put on his high caliber rifle. We're going to give him an enemy skill because it's 100% worth it for this encounter, and then we're going to give Cloud a lightning materia to make sure he has it. And then we're going to fight a new boss, a giant rock monster called the Mithril Golem. So this fight, for the most part, is very straightforward. It's basically just beat up the head until we get it pressured. We're also doing things like bonus round and sonic boom to help set us up to deal as much damage as possible. And then we're going to do a double thunder cast when we get to the stagger. And then we're going to overcharge into another thunder, into another combo down, and then we're going to thunder to push the phase. And then in phase 2, we're going to just shoot the head for a bit until it hits us with this Mithril Mallet move, because we want to gain limit. So we want to tank this hit because we want the limit that comes with it. So right before it hits us, we're going to cast Thunder. And then we're going to do another combo into a Sonic Boom, into an Overcharge, which should stagger. We're going to make sure we're breaking the parts as we do it. And then we're going to do a double Thunder into Limit, swap to red, just to help do a little bit of more hit. And this should nuke the boss. There we go. Timing is very tight for that combo, because if you don't cast the thunders like immediately and then activate the fire in the hole limit, you will miss the fire in the hole hitting during the stagger for the bigger damage. But that's also why we target the body parts, because if you do happen to not kill him during the stagger, if the spine, arm, and head are all broken, when the Mithril Golem stands up, he will go instantly into pressure as a result. But here we're going to swap back to our party with red so we can do some fleeing as we exit out of the cave, because the gang is back together. But to just touch on the GDQ part. So the run I'm doing today is actually the normal route I do every week when I run this game. I run this game every Wednesday on my channel. So if you're curious to see more of this beyond today, of course, you can find me on Wednesdays usually doing it. But at GDQ, we will be doing a modified version of the run with some donation incentives, where we'll be aiming to possibly get one of the dates based on viewers' choices. So mostly the same run with some slight changes when we do this again at GDQ.
Or at least none that I'm aware of.
But we made it to Junon. We're going to use an Ether on Barrett because he needs to have enough MP to cast one Thunder spell in the upcoming fight. But yeah, so next world map section, we could, if we were playing this casually, we could explore. But again, this is a speed run. We don't got time for that. There's no benefit for it. And so we are going to go straight to Junon. Now, in the normal category, the runners, and there's still some back and forth on this, but the runners of that category will actually detour. So they'll run up a bit, get a fast travel point, and then they're actually going to turn around and they're going to go back further into Junon to a crater where a level boost materia is found. And the reason why is because level boost is a materia that basically gives you the next level of a spell without having to actually earn it through AP gained from combat. And because of how little we do fights, because we are skipping pretty much everything, it's utilized to allow higher level spells. Because in normal, the enemies do have more HP, they hit harder, and your actions are a lot more interruptible. We'll get into some of the more hidden gameplay mechanics you may be unfamiliar with here in probably a little bit, because we've got another boss fight coming up here pretty soon. I know, it's just fight after fight sometimes. But we've made it in the Junon. So we're, this is the gameplay loop I talked about earlier. We're going to enter a town. We're we're going to be encouraged to explore the town or confine in our teammates. And once we've done a little bit of that, the game will then be like, hey, you know what? Why don't you head to the inn and rest up? Or hey, why don't you go do this now? Or hey, you're ready to do this. So here in Junon, we need to talk to 3 of our teammates before we can go rest at the inn. So we're gonna wait here for Red, because Red's going to stop about here, and you know, he'll be closest while the others are still getting in place. Right now, Barrett and Tifa are all still getting in place. Aerith is the slowest, so we're not going to actually talk to Aerith here, because Tifa is going to be in place in just a moment, pretty much like shortly after we get to her. She's in place, and Barrett's already ready to go. And Aerith is probably just arriving to her location.
Some fishermen.
And then now the game's going to be like, hey, rest at the end once you finish gathering info.
Hello there.
But sadly, just like most things, it's not that easier.
Somebody, please!
Or it's not that easy to just go and rest. There's problems afoot. Now, unlike in the original game, it's not Priscilla who's actually in trouble this time by our favorite fishy mob. It's actually Yuffie. You won't see that because I'm not going to play the cutscene, but Yuffie is actually being terrorized by Bottom's Well, or as this game likes to call it, Terror of the Depth. But we've got another pretty quick fight coming up here. We're going to start the fight with a double counter, so the Cloud can get enough ATB to do a Thunder. Barrett's going to do a little bit, and he's going to do this. And then after he casts Thunder, we're going to warp Tifa to the air and basically punch the heck out of the fish until it staggers, because we want her to gain some ATB in the process. Then we're going to do a quick swap to put Tifa closer. We're going to do Unbridled into Omni, Unbridled into Omni, Unbridled into Omni, Unbridled into Omni, into Uppercut Dive Kick for huge damage and into phase 2. And then at the beginning of this phase, we're actually going to tank the hit from this so we can get Limit. Because we want to hit Bottom's Well with Somersault the minute it comes out. Luckily, it always comes here. It's not a guessing game. Right as we activate it, we're going to swap to Barrett because we want him to have 2 bars of ATB so he can do a double focus shot. Then we're going to swap after he staggers, do kind of the same thing. Cloud's going to do Thunder, and that goes to fight. Yeah, we hit Bottom's Well with Somersault, which will pressure it, and then we'll have Barrett, who is close to getting a 2nd bar of ATB typically, hit with a double focus shot, which will stagger, and then Tifa will go in for something similar, usually 1 Omni Strike, Unbridled into an Omni Strike, and then a Cloud Thunder with a Uppercut Dive Kick will typically finish out that 2nd phase if you had the really high damaging phase 1. If not, you just do a little more damage, and then it's another very straightforward fight we got there.
Ocean's real quiet.
We're just a little over the hour mark. Do you want to take a break now, or do you have something you want to do first?
No, if anything, this is probably going to be the best time if we want to utilize a break. We've got a good amount of kind of plot progression running around in front of us. So this would be probably the best time to do it.
But I'm dying to put my feet
Perfect. Yeah. Whenever you want to take that or pause the timer, just let me know.
When's the last time that happened?
Yeah, I just say win.
Yeah.
All right, then I guess let me skip this next cutscene and then we'll do it.
The more I lost.
Perfect. Sounds good.
I felt the same. It was like they were sucking them straight out of my head.
All right, let's pause that timer, I guess. Let's take a wellness break.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour, so just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder, if you would like to support the Games Done Quick Hotfix, you can check out the 2024 Season 4 shirt over at theyeti.com/AGDQ. We're going to take that quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This weekend, we are showcasing a bunch of different speedrun RPGs. We are in the middle of a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth speedrun. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right. Yeah, I guess we'll get things restarted here. So, all right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right. So we just took on Bottom's Well. We're now going to rest for the night. And yeah, we're just basically going to our bed. Now we are going to have to talk to Tifa here. We are forcing a conversation. We are going to pick the highest affection option. Only person I remember from the village is you. Mostly because in regards to what I talked about before, how the final boss fights are reliant on certain levels of affection, we do need Tifa to be at the highest level of affection. And there are 2 points in the run where we have to talk to Tifa. And so for those 2 conversations, we are going to make sure we pick the highest affection choice so we get the max 6-point value from it. Now, thankfully, Tifa and Cloud do enough team-based actions together that more than likely you would get a higher value. But if you're already having to have those conversations, so if you just want to ensure it, may as well just get the proper dialogue. But for a brief second there, if you're familiar with Remake, we saw the return of potentially everyone's favorite kind of over the top cyclist, Roche. Yep, he makes his grand return in this game. So, for a character we only saw in Chapter 4 of Remake and as a opponent in the Fort Condor minigame and intermission, he thankfully returned and has a bigger role in the grand scheme of this game. If you like him, maybe you don't like him, then you have mixed feelings about that. But I enjoy Roche's theatrics. But we've got the infamous Dolphin section with Mr. Dolphin, though this one's a little different. It's actually turned into more of a wave race style, kind of like get to the end of the course and launch yourself up versus like a mini game of where you kind of have to put yourself in a certain spot and then have Mr. Dolphin launch you into the air to land on the scaffolding above. So instead, we're gonna channel our inner wave racer. We're gonna beginning of this because there are some walls in the way, so we can't just kind of shoot for the exit by ignoring everything. We are going to gather these balloons, which will up our speed. Missed a few there, but yeah, the more balloons we gather, the better, because our character will just move quicker. But we are going to take a little bit of a shortcut by hanging right here, because it's going to be quicker. Grab a few more balloons, and then continue to kind of hang to the right here. I missed a couple of balloons earlier, so I didn't hit level 8 speed, but for the most part, it's just a very straight mini game. 2 little quick time events here at the end. Fun fact, if you mess these up, you have to do the entire Dolphin mini game again. But now Cloud has made his way to the upper levels. He's going to help the team join him by lowering the ship down so they can kind of hop on and be carried to the top that way. Nothing too fancy with this. It's basically just lowering a tank. But while we got some time here before things pick up again, let me talk about some other maybe mechanics in this game that you may or may not be aware of. So this game does have a keep and cut system. If you're familiar with that terminology in games that use it. If you're not, basically what keep is, it's your ability to resist an enemy's action without being interrupted. So the higher your keep is, the less likely you are to have basically be interrupted. So if you go to cast a spell and you get attacked, you will finish attacking and not be attacked. So that's your keep value essentially. Now your cut value is your ability to stun or interrupt a enemy or person's action. So the more cut an attack has, the more likely it is to possibly interrupt your opponent's actions. On easy, this is the big difference between easy and normal. So on easy, we have a higher keep on a lot of actions inherently that we don't have on normal, which is why normal needs slightly stronger magic spells in order to get through some of the fights.
Plus, you got a trained crew and piloting skills.
And in this game, because tier 3 spells are so powerful and require 2 ATB, they have a very high keep on them. I'm having a hard time even just thinking off the top of my head what actions would actually interrupt the tier 3 spell once the casting has started. For anybody wondering, because I'm sure it's popped up in the camera shot a few times now, I'm drinking the caramelized pineapple smoothie
What kind of rains do you think?
from Tropical
Avalanche
Smoothie.
could be here right now.
My wife is completely obsessed with the new one.
Everything must be perfect. Gotta earn that promotion.
I gotta stay energized. You know, we got a long run here.
Let me put a
But yeah, keeping cut values. They're important. They're kind of what go into a lot of our routing choices and our strat choices. You're definitely see why that's important soon, because we haven't quite gotten really the backbone of a lot of fights, because we haven't gotten to a point where we can learn the synergy ability called Melee Blade, but more on that in the next chapter.
The company's most vital city.
But you saw some of that utilized in that Mithril Golem fight with Barrett. So in phase 2, if you recall, it went to do that Mithril Mallet attack, and because of the higher keep on easy, Barrett is able to, if I cast Thunder as the Golem is slamming down the rock attack,
Look, what's that about?
it will actually allow you to withstand it, and then you can just continue on with your actions afterwards. Now, in a normal setting, when you do a speed run, this elevator right here is kind of the first long break that a runner gets. This run has a bunch of breaks built into it, thankfully. So the need of a conversation for the leaderboards to allow a manufactured break isn't needed, because there's enough points in this run of varying lengths of breaks that you can generally get up, stretch your legs, grab a quick bite to eat, maybe even use the bathroom at numerous points. But that's the first major break you'll see in the run when doing this in kind of just a normal day-to-day run. Here we hang by the right wall and we spam the circle button so we can initiate the kind of hopping. Again, more terrain action. So there's these various moments where we might hop across ledges, or we hop across little small things on the ground.
Maybe.
But
don't forget.
And so that was found by another runner, where you just kind of hover by the right side, and then you just spam the circle button, and then eventually Cloud will kind of do 2 quick little hops and get to the cutscene trigger point a lot quicker. Here's another kind of small break. The game teaching us about the parade sequence and the quick time event that goes with it. So if you play Remake, you may recall that there was a dance sequence in that game where there was quick time events done in a similar fashion. Comes back in this game in the form of the infamous parade sequence. If you're familiar with the OG game. So this is where the game just teaches you how to actually do it. Thankfully, there is no value to doing it other than beratement comments where they pick on you for how bad you're doing.
Is this a game to you?
But weirdly enough, your actions don't change, so you perform the same. The commentary just, yells at you more. So we have to go through the practice. Then we just need to make sure we don't practice again. And then everything is hunky-dory from there. But we are in our Shinra outfits. One kind of change for this compared to the original is that Cloud is actually the captain of the 7th Infantry, and he's in charge of guiding the parade. And so what we have to do here before we can progress is we actually have to find at least 5 of the infantry units and bring them back together. So we're going to collect 5. So we don't need to get all 10. You can get all 10 if you're trying to go for a higher score to actually win the parade, which you do need to do if you're going for one of the trophies. But for speedrun purposes, we only need a bare minimum of 5. We are going to get 5. For the most part, 4 of the ones we're getting are the fastest options. But one of the ones we're going to get is actually technically not. It's a weird, it's not the fastest, but it actually is the fastest, because it's not the fastest to physically go to, talk to, and recruit, but it's faster in the parade minigame, believe it or not. So what will happen is the more complicated, the more advanced your formation is, the longer the mini game is, so you can gain more points in order to try and kind of win the parade mini game against Roche's infantry. And so to get the 5th fastest unit, instead of the one I just got there, would actually add a bigger chunk to the actual mini game that's coming up here in a little bit. And that's why we go for the 5 you just saw me get. Because these 5 are actually the fastest. They're just not the fastest to actually get, but the mini game will be quicker because of it. So we go slow to go fast, in a way. But yeah, this is another built-in break, because again, we don't need to play this.
First sequence.
So, unfortunately, while this is three separate sections of a minigame, there is a cutscene skip in between each one. So it's not yeah, so it's not a long enough break that I can leave for a huge amount of time, because I do have to skip that cutscene when it's done. But you know what? Hey, if you got a wireless controller and some headphones that are wireless, you could probably just hold the controller in hand and just, you know, listen for the sound cues and do it anyway.
It's not out of reach.
Yeah, hopefully it's not out of reach. Thankfully, there's an obvious enough sound cue that if I needed to do it, I could probably do it.
Oh, that's going to cost them.
Oh god, straw got stuck. That was weird. All right, that's the end of the first one.
Team, halt. First sequence, begin.
They don't seem very coordinated. They're not in step.
Yes, please make sure if you game from the restroom, you wash your hands out.
Maybe there's
yeah.
Or just don't use the webcam and tell nobody.
They did practice, right? Do they seem a tad nervous?
No, I mean, like, just don't tell your viewers you're going to the restroom. But because you don't have a webcam, they won't know any better.
Oh, that's awesome. That's unfortunate.
All right, that's the second round. This will be the last set of the performance.
Formation change.
Maybe they're still warming up.
Yeah, I enjoy our performance. Looks really good, but the comments are just very negative.
Practice, right? I'm not
Yeah, they're being really mean.
The captain needs to rally his troops.
Final sequence, begin.
Is something wrong? They're not in step. Oh, that's going to cost them. Do they seem a tad nervous?
But yeah, thankfully the mini games in both Remake and Rebirth that have the like quick time events don't have anything of value for the speed run. They have value in for like your trophy hunting, because there's like in Remake it's a trophy. I can't remember Rebirth if it's a trophy. I believe it is to win the mini game, but it is part of a trophy because there is a mini game for Johnny, if you recall from Remake. We'll see him here before you know it. Where Johnny wants you to do a bunch of things throughout the world of Rebirth to collect these like treasure items. And one of the treasure items is to win like the mini game in the parade, like get a high score in the parade. But parade mini game's over, and well, now we're controlling Yuffie. It's like, well, what's going on here? So basically, Yuffie in the original game was an optional character, but obviously in modern gaming, they decided to maybe not create her to be optional, and so they had to find a way to kind of write her into the story in some way that makes sense. So she's trying to assassinate Rufus. So the game has us play as her just for a very brief sequence, just to kind of climb to the top here to her like little assassination point, and then do a little quick mini game of throwing her weapon at Rufus while everyone's having a conversation with him right now. A little privacy there.
Focus.
So, we have ourselves a deal then.
Just 3 little prompts here.
No one comes for us.
You can do
Positioning changes, so it's not always the same on where you kind of start.
You have my word.
Here goes.
Kind of a running gag for this part of the game. Yuffie just kind of keeps getting in the way of things because she's not with us currently. She's just kind of doing her own thing right now. Here we're going to pick up Cloud's best magic-based weapon. This weapon is going to have the highest magic stat, so it's going to be a huge thing for us for the next several boss fights. Do a quick menuing.
Hang back.
I'm going to go in and cleave. Which usually baits the security officer into a counter. Do a counter, and then we're going to try and vacuum in as many as we can. Finish him off. Finish him off. There we go. So there are 2 types of countering in this game. There's a perfect counter and a regular counter. We actually never want to see the perfect counter, but the window of timing is so variable. Even there's just no rhyme or reason to why it happens sometimes. But here we got the vacuum effect of cleave. As you can see, we were able to cleave all 4 enemies together. And then a sonic boom will take them all out in one hit, which is nice. But that's kind of the gimmick with these fights with Cloud, is we're trying to group up as many people as possible so we can finish them off as quickly as possible. The riot guys, we want to start vacuuming in before they turn around, because if their shields are facing us, then we're going to have a problem. Because we're going to get deflected. So we run behind them, and then we want to quickly start cleaving to vacuum all 3 in, and cleave them twice for ATB, hit them with a fire to really deal a good amount of damage, build 2 more bars of ATB, and chuck a few more fires at the flame troopers to instantly kill them. Here we're going to have to tussle with some sweepers. So basically we just need to deal a bunch of damage, get ATB, berserk, and then from here we're going to just kind of pummel them. He moves back a little bit, which does make things a little bit awkward. So we want to pressure, and then we thunder after the stagger. And we're going to hope they jump down. There is this bug that can happen, which looks like it did happen, but they don't jump down. So this does happen sometimes. It's unfortunate, but you know, we do what we can. One of them did hop down, but one did not. But it's fine. Here we go. Do a double berserk. We're going to wait for them both to drop down. We're going to do our little vacuum effect. Do a sonic boom to take them both out. And then we are going to use an ether, our last ether given to us for free, to make sure we have enough MP for the next couple of fights. Coming up is one of our most notorious enemies, because it's all RNG, the Death Wheel. So the thing with this is this enemy is going to be running around, and the only way to get it to stop running around is to basically hit it with a fire spell. And the problem right now is we don't have a great amount of ATB at the start. There we go. All right, so we got ATB pretty quickly, so we got a bit lucky. So we're going to go through. We're going to sonic boom. There we go. So when Cloud's in Punisher mode, if you hit triangle, he does this kind of pass-through cleave move, which is really handy to build ATB, but also to like put you through the enemy to like basically get on the other side of it. But here we're gonna fight Roche. So he's got his little motorcycle. All right, we got the little wind move there. We're gonna hope he will charge at us so we can get a counter. There we go. Pass through into a fire. This will push the phase. So the goal of the first phase is to hit him with a sonic boom and then build enough ATB to then hit him with a fire, but to where we don't stagger him. Because now, at the beginning of this phase, we should be able to cleave him twice into a pressure state. There we go. And then we're going to go into a berserk. We're going to do this. This may not kill. Okay, it did kill. Sometimes it doesn't, because what we did is earlier we put an ability on Cloud to give him an additional 20 attack power, because his physical attack stat is very weak on this weapon, but we are going to be utilizing some fights where physical attacking is going to be more prominent, and so the plus 20 does make a big difference. Earlier versions of this route, we did the magic plus 20, which would make the magic hit a lot harder. But the end result was the attack power is better, because coming in this next section, there's going to be a sequence where we have Cloud with Tifa, and there's an ability that we're going to be learning very soon, a very broken ability that is used very heavily in the run called Melee Blade. And when Cloud is with Tifa, Melee Blade is a physical-based attack. More on that soon. Actually, we'll just talk about it now. So in a little bit here, I'm going to do one of two folios where we're going to learn Melee Blade. So Melee Blade is a synergy ability where Cloud teams up with either Aerith, Tifa, Yuffie, or Cait Sith. I know, spoilers, Cait Sith joins us later. And it allows us to basically do this like wind up attack. So Cloud will basically wind up his sword, and his teammate will empower the sword with it'll just empower the weapon. And if you do it with Yuffie or Aerith, it will be a magic centric ability. So the damage will be magic based. And if you do it with Cait Sith or Tifa, it will be physical based. And in a little bit here, Cloud and Tifa are going to be basically by themselves. And so we want the additional melee on Cloud, because it's going to make Power Cleave hit a lot harder. But there it is, Melee Blade. All right, that's all we need for now. That's really all Cloud learns. But here we're on the ship. So something that's different is in this game, they decided to make the Shinra boat that you get on to cross the ocean more of a cruise party liner instead of like a military ship, essentially. So on the ship here, there's a Queen's Blood tournament going on. Thankfully, we do not need to attend it. So even though we have to talk to everybody here first, we can actually forfeit immediately. So that has thankfully led to us not having to worry about card optimization in our runs. So we can just run right over here, say, hey, I give up, saying for me, and then it lets us just continue on from here.
I've removed you from the bracket. See what you want, Ceremony.
Simply more than he could handle.
Now the game does still technically make us get into a card fight against Red in a very funny outfit. But thankfully, we can actually just quit without a rematch. There's a little glimpse at Red in his Shinra outfit. It's a very funny cutscene that I'm not going to spoil, but it's worth a watch when if you get a chance to play it. Especially for those of you PC people waiting for January 23rd. Which, yes, for those wondering, I will double dip and speedrun that as well. Did it with Remake. But we're gonna go rest, and then some foul things will be afoot. So unfortunately, some monsters have started attacking the ship.
These stairs will get you there.
Now, with Melee Blade, the two differences between Spell Blade and Power Cleave is that Power Cleave is a short-range, physical-based attack that gains a lot of stagger, and Melee Blade is a long-range, weaker attack, or that doesn't gain as much stagger, but it's also based on magic. So here, we get these two eyes, we catch them, we're going to wind up our Spell Blade, and then we're going to release. And as you can see, we've nuked both enemies, and then we're going to nuke both enemies, or we got most of them, and then we're going to just nuke this last one, finish the fight out. There we go. You can kind of see there, we basically just winded up our attack and just clubbed the enemy in a single hit. Now, what's great about that and what's really broken about it is you gain ATB for both Cloud and his partner, which is handy because in this game, we don't have access to really powerful purple materia that we did in Remake. We don't have First Strike, we don't have ATB Stagger, we don't have ATB Assist. All those materia are locked behind side quest content, and that is just too slow to do in actual gameplay. Oh, good grouping. We're going to kill both here. Oh, no. Actually, never mind. We killed one. We almost got them both, but one of them decided to run away from me. Yeah, that's the tricky thing with Power Cleave, is if you wind it up and the enemy runs away from you, it does unfortunately create a whipped situation.
He said something about getting more firepower, then took off. Cloud, look!
All right, but yep, it's Cloud and Tifa. We've just got a bunch of like encounters here. So these enemies are pretty tanky, and so it does kind of take a lot to kind of get them going. There we go. Yeah, so these fights have varying levels of outcome because it's a little tough to pressure them. There's like certain timing windows when they do onslaught. When they do some of their actions, you can kind of get them pressured. But it does not, you know, it's not, doesn't have consistent timing. And because it's all like melee focus, that's where it gets to be a little rough. But it looks like we got the pressure, so that's good. So Tifa should be able to finish this enemy off. There we go. And then now we're going to pick up the only weapon we'll get for Tifa, the Kaiser Knuckles, which are her strongest melee weapon. So Cloud will fill a bunch of roles of melee and physical throughout the run. Tifa will be pretty much just pure physical. Yuffie will mostly be magic. Barrett's more support. Aerith is magic. Red is red. And Kate is Kate. I don't have anything clever to say for that, but that's just kind of... All right. Got one of them, but we were able to use a Sonic Boom into his dive kick for the other one. Yeah, it's got a bunch of fights as we're trying to find the black-robed men. We're also trying to find Barrett, because Barrett has like gone missing deeper into the ship. All these creatures are attaching themselves to the black-robed men, which is like what's creating this kind of... kind of these like abominations. Go, Tifa! Teleported. I love when enemies teleport and make me miss my attacks. It's fine. Alright, gotta do a quick menu here to give Tifa her Kaiser Knuckles, as well as giving her Power Wrist Guards, just so she can dish out a little bit of damage. We're gonna heal Cloud up just a little bit, because he's gonna tank a bunch of hits in this upcoming fight. But coming up, if you're familiar with the original game, we've got our infamous fight against Genova. A little bit more creepy look this time around, I will say. So we're gonna cleave in, we're gonna do a power cleave, we're gonna do 2 power cleaves, which will then lead to a pressure. We'll hit it with Sonic Boom, do another one, have Tifa unbridle in the background. We're gonna wind up another power cleave, swap off of Cloud, because fun fact, power cleaves, if you use power cleave and you swap off of the character, it will not stagger them. And so we utilize that in a number of fights to basically get the most out of damaging the enemy. So then we stagger in phase 2, because again, we're trying to go for a safer phase 2. Gonna have Cloud do some bravers in between everything, just to kind of nuke that health bar down, and we're gonna go into the final phase. But yeah, phase 2 can get really dodgy. Genova likes to run around a bunch, so if we stagger immediately and just kind of nuke her down with everything, we can really kind of take her out quickly. Gonna dash in, tank the initial hit, wait for the head to lower so we can pressure it. Then we're gonna do a Barrett into that, pressure here. Tifa should be able to, there we go, finish this off. Yeah, at the beginning of phase 3, Genova will do this kind of like exploding attack and then lower its head. We want to dash in, tank through it with power cleave, and then crush the head, which will pressure. And then from there, we just try to we use a focus shot with Barrett. We use focus thrust with Cloud, where we just build up the stagger bar to stagger again, and then just kind of power cleave, braver, dive kick, kind of really whatever you have access to. But now we're gonna be having a chill time for a little bit here while we're in Coast of the Soul. So we made it to Coast of the Soul. So first thing we need to do here is we need to find a place to stay. So we come to this hotel, because after we interact here and leave, it will trigger a cutscene where Johnny shows up and says, "Hey, I've got my own place. Why don't you come stay at my place?"
Make sure you stick close.
So we park the wheelie over here, because what we do is we use the wheelie to actually make Johnny come to this point a lot quicker as a result.
Now that's a story. I was cursed with the unholy trinity.
So it's a fun little thing. So normally if you don't do that, then there's this whole slow walking section with Johnny narrating things. So we can use the wheelie to basically make him move a lot quicker. And then we use the rock train here to also push this cutscene as quickly as possible.
How cheap, you ask?
Because again, normally you're just kind of slow walking as you follow him up the ledge. Yeah, now we're gonna just kind of relax for a bit. We're gonna get checked in. We're gonna kind of hang out. But what happens from this point is we need to get to the beach. And Coast of the Soul has a very strict policy of nobody on the beach if you're not in beachwear. And so right now we're playing as Cloud. And Cloud has to get a voucher. So the way it works is they're giving out vouchers to people who participate in various activities around Coast of the Soul. Also, award for the most random, pointless NPC goes to this guy. Literally, this cutscene has no purpose. Like, quite literally, no purpose. He just stops you, talks about how this place is a dump, and then never comes back around. There's never any reference to it later. Just totally pointless.
Got a real good selection today.
Just feels like a time loss that was just unnecessary.
Don't tell me you're alone.
It's time to hang loose, everybody. So the way this section works is so Cloud needs to get a voucher, get a outfit, and so he's got two mini games to play. One is called Pirates Rampage, and the other one is called Card Carnival. Card Carnival is faster. From what I last understood, it was like almost 30 seconds quicker than Pirates Rampage, because Pirates Rampage is a like midway style arcade point score shooter that's timed based on different levels, whereas Card Carnival is a Queen's Blood puzzle based system, and the puzzle solutions are the same. So once you know them, you can just kind of quickly do them, and it'll be the same every time. So there's no RNG in this, and it's not time gated. It's gated by how fast you can input menu commands. There's like 3 rounds of it.
Finish him off. Well, we'll see how that plays out.
These were pretty fun to figure out when I played this casually.
For sure. Huh. Didn't know you had.
There's like a handful of these too, even beyond like the ones you do here, like more unlocked throughout the game. There's so much side content in this game, it's crazy. That's why I think it took me like almost 3 weeks before I started routing this game, because I was playing it casually.
Don't lose focus. You hear me? Still too early to tell. No, that's not bad. Could have done worse, that's for sure. Keep that up and you'll do fine. Could have done worse, that's for sure.
And that will take care of Cloud's attempt to get a voucher.
Congratulations.
All right. Now we're going to go get our beach outfit.
Register here for the great hang loose. Got any companion cards? You can exchange them for...
Now we buy Cloud's second outfit because we want to, well, one, for menu input reasons. So in terms of the affection system, there is a you can gain affection points based on if Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa match their beach outfits. So the orange Chocobo outfit on Cloud matches to Aerith and Tifa's first slot outfit. So that means there's less menuing to get the affection points from the girls by getting Cloud's second outfit and not his first one. So then you're not having to do like as many like down gestures in the menu for it, which is what I aim for when I do. But we're done with Cloud, and now we're going to be playing as the girls, Aerith and Tifa. So now it's their turn to do some mini games and gain some vouchers for their beach clothes. Because Barrett's already in his sailor outfit, and Red 13 is comically seen as a dog. So they don't really force it on him. So with the girls, there's 4 mini games because it's 2 for each of them. We'll be specifically doing, so for Aerith, your options are either to play a Rocket League inspired game called Run Wild, or to take photographs of cactars in a specific way around Coast of the Soul. And then for Tifa, her options are to either return a bunch of wheelies that need to be returned or play the piano. We are going to be doing the cactar photography and the wheelie returning because you can do them with each other. And because the piano minigame is timed because it's a rhythm minigame. And the Run Wild one, there's been a lot of back and forth debate about like what's faster and this and that. And you know, one could argue in some ways Run Wild and the cactar photography are matched up with each other, but you have to be really good at Run Wild for that to be any semblance of accuracy. Like we're talking like you have to finish the Run Wild mini game with at least 1:30 on the clock, which can be very hard to do. And personally, I am so bad at it that I was willing to take the time loss if it ended up being the fastest option. So I'm kind of glad it sounds like it's not the fastest option, which is nice. So I've saved myself the headache of that. Here we're going to get basically the first 2 cactar photos before initiating Tifa's. Because once we initiate Tifa's game, the game is going to take away this wheelie we've got. And the 2 cactars we took photos of are both like way out of the way in terms of like where they are in conjunction with wheelie returns. Because once we start the wheelie minigame, we can't take a wheelie with us that we're not going to be returning. Because if we take one out, the game counts it as not being returned. And then so we have to return it anyway. But yeah, it's a nice little path that we can do the 2 of these together at the same time versus go do one and then go do the other. And this one, a lot of times we can just take the photo without zooming in. So even though I accidentally hit zoom in, it was still within the percent. So the number in the bottom corner there does tell you what zoom level you need to be in for the point to count, and it has to be the pink cactar you're taking the photo of. All right, thankfully the 2 yellow ones are really close to each other. The yellow ones are done. And then we're going to stop off here to buy a pretty powerful accessory item that for whatever reason you can buy one of early in the game, like you saw there, where normally you would have to wait till almost like halfway through the game before it will let you buy it. Oh, almost took the photo too early. And that is the last photo we need to take. We do still have some segues to return. So we'll turn in the photo quest when we get past that area.
Save your aching feet and ride a wheelie instead.
Yeah, thankfully when you're riding the Segway, the game is pretty fine with collision. So, I mean, I can just break and destroy things, and thankfully nobody yells at me for it. And they're not rock solid to where the game just says, no, I can't go. All right. Now we're going to return. So the red segways are both like very far from their recovery point, which is why we do them last. Because we're quite literally going to drop the segway off. And then we need to run, and then we're going to run to the other red segway. Little hopping check, get through things quickly.
Today's Royal Coast concert will begin shortly.
All right, that takes care of the segues. And we're going to go turn in our cactar photography. Before we can do that, though, we've got to watch Johnny in a rush.
Johnny?
Impressive driving there, Johnny. And the game encourages you, the game wants you to like go over there and see what Johnny's up to. But we're not gonna do it because discovery quest objectives are not required. And then we'll turn the cactar in and we'll have our 2 vouchers so the girls can get their outfits. Oh, Wrangle is the enemy there.
Hang loose. Got any companion cards? You can exchange them for outfits here. Have a wonderful day.
And we have to use this clothing booth for the girls because the one we use with Cloud is not accessible for some reason when the girls are being controlled. Fun fact, in New Game Plus speedruns, the runners will actually spend the entire game in beach outfits because then you can skip doing all of this when you get to this chapter. So entire New Game Plus runs are done with everybody in their beach clothing.
Tifa, Aerith, what are the two of you doing here?
So that way you don't lose time having to change your clothes.
Nice touch.
You can just pretty much go to the end.
Ready to rock? Do you even have to?
And there's this pretty cute cutscene that plays where Red gets flustered at the girls when they're like, "How do we look?"
So what say you? Care to join me in the lab?
But here on the beach, confronting Pojo.
You'll be set for life.
Wow,
Sorry.
that's quite an offer.
Pojo's a friend of mine and a community member.
I'm in need of a few female assistants.
Sorry, Hojo. You're confronting Hojo. But before that, I need to do just a quick menu here to give Claude a little bit more magic boost. Because now the fights he's got coming up, we definitely want to lean more into magic for. This sequence right here, it's kind of interesting. There is a somewhat guaranteed soft lock that happens here if we go too fast, believe it or not. It's very easy to reproduce. The way around it is to just let the cutscene play for a bit longer. But now that we can at least fast forward through it, we can fast forward to help speed that up. And there we go. We did not get the soft lock. I was about 10% worried I was going to get the soft lock, but fine. It would have only been a minute time loss. How bad could that be? Here we're helping Aerith because we want the Spellblade, just because of the nature of it. Did not get very good grouping, so the enemies did not get taken out by the melee blades that we wanted. So a little bit on the slower fight there, but totally fine. Now we're going to air quote fight this enemy. This is quite literally a glorified cutscene for the most part. The reason I say it's a glorified cutscene is because the boss is HP gated, so I can't hurt it. But he has to kidnap everybody before the fight continues. So quite literally, we are now just waiting. Now, mind you, I want to build up the stagger and everything, so I can prep up for the final 2 phases. But yeah, it's quite literally just kind of doing this. So after he kidnaps both of them, we want to wait a little bit before we trigger the sonic boom, just so we can get the kind of max value out of it. So in a moment here, we'll gonna use it probably here in just a second. After basically when he starts his next action. There we go.
Not so fast.
And now in phase 2, we're basically just going to nuke him, and that's going to end the second phase immediately.
Hey, you, Mr. Bobby. Over here.
Oh, me?
You will come up with that. Better hold still.
Fun watching these cutscenes in 2x speed. And now he's so close to stagger that I should be able to, with very little effort, basically get in there and do a stagger. And we get another bar of ATB, and then clock him with Sonic Boom and a Berserk Thunder. And that is the gastropod fight. So it's a very simple fight because, like I said, it's basically a glorified cutscene because with very little effort, boss is HP gated, can't really do anything until the game says, all right, let's move to the next phase. So it's like a pseudo break, but not like one you can like walk away from.
Aren't you all forgetting about
But you know what? Yuffie has decided to stop being a nuisance and just join us finally. So in these dialogue, we're actually going to pick the right choice every time because they are just cutscene skips. If you pick a left choice, Yuffie will run away from you. And then you have to do this kind of like awkward thing where you're like walking for a little bit and then watching her run back at you before you can kind of continue. And it's much slower than just, you know, picking the right option every time. And we're going to use the fast travel system to get us to the entrance a lot quicker instead of running there. And then thankfully this chocobo does allow us to be purchased. You can buy the license, which is nice. Yeah, like I said, 2 chocobos. One, most of them you have to do side quests for, but this chocobo you can just buy a license for, thankfully. And then the one in the Gongaga region is given to you as part of the story. But yeah, something you'll see we do a lot of in this run is we're going to open the world map. And I did it earlier in Chapter 2, but I didn't point it out. But because of the fast travel system, we're able to utilize that to help us get places quicker for the places that we can fast travel to. So like, you know, leaving Coast of the Soul, it's quicker to fast travel to Coast of the Soul because it puts you at the entrance than to run there. It's the same thing here where we're actually going to fast travel back into Mount Coral, as weird as that sounds. Because what happens there is, if you notice for a brief second before I open the map, everybody was walking up the mountain. When you fast travel to Mount Coral, reunite with everybody, and then go back to the Mount Coral, you'll see that everybody has actually started much further up on the hill. And I think it ultimately saved around like 10 seconds from what I was told before. But yeah, everyone's already halfway up the mountain. We don't have to wait as long for them to run up the hill. So that cuts down on some of this kind of like slow walking time you see here. We're going to run until we get the warning bypass image. We don't want to go too far because if we walk too far into the warning screen, the game like forcibly pushes us back. So once this thing goes away, we're going to kind of climb up the rocks really quickly till we get this dialogue, which will in turn trigger the cutscene.
Let's rest here.
And then now we're hanging out with Red and Aerith. Because Aerith is not quite used to all this kind of like physical activity of climbing a mountain, climbing high and whatnot, she's a lot more tired than everyone else. So Barrett, Tifa, and Yuffie decided to move on ahead, and Cloud and Red were going to stay behind and hang out with Aerith. So we're just, you know, doing our climb on Mount Coral. The same thing as we've been doing. We're gonna flee from all these fights. We use Red. as just to get through the fights. Now this one up here, we actually are going to take this fight because it is going to be quicker to actually kill these two mushrooms. Thankfully, Spellblade will take them out in one hit. To then use this climbing point, then to run past them and take the longer way around. Because climbing up here puts us pretty much at the end of the path we need to get to. Whereas if we didn't do that fight, we would have to kind of run, basically run around the enemy and come all the way back around. So we would run around them and then come back this way. And so, a fight that took all of maybe like 3 seconds ends up helping save a lot more time because of it.
You become one with the mountain.
Say what?
Really? I did? Hey! Thanks for having me!
But here we're actually going to flee with Cloud because there's this kind of weird thing where if we flee with Red here, what's going to happen is the game is going to weirdly warp us backwards to wherever Cloud is. And so we actually lose some distance gain if we do flee with Red there. So that's why I stayed on Cloud for that. That first and second time. Oh, they're all the way over there. So, okay. Still triggered combat, so that's nice. All right, there we go. And we're coming up to a boss fight. Game loves its boss fight. It's got more fights. So Remake has a lot of fights overall, but this game has a lot of boss fights comparatively. Okay, depending on their grouping, we can sometimes get all 3 of them. That time we only got 2 of them. So that's what we got the shortcut things. Yeah, so we could only take out 2, so then it's Sonic Boom and a Soldier, and we'll finish the last one off. But coming up here is the custom Valkyrie fight. Similar to the Valkyrie, a little more flamey dangerous. So we're going to start this fight by blocking to gain 2 bars of ATB, hit it with a Sonic Boom, wind up a Spellblade, release the Spellblade into a Berserk, where we're going to do another Spellblade. We're going to do 3 Thunders into a couple Howling Smashes. This should push the phase. There we go. That's phase 1. And then phase 2 is going to try and hit us with a giant laser. We're going to basically tank through that laser as best as possible. We're going to do 2 Spellblades. Aerith's going to hit him with a Thunder here. We're going to do a Sonic Boom, which will pressure. Do a double cleave into a Focus Thrust, which will stagger. And then we're going to do a Berserk into a Spellblade, into a Thunder, into a couple more hits. Some of it's kind of ATB dependent, but yeah, for the most part, the fight takes like a minute. And then, oh look, it's Zach. We haven't seen Zach in almost 2 hours. Don't worry, we're only going to see Zach for like 10 seconds, because that was it. Now we're back to the regular. Yeah, anytime Zach comes into play, with the exception of the opening part of this game, he has no combat whatsoever. So we continue our climb. We finally meet back up with everybody.
Sorry we're late.
Yeah, Custom Valkyrie is an interesting fight. If you don't manage the fight well and kind of get through things quick enough, you can get...
That's it.
You can get kind of in trouble because it does these fire moves and the fire lingers on stage, and then like if you stand in the fire, you'll take damage, and you can suddenly die out of nowhere because of it. So yeah, phase 1, you block for 2 ATB, do a Sonic Boom, do a Spellblade, go into a Berserk, do another Spellblade, do 2 Thunders with Cloud, a Thunder with Aerith, And then a couple Howling Smashes, which is the team up ability with Cloud and Barret or Red. And then that is typically enough to push the phase. And it's handy because sometimes Valkyrie can do what's called Fire Wheel. We didn't get Fire Wheel, which is nice, but thankfully the strat doesn't worry about that. But there have been strats in the past where if you get Fire Wheel, you would automatically lose like 10 seconds because Fire Wheel like raises Valkyrie into like really high into the sky. And as a result, is out of range to be hurt by Spellblade. And so you have to kind of wait for him to get back in range, and some of the attack patterns, he's still just very dodgy. And in phase 2 is pretty easy because if you dash in at the beginning, cleave, tank a couple hits by doing 2 Spellblades, and then a Thunder and a Sonic Boom will pressure, and then Focus Thrust to kind of finish out the staggering. Then we just kind of nuke him down from his staggered state. There's not a whole lot of risk with that fight, as long as you don't let it go. That can be said for like every boss fight in this game, is where as long as like you don't let the fight get away from you, then all fights are pretty straightforward at the end of the day. But Cloud's a little beat, he's a little tired, plus getting a lot of headaches at this point in the story. So he's going to take a break, and Aerith and Red are going to stay with him. And so we are going to now play as the other 3. So we're going to play as Yuffie. So this is where the game has me control Yuffie as the primary, and mess around with like her gimmicks of using a grapple hook or throwing her shuriken to break boxes or cut ropes and stuff. Because we need to lower the drawbridge on the tracks, and the lever to do that is at the very top of this mountain.
None at all.
So we decide to venture into the mines, the 3 of us who are not tired from what we were just doing, and take care of that. So here we are going to pick up this weapon for Yuffie because this gives us access to a very powerful AoE ability of hers called Windstorm, which is super helpful for a number of encounters. We are going to do a small little menu here in a little bit to kind of set us up for the next kind of chapter and a half. So we need to equip Windstorm so she has access to learning it. Remember, we talked about having to learn the stuff. Barret's going to need enemy skill because Barret's going to have kind of a personal fight of his own in the next chapter. And enemy skill is going to help us immensely get through that fight in a time limit. Because Cloud's not going to have a whole lot to do for a bit here, so we're not too worried about what Cloud's got on him. So then we flee, do a bunch of grappling. We're going to break this, and we're going to try and get a... Aha, I got the quick animation. So there's a thing where when you go to latch onto that other hook, if you spam circle, you can cut the animation off early and immediately get the ledge that you're aiming for anyway. And then Yuffie is going to have... I was going to say, yeah, Yuffie does have to unfortunately fight these enemies. She does not just to kind of skip them. So Spearhawk is a pretty quick fight, thankfully. Nothing too fancy about it. Just kind of throw your shuriken and beat up the enemy. Because Yuffie's gameplay gimmick, her unique ability is she can throw her weapon to an enemy. And then when she throws her weapon at an enemy, she can then pelt the enemy with these kind of like magic blasts. And so what you saw me do there is I threw it, and then I was just kind of attacking. She's doing this kind of like range, like almost ninjutsu-esque kind of like spell thing. And then you can also like retrieve it. So it gives her a lot of like aerial combat. Because she can like throw her shuriken and then basically pull herself to the enemy. She has a bunch of things where she's a ninja, so she can imbue her abilities with like elements, and then she can like create like a doppelganger with the right weapon. And then I'm going to take the chance and actually hopefully not get the flea bug. Hey, we didn't get the flea bug. So there's a weird bug that happens in that encounter where you'll get the encounter, and the game won't let you flee from it for some weird reason. So we don't really know what like triggers it or why it happens. But yeah, sometimes, if you get the encounter and you try to run out of the combat zone, it'll just say fleeing for like an infinite amount of time. Like it'll never let you actually flee from that. And if that happens, we have to sadly retry the fight and then try it again. So there's two ways to handle that. Either you get really good art, like you get really good position, you can just run past the cockatrices. You maybe get the encounter early enough, and then because it happens early enough, then it won't happen. Or you do this thing that I'm about to do where you kind of run off to the side here where combat will be aggro, and then run back into combat when it's kind of fresh before the enemy kind of gets aggressive towards you. Yeah, sadly the cockatrices just take too long to kill that it's just not worth the interaction time that comes with it. Then here we're gonna actually flee with Yuffie, because just like earlier where there's this like weird thing where if I fleed with red, the game would warp me back to where Cloud is. If I flee with Tifa and I get too far with Tifa, the game will warp me back to where Yuffie is, and so you lose this. Here we're going to separate from the group yet again because the elevator needs to be reactivated. So Yuffie's just going to have a swinging good time. Now, when you're swinging with Yuffie, you can break these boxes. They do give you items. Thankfully, none of the items are like speedrun reliant, so I just kind of do it more for humor and fun. Just kind of break the boxes because I played Zelda. I roll in the pots. What can I say? It's just something you do.
It's ingrained in you.
It's ingrained in me to break boxes. Yeah, should be able to hop over in a little bit here, and then we're going to just swing back and forth 4 times. Should put us in range to hit the lever. All right, and then now I'm going to reposition and then go. I'm going to hold for a second and kind of start back up. Let me hop over, and then we've got ourselves an encounter with a bomb. Fun fact, this enemy is not weak to Blizzard, believe it or not. We thankfully got the good RNG where he did the flamethrower move early. So to pressure the bomb, you have to like deal a lot of damage during its attacks. And so what we want to see is that flamethrower move we saw him do, because if we do Art of War during that, it will generally pressure him. But if he does other actions, then the timing gets a little more funky, and so it can lead to a lot slower a fight. But here we've got another original boss fight. This is against this enemy was a normal enemy, but here it's a boss. We're fighting the Gigatrice. Basically, it's kind of blocking us from using the switches. So now we need to beat up on this bird, but it's also attacking some baby birds as well. We don't like that. So to pressure this boss, we have to basically deal a bunch of damage to then get it to kind of pressure, which is what we did there. And then we're going to do physical attacks with Tifa to build stagger, so we can do some omni spamming as we kind of become accustomed to. We're going to swap the Baird right before the phase change happens, because we want Baird at the beginning. Because at the beginning of this phase, we need to throw a fire spell to imbue this tornado, which will then pressure the boss, as you see there. And then we do kind of the same thing, just punch it out, do a couple omni spams. Gonna have, there we go, bam, boss is down.
Would now be a good time for a break. We're a little over that hour mark.
Yeah, I would say for that hour mark, this is probably the good time. We're headed into another kind of long sequence of running around. So sure, let's do it. Let's pause that timer.
Perfect, sounds good. So yeah, during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break, GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatale 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/femfatales for more information on the event. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the run. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing some RPG speedruns. We are in the middle of a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right. Let's go ahead and get things started back up again. So we'll count us down to get the timer going. So 3, 2, 1. All right. So we just finished up taking down a giant bird with Yuffie, Tifa, and Barret. And the game has now switched back over to Cloud, Aerith, and Red as we continue on the tracks here. So the bridge has been lowered. So now we are finally able to kind of progress on our way to Coral. You know, I'll be honest with you, I've always wondered, I always butcher that name because it's like weirdly spelled as like Corel. I believe it's like Corel. But when we're running along the tracks here, the game's going to point out the track switcher here. The only point to this is for character affection. So we stick with the default route for two reasons. One, it takes time to walk over and interact with the lever, but also because of what it comes to in the little minecart mini game that we're going to be doing here in a little bit. The Yuffie path, which is the safer path, because Yuffie's chicken. About like too much thrill, and so it takes longer to do that route than to take Barret's more kind of dangerous route.
I didn't even say anything yet.
But yeah, we're basically just fleeing from combat here, so not a whole ton that goes into what's going on right here. We're gonna basically switch back over in a moment here. And we've got a mini game, one of the unskippable mini games. We talked about this earlier, how there are mini games that you can skip, there are mini games that you can't skip. So this mini game, even on New Game Plus, believe it or not, can't be skipped. So it's played either way. So this is another, and this one's weird. For New Game Plus, this is a nice break. But for New Game, sadly, we do need to do things during it. Technically, you don't have to, but it's going to make some fights in Chapter 10 like slower. So what happens during this sequence is you're encouraged to shoot boxes with Barret. We don't need to do that. What we instead want to do is break the boxes with Yuffie that have triangle, and what we want to see is that X potion there. So we want to hopefully get as many X potions as possible. Realistically, we need like three minimum is the ideal preference. We can make it work without any more, like 2 or 3 we can make work, but it's not ideal. If we can get like 4 or 5, then we're in a good place. So far we've only got X potions, so this is nice. It's very rare you would get 0. I think it's happened to me one time and like another runner one time that I'm aware of. Turbo ethers, while they're nice to have, don't serve a ton of purpose because we never use enough magic to where we're hurting for MP. And when we do use enough magic where we need the MP, we have ethers. Oh, talk about a sneeze that came out of nowhere on me. We usually will have ethers in some capacity just from normal drops and stuff anyway. You can also get an elixir, which is a lot more rare. Again, nice to have, not a necessity. In fact, this water bottle is actually from GDQ last year, but the lettering has faded off of it. Yeah, there's like 8 boxes. When you're playing this game, when you're playing this casually, you want to break boxes with Barret, because if you break a certain number of boxes with Barret, then you'll gain affection for Barret. But also doing this train track, this version, this was going to give Barret affection. But we're not too worried about anybody's affection other than Tifa's, because everybody else kind of just naturally falls in line with this route. Tifa's the one where we have to be a little bit more mindful of. But thankfully, the mindfulness of it is low, like it's low tier. Like we don't like. It's not something I have to like aggressively worry about. Like it's easy to do with like low effort. But yeah, on Barrett's path, you see we just kind of launch in the air, land, and then we're done. But then we are, if we did the UP path, it would just take a lot longer because it goes through a much safer route. And what I like to do here is I like to waste my generic potion, but basically I want to waste anything that's not a potion. Sorry, that's not a mega potion. I want to keep all mega potions because I want to minimize the amount of menuing I have to do to access an item by having things like a mega potion or giga potion as close to the top as possible. All right, made it in the corral. Now, luckily here we don't have to do there's not really a like adventure the town cycle that's the same as it has been in other towns. Here we just kind of have to hit a few trigger points and then skip a few cutscenes and then we can move on. So that's nice. At least I don't have to like go check on Bear, go check on Plow, and then check on Yuffie or somebody. We just hit a bunch of story points and then we can head right to the Gold Saucer, the happiest place on earth. Talk about giving Disney a run for your money. In theory. All right. Now we're done kind of running around here. So we're going to head to the gondola. I wasn't calling it a sky ride, but head over here to the gondola and head into essentially, for context of gameplay, we are entering chapter 8 out of 14 for anybody kind of wondering where we're at. So we're at the we're basically past the halfway point, give or take. Now we're not quite halfway through the run, but we're technically halfway through the story. I mean, I guess we're almost halfway through the run. But here in Gold Saucer, it's going to be a bunch of running around for the most part. There's not a ton of like things beyond that. So first thing we have to do is we do have to do this tutorial for the kind of brawler, the 3D brawler mini game. So the first part is the tutorial on how to do 3D brawler. This is all the same. It's always R2, L2, R2 to deliver 3 punches. And then we're going to dodge left, then right, then left. We do have to do this tutorial, so this is another one of those like mini games that is required. It's also required a New Game Plus, but the New Game Plus doesn't have to do the tutorial. It just goes straight into the post-match thing. Because after I finish the tutorial, I'm going to actually have a match with Dio here. Match, thankfully, is straightforward. It basically just boils down to I'm going to stand here, and if he gives me opportunity to punch him, I'm going to punch him. But I'm just going to let him hit me. Because either I'm going to defeat him, or he's going to defeat me. And, you know, the dodging and everything just kind of slows things up because of the turning animation. So we just stand here. We ideally want to win because it's going to be a little bit faster if we win. But we can't control if he's going to hit us twice or if he's going to hit us once. But looks like we did win, which is nice. Nice to see. Cutscene starts a little bit quicker when Cloud wins. All right.
Nicely done.
So that minigame does technically give you affection for Red 13. So because we won that, Red got a higher level of affection than you would get if you lose. Usually a point difference of like 2 points. But thankfully that doesn't change enough of what's happening here to where I have to worry about Red not where he's supposed to be for the speed run towards the end of the run. Which again, get more into towards the part of the run that it matters. But everybody wants to explore the saucer. Cloud's a little bead. Barrett's kind of bead. You know, he was like, I had my fun of my fill of fun in Coast of the Soul. So we're gonna go check into the hotel. These little conveyor belts that we're coming up to, we want to once we get on them, we actually want to spam the roll because the rolling will just help kind of get us through it quicker. I believe it's like each one of these saves like about 2 seconds compared to rolling versus not rolling. And now I'm going to find out if I get a fun little camera bug. Can't tell. Sometimes I can't tell if we got it. But there's this like weird thing when you skip that cutscene where the camera becomes very zoomed in. I think I got the camera bug. It's just a weird bug. It has no game. I mean, other than not being able to see as much of the area around you when you're out of combat, it doesn't have any major effect other than just being kind of annoying to look at. But here we finally run into Kate Sith. Not quite, with us yet, but we've been introduced to him finally.
You wish to go down, I presume?
4th floor.
Oh, of course. Very well. 4th floor it is. We've arrived. Farewell. We hope you have yourselves a ghoulish and morbid evening.
And when we enter a room here, arguably the cutest humidifier. Look at that little Tom Berry humidifier.
That's awesome.
If only I could have one for real. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't always do it, but sometimes there's a dialogue where it says like, I feel like it says like cleaning air with major prejudice or something like that. I can't remember, but it says something very threatening about air purifying. Here the game decides to check back in with Zach, essentially. And so here, what we have to do is we have to interact with Aerith. Aerith's kind of a sleeping body there. And we need to interact with one of the other objects in the room. I elect to go to the bookcase because we then go to the door to the left of it. Once you interact with Aerith, interact with the bookcase, you'll see the camera is going to start panning on its own to the door, which will then finally allow us to actually go through the door and kind of continue the sequence. But yet again, Zach kind of comes and goes very quickly. We don't spend a whole lot of time because Zach's entire point in all this is just for story, building into the story that Rebirth is telling. Now we've got a visitor at the door and we've got Tifa. Well, it makes sense we have Tifa considering what we're doing here. But so what kind of happens here is this is the game's kind of like check-in point to let you know how your affection's going. So if you have a high affection with Yuffie, Tifa, or Aerith, they will join you in exploring the saucer, which is what we're about to do. The game wants us to basically run around to every part of the saucer so we can learn what the golden saucer has to offer to us and the activities that comes with it. So this means that Tifa is sitting at our highest affection. If it was Aerith, she would have been our highest affection. If it was Yuffie, she would have been our highest affection. If it's Aerith, it's fine. It's not something you commonly will run into, but if you get Aerith, it's fine. If I happen to get Yuffie, then I would question a lot about what I've been doing this whole run, because that would make quite literally no sense. Now, if it is Barrett or Red, actually nobody will join you. So for whatever reason, Red 13 and Barrett won't join you there. Now, they will join you for a date in Chapter 12 when the actual date happens. But yeah, if nobody is there and you're alone, then that means that none of the girls have a high affection. And then what's really cool is the song that's playing, the Gold Saucer tune. So when we're not here in the Chocobo area, listen to the song and you'll notice that part of Tifa's theme is actually mixed in with the Gold Saucer theme. And that's kind of the running system for this part of the run. So if you had Aerith with you, the Golden Saucer song would have Aerith's theme mixed in. If you had Yuffie, it would have Descendant of a Shinobi mixed in. So it's a cool little like mashup between the characters' themes and then the charming Golden Saucer sound. But yeah, we're basically just using the guide moogles to take us as close to each hub as possible. Now, thankfully for each of these hubs, there are ones that have mini games that the game technically wants you to play. Thankfully, we don't actually have to play them. So when we start the mini game, you'll see here in a second with Speed Square and Galactic Saviors, we're actually going to just cut out of it the minute we can pause the game. And once we quit out, the game will be cool. You can go explore somewhere else, which is nice because Galactic Saviors is very long. Like, I think the minigame takes at least 5 minutes. It's some insane amount of time.
Jeez.
Because it's an on-rail shooting gallery, so, you know, you can't really do a whole lot until it progresses you through the missions.
We've arrived at your destination.
All right. Now we're going to head to the Battle Square. Yeah, we have to visit every hub. The one we don't go to, we save for last, is the Sky Wheel, because right now we can't enter the Sky Wheel. And then when we visited the other hubs, the game will be like, go to the Sky Wheel now, because it's now open. So we don't want to waste time going to the Sky Wheel, just go back to it again later. We also want to save the Event Square for the last one, because there's an intercom message that plays. And you can't interact with the guide Moogle while the intercom message is at the beginning of its dialogue. And so if we go to the event square, the distance to the guide Moogle is long enough that that will be over by the time we reach it. Now, while this is a fight, again, we don't have to actually do it, thankfully. Though those enemies are pretty weak, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but it's 2 rounds. So, I mean, again, it's just time. All we get out of it is like experience and money, which is not a big deal. Because thankfully, the money routing for Rebirth is very loose. Unlike Remake, where Remake money routing was a bit tighter. You had to make sure you were actively picking up things to sell for money to afford things. Thankfully, with the lack of stuff we really buy in this run, since, again, all the really good materia are locked behind Chadley things that just take too much time and it's just not ultimately worth it. You know, the money routing is nowhere near as tight.
Looks like this is your first time here.
Here we enter the Wonderment Square where there's a lot more mini games. Here we have like Queen's Blood we can do, more 3D Brawler. We can also, the one we have to interact with is the G-Bike mini game. And then didn't quite see it, but I'll show it to you in a moment here. Fan favorite, which sadly is under construction right now. But yeah, if you were hoping for some snowboarding, I hate to break it to you, the section's under construction, y'all, so I might have to wait for the next game. But we've just got one more place to visit to. We got to head to the event square. When we go to the event square, we actually want to go back to Park Central because it's going to be faster than going to the main part of this side of the park. Because going downstairs, for some reason, Cloud slows down his running down the stairs. Yeah, Event Square is where the Loveless play happens. Nothing's happening right now, so not really anything to do here other than kind of have a cutscene, kind of have a moment, looking at this picture of Jessie, because she told, we find out in Remake that she was a performer at the Gold Saucer before she joined Avalanche. So kind of have a moment there, especially because Tifa's with us, kind of remembering Jessie. Aerith doesn't know who she is, so it's kind of more like Cloud telling her about Aerith. Actually, have no idea what happens when Yuffie's with you. I've never seen those cutscenes. But now we are able to visit the Sky Wheel. So we're going to head there, and then our kind of romp around the Gold Saucer will be over, and it'll be time to kind of progress the story.
And here we are. Welcome to the Gold Saucer. So, are you ready for a fun-filled day in a golden paradise? Welcome to the park, everyone.
And that's when, and then once we enter the Sky Wheel, that's when the Fire Nation will attack. Sorry, I mean, that's when all the trouble breaks out in Gold Saucer, and Barrett gets blamed for murdering people.
We
Please move swiftly.
So sadly, there's a madman with a machine gun terrorizing some people. So we've been encouraged to go to the battle square, where there have been some bodies found.
I'm sorry, sir, but only authorized personnel are allowed past here.
Thankfully, Kate Sit decides to help us by telling that guard to let us in. And then we end up pretty much making a deal with Dio and be like, look, Barrett didn't do this. We know he didn't do this. And Dio needs proof. But of course, he puts this bracelet on Cloud that basically prevents him from leaving until we can prove our innocence, essentially. So Kate Sit's going to guide us here to a elevator, which will take us down to the Dust Bowl, as it's referred to in this game. Essentially kind of the seedy underbelly. So we're in the prison, and so, you know, we're just going to kind of do a little bit more running around. What ends up happening here is we end up meeting kind of the head of the Dust Bowl, the warden, if you will. There's one named Gus. And, you know, Gus is now imprisoned our friend. So it's kind of like, you know, problem on problem, essentially. You know, first Dio's like, you can't leave, here's a bracelet. And then Gus is like, I'm going to hold everybody hostage because I need you to get me money by winning this chocobo race. So now we are basically in the progress of trying to get ready for a chocobo race. The way we would do that is essentially we find out that Pico was passed out. Pico and Billy were found kind of passed out in the desert, and so they were brought here as well. And so we're going to find some food and greens for Pico to kind of get him his will to race back. I believe it's pronounced cyclist greens or whatever. Funny spelling word that I can't read very well. So there's 6 things we can do. One of the things we're going to do is, and I don't know why, a Desert Rush. I've quite literally forgotten the name of this mini game. So we're going to do Desert Rush because this is basically a flat 2-minute game. As long as we don't hit any of these time boxes. See, I'm kind of pushing the boxes with the clocks away, so I don't accidentally break them, adding 5 seconds to the clock. And then thankfully, we only need the minimum score to essentially win and get the green that we need. Now, there were versions of this I used to do early on where I did actually go for a high score, because if you do get a very high score, you actually get a weapon for Tifa called the Dragon Claws. And the Dragon Claws are nice for 2 reasons. Well, one, they also have a high attack power. They're very limited on materia slots, which isn't the biggest of deals because Tifa doesn't get a whole lot of materia anyway in this run. And then they have access to the Star Shower ability, which if you're familiar with remake speedruns, or just that ability in general, Star Shower is a very broken ability that was heavily used in remake runs. Unfortunately, we don't actually use it in this because they made Omni Strike so broken in this game that the benefit of using that to build the stagger percentage up outweighs the use of ATB for Star Shower. Because to really have Star Shower work the way it does, you have to have 2 bars of ATB, and then those 2 bars of ATB have to basically be used back to back to get the empowered hit. If you're not aware, Star Shower is best done with back-to-back actions. And so what it does is, if you use Star Shower and you use an action immediately afterwards, it will be empowered by 70%, essentially. And so in remake speedruns, highly recommend if you haven't seen any to check those out. But in remake speedruns, Tifa gets used a lot to where she does a Star Shower into another Star Shower, or she does a Star Shower into her limit break, and she basically nukes boss HP pretty heavily. So we got our first green. Like I said, there's 6 things we can do. We only need to do 3 of them to actually move on. The next thing we're going to do is a find, and I don't know if I'm just oversighting this. I don't know if it's I'm finding the person telling the truth or I'm finding the person lying to me. I think I'm finding the person telling the truth, I recall. And it's random every time, so we don't have like it's this person. So all we know is what the right answers are, and we look for them.
I'm dying to read Gus's
so that one's not it. That one is not it. That is not it.
The weapon store.
That is not it. Actually, yeah, that's not it. So, there we go. So we got technically the slowest one, Thirsty Hussein, because he's the last one we checked. If ideally we would want the third person first. Yeah, that one's random. So basically they say a phrase, and if they're lying to you, they're not the person you want. So the middle guy, we want him to say that Gus has an autobiography that is in stock. He said Gus's name, but he didn't have the book in stock, so it wasn't him. The girl needs to talk about the graffiti being of stamp. She said it was a cactar. The last guy needs to talk about the arena monster being called Pest Zero. He called it Type Zero. The second person talked about potions at the weapon shop, but they sell elixirs. And they also mentioned things about loud noises. And then the person we got talks about how the bar will sell a drink called Sunshine and that they water down its drink. So that was the second grain. This is the third one. This one's also pretty quick. We just have to beat up these three guys. It's a very easy fight. We're basically going to cleave, do a couple hits, do a 3-hit into another cleave, into a double fire, which will kill both, or kill all three of them, because they're pretty tanky. And now we'll have our 3 greens, so we don't need to do any more. The other 3 games that we didn't do are, if you're wondering, one of them would be winning, I think it's like, if I remember correctly, it's like 3 rounds of Queen's Blood. Way too slow because our card level is really low. We have just the generic starting cards, and it's all RNG. Like, we can't guarantee the hands that are being played, so there's too much variability to do Queen's Blood for a Silkus green.
It's a start.
The other one we didn't do, which Normal does in their speedrun route, is they actually don't do Desert Rush. They actually go after the cactar. So another one is where you chase after a cactar, and you get it from them because they've basically taken it. That one would give us AP as well as experience, so that one is kind of handy to do, but for easy, it's not really needed. And then the last thing is a Coliseum type of event. So there's an underground arena, and we would have had to do, I think it's like 3 rounds of fights, 3 or 4 rounds, and that would have also given us a green. Here, we're going to talk to that Chocobo person there. So in the game, when you capture Chocobos, you get feathers. Feathers can be used to trade for gear to put on your Chocobo when you are racing in the Chocobo minigame. There's no time loss because Esther is still going to walk and talk even if we talk to that shopkeeper. So we talk to the shopkeeper, and we use the 2 feathers we are given by default to purchase the avian helm. Because the helmet gives the Chocobo wearing it a speed up ability, so it allows the Chocobo to actually go a little bit faster. But yeah, we are now headed to some Chocobo stuff. A little bit of Chocobo racing. Now we do have to do the Chocobo racing, and we do have to win. But thankfully, the Chocobo racing is easy enough that the risk of losing should be very low.
Competing in the race today?
Yep.
We'll get your bird prepped for you. Just sit tight to
The likelihood
and no wandering off,
should realistically be 0. But before we can do the Chocobo race, we do need to do a tutorial on how to Chocobo race, but thankfully we don't actually have to do the tutorial. This we can just quit out of immediately once it starts. All right. And then here you're going to see an example of save loading. I didn't really touch on it before because we do it a lot on the run, so there would be plenty of time to talk about it. But there are parts in the game where you'll see that I'm going to save the game and then load the save automatically. Because what that does is it will cut down on some dialogue that is being spoken, or it will basically stop a conversation that's happening, and it will make the game progress the sequence there. So there we do it. So it initiates the conversation with Esther almost immediately. And that way we can just jump straight into it. So that saves a bit of time waiting for the announcement message. And here we have Chocobo Racing. So we're going to hold the button, the X button at the number 2 to get a wind up. And then, yeah, we're gonna do the race. Very Mario Kart style here. So first lap, we're gonna focus on collecting as many, we're gonna collect a bunch of these blue, those like blue egg thingies or whatever, because they're going to build up our basic speed. So we're going to ideally have 10, which is the max by the end of the first lap. We're also going to try and collect some yellow things for just some dashing, just so we can get kind of a quick burst of speed. We're also building the ability bar, which we'll have full about here to use to help kind of cut through this corner really quickly. Miss the yellow, that happens sometimes. Go. You definitely want it to run out before collecting the next one. We're at 7, and we've already blown past. We missed one, but that's fine. We'll get the last figure in a little bit. Yeah, because the speed, it just raises your basic speed. And we're going to use our speed boost here. We're going to wait a little bit. Then we're going to cut through the grass. If we cut too early, it's going to slow us down. But by cutting through the grass, we can avoid some of the slowdown and then get kind of to the point a little bit quicker. This time around, we're going to actually collect the red ones so we can have the meter here at the beginning yet again. So we can get through this section essentially ASAP. Go. Pretty much the same we're going to do in the next lap. Ideally, the goal is to finish this race like around the 2:21 to 23 kind of amount of time. You know, ideally what you want to see. I think I average like 2:23 usually when I do it. I think one time I've gone 2:21. And then I stall a little bit for using this on the last one because the goal hopefully is to make it so I can actually feed. There we go. Okay, we got it. So if you move quick enough, you can replenish the bar and get a little bit of a boost at the end there instead of it running out. Yep, 2:23, which is what we want to see. A couple cutscene skips here. We've won the money. Gus is letting us free to go. We can continue pursuing Barrett. All right. Now we're going to head to the outside of the prison where supposedly Barrett may have been seen.
We know him.
At this point, we don't know who Dine is, so we haven't exactly met him. Realize that there is another person with a gun arm, so we're still very confused at like what's going on. Yeah, looks like we did get the camera bug. Really zoomed in on Cloud. It's fine. More annoying than anything. One of our runners actually took a time loss to force quit his game, because you have to force quit the game to make it go away, to not have it for the whole run. Yeah, normally the camera's not this zoomed in, so this would be the example of it being like super zoomed in. But coming up here is, well, a very notorious fight in the original game. Now, sadly, I can't throw a right arm at this Dine and take him out instantly. It's going to be a little bit more complicated than that. So we run kind of to this rock here, which will trigger this cutscene with the tornado, which then Barrett has rejoined us. Fun fact about this encounter with these two hedgehogs, so we can skip it. But if you run through the middle, like there was a time where they were off to the side, so I was like, oh, I'll just run through the middle. It's going to be quicker. Quite literally, I ran through the middle, and they still... the game forced me into the encounter anyway. Because some encounters have secret trigger points where the game makes you do it anyway. We still have to run to the side when it happens. But let's have some fun with dying. So it's a one-on-one fight with Barrett. First step is to get bonus round up. So bonus round does basically it infuses Barrett's basic attack with magic, and so we use that to help build stagger, but also just to dish out additional damage. So then we're just going to keep comboing. We're going to focus shot here to build the pressure, and then quite literally just do basic attacks. It should push the phase right before he staggers. There we go. Yeah, phase 1 is basically building 1 bar of ATB to do bonus round, building the next bar to do sonic boom, doing a double focus shot on pressure, and then we're going to hit him with fire, going to combo him into a fire, combo him into a fire, going to do this, into a fire, and do another combo, into a sonic boom. He should be, pressured to the final phase. So same thing, we build stagger. So phase 2 starts with us immediately staggering him to where we just push him so we can get to phase 3, the Akira fight. Here we're just gonna stand still, let him hit us with this headless swing because we want to build the limit break. And then when we see him do this move or any move like this, we're going to use our limit break before sonic boom goes out, hit him with overcharge, and then we should be able to finish him with 2 fires, and the fight is over. So you have to be careful. That fight goes on for too long. Like his executioner move, he jumps in the air. You can't really dodge it. It hits really hard. But yeah, it's just making sure you manage the use of the fires and sonic boom properly. And here we're going to do our final folio menu for the run because there's too much time lost with this animation stuff. And realistically, we don't need a lot more abilities than what we get here. So now Aerith is going to get her own version of Melee Blade called Spellbound Blast. That's going to be helpful in a few fights that she's a part of. But we're also going to do a little bit more with her to get her some additional magic output plus the synergy damage up. So those abilities, when she does Spellbound Blast, are going to hit harder. But I mean, 20 magic attack points is nothing to shake a stick at. And then we're going to do something for Yuffie where we get her, again, kind of version of it with Fox Flame. We use that for a couple fights. And then we're going to pretty much jump immediately into our next boss fight against Palmer. We're going to open up with a double Spell Blade. And then after the second Spell Blade, we're going to do a Sonic Boom into another Spell Blade. Aerith's going to do a Thunder. We're going to Berserk into a Thunder. And we're going to kind of attack forward, do a Spell Blade, Thunder, do one more Spell Blade, and then the Thunder from Cloud will push the phase. So that's phase 1. Palmer is very jumpy, and his robot can hit you when it falls down, so you have to be very careful. Phase 2, he has legs now that can be targeted. So we're going to wind up, target the first leg. We're going to do a Spell Blade. We got lucky that he did Strangle, which is what we want to see. Because there's this weird bug with the body parts where sometimes we don't damage the body part, which is pretty annoying. So thankfully we did get a good RNG on the damage. So we did see what we wanted to. So Palmer played nice today, which is what we love to see. This should kill, and Palmer is down. Yeah, so Palmer can be a tricky fight. In what happens with that fight is, so in phase 1, we kind of properly talk about it now that it's done, because again, fight execution is very tight in this game, and if you don't, talking through it and doing it are two very different skill sets. The phase 1 of Palmer is basically like, we want to deal a lot of damage fast before he can do what's called Neener, because with that ability, all it is he's taunting us, but the problem is it's this like cutscene that we are forced to watch, so it's just pure time loss when he does it, because we can't do anything while he basically gets out of his robot and he smacks his butt as he taunts us. And so we want to pelt him we want to deal damage fast and quick, so we can skip that by beating him up really fast. And where he was at in his HP, he was getting ready to possibly do Neener if that phase went on any longer than the 30 seconds it took me to get through that. And then phase 2 introduces the legs. There's a couple different strats. A few of the other runners do a slightly different phase 2 strat. I've timed both strats. They end up being in the same range, so I've just stuck with the one I'm used to doing, since it's not any slower or faster than what people with better times are getting. But in phase 2, I use a strat where I basically break both legs to pressure them. Now, luckily, when you're attacking the body parts, it does allow you to, it does damage the body too. So it is thankfully a circumstance where you can still deal a bunch of damage and weaken him, but also get it to where I can pressure him and stagger him. But yeah, we target the leg. The tricky part with that fight and then an upcoming boss fight in probably like 30 minutes is there's this like weird thing where if you attack the body parts too quickly, or you deal damage too fast, or there's this like in-between period of like, okay, I've hit it with thunder and I'm gonna hit it with another thunder, where the game doesn't actually damage the body part, and instead it like hits the body, and it could really throw off your fight strats at time if it's not damaging that part of it. Now, luckily, that fight was actually about as perfect as I could have asked for. There was nothing wrong with that fight, which you love to see. You know, sometimes that doesn't always happen, and you have to kind of adjust. You have to do things slightly differently. Palmer's also tricky because he's one of the few bosses where the body of the boss can hurt you when it's falling on the stage. So a lot of times if you run into a boss, the boss doesn't necessarily hurt you with contact damage, but Palmer, if he falls down, like if you knock the robot down, if he's standing up from being knocked down, it actually can hurt you. And so if you're not careful, it can knock you away. It can really throw off the flow of the fight if you allow that to happen. So thankfully, we didn't have any of that happen. It's nice to see. Now, while I was talking that entire time, what you saw there was actually another one of the built-in breaks of the game, where basically we're just in the buggy having a conversation, and the game doesn't let you skip that, and so you ran into a tree. You basically just have to sit there and wait for it to finish. But it's long enough to like use the bathroom in most cases, which is nice. Now we've got the buggy, and Kate has joined us. Now we've got all of our teammates for the rest of the game. All of our playable teammates for the rest of the game. Now it's time to head to Gungaga. Me? Gungaga?
Up ahead. That our jungle?
Indeed it is. Hold on, little Miss Carson. We're almost there.
Hooray.
All right. So, can't take the buggy into the jungles of Gungaga, so we have to kind of hoof it on foot. Gungaga casually was an interesting experience. It's fun. It's very vertical terrain. A lot of ledges. A lot of you can get lost. It was definitely an experience trying to find things in Gungaga because of all the the climbing and the rocks and the everything. But thankfully, we don't have to do any of that. We've got a path. We've routed out, and it's just a straight shot to the village.
How much he spends on those fancy suits?
Oh, why did I even ask?
Right. I want to make sure we avoid that chimera, so we kind of have to run wide to get away from it.
It's on you. Follow my lead.
Oh god, stuck on a ledge.
I knew this cat had two faces.
Yep, we're continuing our trek to follow after the black-robed men, because you know we somewhat convinced they will lead us to Sephiroth.
The bigger was always better. Small went against his philosophy.
Doing well, huh?
Kind of, you know, teams interactive. Kate's in here. He's now hanging out with us. Bear, of course, doesn't fully trust him because he's working for the man.
Come along. The village of Gongaga awaits.
I do apologize if you happen to hear any barking. It usually means it's feeding time for my dog. It's very excited.
I mean, who wouldn't be?
I know, right? I get happy for food too. Then here is another update to the story of this game that was not in the original, and I think that mostly comes from the fact that Crisis Core didn't exist until after 7 came out. But we've got Sisney. So if you've played Crisis Core, you know who she is. You know, after the events of Crisis Core, she ultimately decided to. Oh, we hit the trigger warning in a bad spot. That's fine. But yeah, she decided to come live in Gongaga because you know she's good friends with Zack. So she's, you know, basically came to help out the village kind of in his honor, you know, after he died.
These rooms are
Oh, spoilers. I'm so sorry.
Finally.
Yeah, we follow Sisney, and then afterwards, you know, we then decide to go check on Aerith. Aerith decides to go talk with Zack's parents. There's a whole emotional moment there. So then we need to go check on her. And then after we check on her, we can basically move on with the story. But what we'll do for to save time is we're going to actually teleport, basically fast travel back to Gongaga because it's going to put us closer to Sisney's house. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a brief moment so you can all witness for at least a little bit the greatest song ever within a video game, Yuffie's I'm Bored song, where she creates a song to the tune of her theme song.
I am so bored right out of my brain. If I don't die first, bet y'all go insane. 'Cause I've got nothing else to do. I'm stuck here wasting time. But just wait, oh materia, I'll get back on the road and make you mine.
Love hearing that song. Normally, we would just go straight to this interaction point and we would hear like just the first line, but we have the time. We have the time to listen to that for a little bit.
The fantastic song.
Yeah, it's great. She's got, and I may be misremembering it, but I'm pretty certain she has like another one. I forgot where you hear her do it, but she's got at least like 2 songs like that where she's kind of just like making up songs to like tunes of existing like songs. Yeah, I'm glad we get to hear at least a little bit of it in a normal speedrunning situation. But sadly, things are happening over at the Gongaga reactor.
It's nothing serious.
And so Cloud, Katesit, Barrett, and Red have decided to go investigate the reactor because they noticed that some Shinra activity is happening. And so the girls are staying behind and keeping an eye on the village.
Desert weapons running down. Now the whispers are back.
Come again?
So more running essentially around.
An arbiter of fate.
As we run to the reactor.
Destiny is about to be altered.
We're not allowed to have
change its intended course.
This is the chapter where the game like will give us the chocobos, but not until a little bit.
But perhaps now they preside over a new fate. Ours.
This is also, if you're familiar with Remake, hey, I actually got the fast hop there. It's nice to see. It's not common I get that. But yeah, if you're familiar with Remake, you may have recalled these spectral...
It doesn't make sense.
Dementor-looking Harry Potter things called Whispers. Up until this point, they've not been present in Rebirth story, but now they have reappeared. So everyone's a little confused. They're like, what's going on? I thought we took care of this. Why are the Whispers back? Why can Cisne see them? Kate's like, I don't know what the hell is going on.
Rare front flower variant detected.
But we see them kind of return. They don't have as much of a presence like in this game, like collectively, as they did in Remake. You know, they're kind of a big kind of plot point of like trying to like keep you from changing. I mean, they still kind of do that here, but they're not as like story present throughout the whole thing. But I would say, because I know we're coming up at the top of the hour here, it could be worth doing it now before we're about to get into shenanigans for a minute.
Sure, yeah. You think it's worth it doing now?
Yeah, because in a little bit here, I'm going to be doing a bunch of fights and stuff with the boys, and then it's going to switch to the girls, and they're going to have a bunch of fights. So it might be 20 minutes before a good stop, a break point would be.
Yeah, so we can do it now. Yeah, whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Yeah, probably get us to the cutscene skip, and then we'll do it. Coming up here in a moment. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that break now.
Perfect. So during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break: Games Done Quick is hiring. We are looking for new showrunners for 2025. So if you are interested in part-time work with a reoccurring show, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more information. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're showcasing some RPG games. We are in the middle of a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth run. I will hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and get things rolling. So I'll count us down to get this clock started up again, and that's going to be 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right. So we stopped off right before getting into some action-y stuff here in chapter 9. So the reactor and Gangaga's having some trouble. Shinra is trying to basically take one of these these huge materia monsters, and so we are now in the process of trying to stop it. And so we've decided to invade the reactor here, which is what we're kind of in the process of doing. First, we're going to take out this fight here. Didn't get great grouping with the frogs to take them out instantaneously. This is also the first time Kate Sit's going to be part of our combat. Thankfully, we won Kate Sit anyway because he gives us access to Power Cleave, because Barrett and Red did not. So we're going to pick up another weapon for Cloud. He gets kind of the most weapons because they all have their kind of benefits and use throughout the run. And now we're going to do kind of a longer menu where we're going to put a piece of gear on Cloud, change his accessory out. Then we're going to move some materia around just to best utilize it. Yep, wrong button. There's also a slightly newer menu for some route changes I made, so Brain's a little fresh on what the steps are. Change out the materia he's got there, give him attack power 20. Because Crystal Sword is going to give us a kind of an even spread between magic and what's the other word? Physical attack. It gives us a nice balance between magic and physical attack, where we're getting to a point where Cloud is not going to be needing to use magic as much, and so Rune Blade is going to kind of hurt us a little bit more to have that, and so we want to have a little bit more physical power on us. We're going to cleave the frogs together until we get 1 bar of ATB, and then a Sonic Boom will finish them off for us. We also wanted to gear Barrett up for some stuff coming up in the chapter after this. That's going to be useful. Because menuing, unlike Remake in this game, is a lot slower. There's a lot of lag input delay with menuing, whereas in Remake you can do entire menus with basically not seeing the screen at all. And so we tried to minimize the amount of menuing we're doing because of how slow it can be. at times. And we've got our enemy there. All right, cool. We take these two out just for the experience because it's going to level us up. The N plus the AP is helpful in upgrading our fire materia, which we specifically need for like blood fight. But yeah, we're basically just, so this is new. This was not something that was originally in Final Fantasy. So it was and it wasn't. So Gongaga was there, but it was basically just like 2 screens. There was not a whole lot to it. Here it's an entirely fleshed out region. The reactor is very big and expansive as well. So that's why, you know, we're climbing it, we're going through doors, there's enemies all across the board. So it's kind of a nice little update. Kind of explore this reactor even further. But yeah, the goal is to basically get to the main part of the reactor. So right now we need to activate the water levels because we can't reach the place that we saw that image of Sephiroth that Cloud was kind of hallucinating. A little tech there I've done twice now is when we go to plug in the power cord, we can actually roll right as we hit the triangle to plug it in and cancel the animation. We essentially cancel the animation that is used to plug it in. So saving a few seconds there. But coming up here shortly, we'll be getting into one of the more variable boss fights because of its kind of like attack patterns and because it's got this funny gimmick where it likes to jump after. So like it will attack you and then it will jump around. And what can happen there is if the luck of the jumping doesn't play in your favor, you could find yourself missing a lot of your power cleaves because there's no range on that move. So the execution can be very tight and some of it's just left up purely the RNG. But first we got to take down these 2 enemies. These enemies are unique in that you either have to stagger them before you can kill them or you have to cast fire on them. If you kill them and you have not staggered them and you have not basically burned them, they'll come back to life and then you'll have to deal with them again. So the strats we're using basically ensure that when we power cleave, the power cleave is going to make sure that they stagger when they're hit. So this will kill all 3 of them. And then here we're going to jump straight into a fight against a new specimen type that was not in the original. So we need to basically see what he does, and depending on his actions, that kind of determines what we're going to do. Because again, this boss has this like weird habit where he likes to jump. That's why you see me running this way. All right, and we got the pressure. So we're going to cast Deep Protect so we can deal more damage. I hit the wrong button. Fine, he's going to jump a little bit here, so we want to move quickly. He's going to jump. I'm going to probably miss. Oh, he did a short jump. That's cool. So he actually short jumped, so that was nice. I was actually about to miss that, but he jumped in a way that we were okay. That's nice. But yeah, phase 1 can be tricky if he jumps around a lot, which is really annoying. All right, we're going to have our Kate sit here. Cast Bravery, just so we don't have to re-up our 1 move. Go. Specimen is down. Yeah, so the beginning of phase 2, we actually have Kate sit cast Bravery because Bravery will last for a minute, whereas Sonic Boom only lasts for 30 seconds. So it saves the ATB that we would need to typically use to re-up that. So we can just focus on using other abilities at this point. Here we're going to do a little bit of menuing to move some stuff around for various things. Again, this is a slightly newer menu for me, so just bear with me. Did the wrong piece of materia there. Level boost. Actually, we'll put that here. And then we're going to. I can't read my own notes. There's these 2. All right. Perfect. I'm going to add hazardous materia. Dara here. Windstorm and fire. Okay. There we go. Here's another soft lock opportunity. So you want to wait till she says, I usually wait till she says take the chocobos before I actually skip the cutscene. Skip it too fast, the chocobos will spawn in Narnia. And yeah, then you have to, it's so awkward. If you get that soft lock, it's super awkward because they'll spawn in Narnia and then you can't load the autosave or the soft lock. So you have to load the checkpoint save, which puts you before the Cloud and Barrett and Red section. It's a huge time loss. Pass. So just let the cutscene play for a little bit and you can easily. But here we basically just do a bunch of menuing to prep us for upcoming fights, few later on fights. We give Tifa some support materia because she's more of a DPS, so any materia she's going to use is more for support reasons, more so than anything. We have to gear up Yuffie for some stuff, make sure she's ready to use Windstorm. Because Windstorm is going to basically vacuum in everybody, which is what we want to see. Oh, I swapped character. Grouping wasn't as clean as I would have liked. Sometimes you can get a good grouping where everybody's kind of sucked in together. And then you can kind of use Tifa the dive kick and take them all out in one hit. Some of the positioning just wasn't in my favor. We also put a shortcut on Aerith for an item called Hazardous Materia, which casts Bio. That's going to be very important in one of the last chapters. But again, menuing is pretty slow in this game, so the more we can sort of do to set us up for later stuff, the less we have to do later on. And then here we just want to avoid the frogs. Sometimes the spawn of the frogs puts them too close to the door, and so you can't quite dodge them.
We gotta swim across this room too? Really? Not with our grappling guns.
So Gungaga Reactor's changed a little bit, so it's flooded now. So we use the grappling to kind of get around. So as you can see, you can just go through each of the areas. Yep, we got the latch there. So there's a tiny little spot on the platform where you can grab that grappling point to cut down on having to jump down, where there's this like lag delay from landing. Yeah, just a lot of running around and grappling as we're trying to go help the boys. Basically, some stuff has gone down. Unfortunately, they're in a bit of trouble. Plus, Scarlet has appeared, and Yuffie has a massive hatred towards Scarlet if you played the intermission DLC. And so we've decided to come to the reactor now to help, because things seem to be in a bad spot, which is why we are playing with the girls. So they've got there's a couple fights they have to do. So like I said, anytime you see me take a fight, for the most part, there's a reason we are taking the fight. So again, we want to do more grouping. There we go. They finished them off as I ran away with Tifa. That one had a bit of grouping on it. Coming up are these 3 slug rays. This is a fight we ideally want to skip, but if we do get caught, then we will just take it. Positioning's not great. I think we're gonna get it. Okay, we did get it. It's a balance of running and not running in their positioning. So thankfully it was good position. We did not get it. But in a little bit here, we will be coming up to another notorious boss fight. Because this fight can get off the rails pretty quickly because there is a risk of over damaging in this fight if not done properly. And if you over damage, you have to watch a cutscene, leads to just massive time loss. And then same thing with like the second phase. If you don't properly do phase 1, phase 2 will just feel very slow. So.
Here goes. Together.
We're gonna basically do a spellbound blast, and all right, we did hit the saber, which is nice. 3 basic attacks into another spellbound blast, and then we're gonna do a couple more basic attacks to build our ATB fully. We're going to do double Thundara, which should break the arm. And then we're going to do another one of these. We're going to do 2 of these. So we're going to swap. And we're going to do a Fox Flame.
Don't let me down. I'll show you what I can do. Get him. Can you take over for me?
And into a Art of War, which should break this. All right, so since we took out Scarlet, we'll switch to Aerith and then have Tifa combo. And then we'll stagger, unleash our Omni Spam. There we go. So we got through phase 1 without over damaging. We didn't quite hit the HP gate, so she might have a little more HP than I would have liked. There's this like weird thing where when you try to like interact with the character, if they're in the middle of an action, and we also have to tank a bunch of hits to gain our limit. There we go, we finally gained it. There we go, took her down. All right, a little bit slower than intended just for a couple reasons. Tifa didn't take enough hits to where she had her limit quick enough. Sometimes that goes differently. And then we didn't quite hit the damage gate because there's this weird shortcut bug that when characters are kind of like in the middle of basic attacks, the game doesn't let you shortcut. And it's very different than what we're used to in remakes, so it's thrown a lot of the runners off. Aerith is probably like the most notorious one for this issue because her attack animations are so much slower compared to other characters that you have to kind of like really wait for her to finish those actions before you can actually like do a shortcut. So that's why when you shortcut anything with Aerith, it's usually best done like immediately after a synergy ability. That's why the times when she pairs up with Cloud, the actions get released right away because they're queued up like the moment you finish the Spellblade attack. But unfortunately, like there where we're controlling Tifa and Aerith's doing her own thing, we don't necessarily have that luxury. So sometimes what's happening is you're doing this like awkward mashing of like holding 2 buttons for the shortcut, and then you're like triangle, 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 and then like she kind of finally does it when, you know, maybe a few seconds have passed, and the timing's so tight on some things that I can kind of throw a few things off there. Yeah, so we didn't get off one of the Thundaras during the proper stagger amount, so the damage dealt did not push us to the damage gate, which just made phase 2 a little bit long. Because phase 2, Scarlet is weird in that she loses her lightning weakness, and it basically is just a pure DPS check against her for the most part. And to pressure her, you have to break the arms again to then get her, and then you can pressure her, but it just takes too long, especially if you can't break them with like Aerith's Thunder, and then like Fox Flame does magic damage, so that doesn't work. So it quite literally becomes like the Tifa versus Scarlet fight in phase 2, and that's why we do things like tank her attacks with like Omni, with Unbridled, so we can build limit if we don't have it, and then once we have limit, we want to somersault her, and depending on how much HP she has left, somersault will kill or leave her very low. But we've entered some more story. This is some more story progression. You know, there's a lot of debate about if this is the live stream section that we would see much later in the original game that's happening now, or if this is like going to be like an additional piece to it, and this is like, here's part of it, and then in the third game we'll have another part of it. But basically, she fell into the live stream. She's going on this like journey. So she's reliving a bunch of her memories with Cloud back in Nibelheim. Nothing to do here other than watch. So these are a bunch of tiny little breaks. Again, you know, they're not long enough that you can leave for long, but long enough that, you know, if there's some quick things, like you just want to get up and stretch, you should be able to do that. We have to interact with all three of these. So the way we interact with them is we go to the house first, then the bridge, then the water tower. Because after the water tower, the little creature that's carrying us around is going to take us into to the tunnel that's behind the water tower. So it puts us at the closest point.
You're not gonna find your mom here. She's gone.
Cloud, please. I need you.
This is, if anyone's just joining us, this is the Rebirth any percent easy difficulty category specifically. We do have, of course, category for normal, dynamic. We also have New Game Plus for easy, normal, dynamic, and hard. I think that's everything currently. Yeah. Technically, there's nobody, I mean, nobody's like submitted a run for this, or I mean, we technically have a plat percent too if somebody wants to submit a run for that, or we'll make one if somebody submits one for that, most likely. But plat for this game is much longer than plat for remake. I think the runner who's working on that for a little while, I think their run was like barely under 30 hours. It was like around 30 hours, whereas like platinum for remake is like 15 to 16. Last I recall. Jeez. Being faster now because of possibly head start as well as the fast forwarding cutscenes. Context in terms of where I'm at. People are wondering PB wise. My PB is 5:57:34. But we are done on our little spiritual journey here. So now we are in need of a plane so we can get to Cosmo Canyon. And we've been told of an airstrip where a pilot may be able to help give us a ride to Cosmo Canyon. So we've been given access to some chocobos here. And so we're basically just going to head straight to the airstrip. Chocobo riding is interesting. Yep, there's a bonk. So if you run into anything on the chocobo, there's this like kind of almost like bonk animation that kind of forces you back just a little bit. Very tight. Oh, I don't even know what I'm hitting there. Very tight corridors. So it's not super uncommon that we'll bonk on things as we're running. Here we want to have a very wide distance before cutting through because there's a rock formation nearby, where if you get too close to the rock formation, you get a kind of a long-winded kind of like cutscene.
Say that again. It's not
where
Are you kidding me?
it's just like long-winded dialogue where Chadley is telling you about there are these there's these like summoning shrines for the region's creatures. It's kind of like your introduction to that, and so like if we curve really far right, we can bypass the we can essentially bypass having to have that long conversation. But here we meet everyone's favorite pilot, Mr. Sid Highwind. Now, if you recall earlier, I may have mentioned that Kate Sid was our final playable party member. That is correct. While Sid has appeared in the story and he's going to be hanging around with us for a minute, Sid and Vincent are non-playable characters in the same way Red 13 was at the end of it. Just to give everyone that heads up. But in the third game, we'll be able to play them, and I'm very much looking forward to their game.
We're getting pretty close now. Yep. Bringing her down.
So this is another kind of one of those like built-in brake systems. Again, where this one's kind of short though. But these tiny Bronco sequences are not skippable. They're not fast forwardable. You're basically just along for the ride. There's like 3 of them. The third one is the longest, and that one can be treated as like a... But we made it to the Cosmo Canyon, but now we need to actually get into Cosmo Canyon. Can't quite take a buggy there, because in this case, it's in an entirely different landmass that the buggy can't... or maybe it could get to, but it just takes too long, and that's why we're not doing it. But can't take the buggy in this case. So in the same way we've been doing it up to this point, we're going to flee all these fights with Red, because he's the quickest when it comes to fleeing out of combat. And we're going to do the kind of character warping we talked about back in chapter 2, where if we hold the block button before we swap characters, the character will swap to the targeted enemy, kind of closing the gap. This one we don't warp because we actually want to go this way, and the enemies are more centered to the left, so warping Red there would have actually just cost us time. And then, unfortunately, the delayed spell casting from those enemies can sometimes still hit you. Thankfully, I was in the middle of a terrain action in the game. Didn't force Cloud to do this kind of like knee-jerk reaction.
Deal with that. Follow my way. Hey, so I've been meaning to ask you something. You said old Sephiroth has come back from the dead, right? And that's a bad thing. So what I want to know is, how did he do it? And what's he after?
He wants to save the planet.
But
like, I enjoy this dialogue because he's like, what's Sephiroth's deal? He's like, well, he wants to save the planet. And Kate's confused. Like, can you talk? Like, doesn't that make him good? That he wants to save the planet? Yeah, but it's how he wants to save the planet. For the last one here, I actually am going to swap over to the party with Tifa, and we're going to flee with her instead. Just because at the end of the flee, we want to be kind of by this rock over here where we can hop off the ledge. Because we're actually in a slow walk right now, but because we can interact with the terrain, we can break out. We can hop down a bunch of ledges to get closer to the entrance to Coast of the Soul without having to do all that slow walking. But we do need to be kind of near the ledge as we get out of combat, because we'll be slow walking the minute we get out of combat.
That windmill generates. You see that wanted?
But we've now entered Cosmo Canyon. I really like what they've done with Cosmo Canyon in Remake. The music's really nice. Just the design work, just really cool all around. Here we're gonna essentially purchase the only weapon we buy from the shop.
Seen worse.
So Rebirth has a nice thing in place where when it comes to getting weapons, weapons are either found in chests or they're given out as side quest prizes, or part of side quests, or they're part of mini games, whatever the circumstances. One thing that's handy is weapons that are in chests. If you miss them, when you progress in the story to a later part, so like, let's say the weapon is found, so the weapon I just bought for Red 13 there, the Golden Claw, that weapon was actually available back in chapter 9 when I was playing as the boys. On my way to Specimen, there was a chest I could have went to and picked it up there, but because I skipped it and I've progressed in the story, the game gives me the ability to just straight up buy the weapons instead of having to go find them. And so what we do is we actually just buy that weapon instead of taking the time it takes to grab it, because the time to grab it would be to then we'd have to pull the crate further, and after we pull the crate further, and then we interact with the machine, activate the water, then we have to run up, climb the ledge, climb up into like this hole. Like, it's just the time needed to do it is just unnecessary when we quite literally passed the weapon shop. and we can just
Oh,
stop
these are the
in,
friends I
do a
was
quick
talking about.
purchase, and just go from there. But at least that's handy. But Remake did something similar to where if there were chests, if there were weapons and chests that you missed, the game will let you buy them at certain points. But it didn't do that for every weapon. I will say that some of the weapons were either way not purchasable at a shop. But here we've run in the Bugenhagen, and then you're encouraged to explore this observatory and just kind of interact with a bunch of different things. It was found that you can kind of just skip all that, but you do have to run to the very top and basically just briefly set foot in the top floor. And then when you run back down, the game will then give you the triggering, the story trigger that we just saw there, where it wanted me to examine that microphone you saw. So yeah, a bunch more interacting piece. It's kind of the lore heavy part, or like the story heavy part of the game when you're playing it casually. Kind of learning about the planet, kind of more about the ancients and etc.
Thanks so much. Fellow Boogan, check out the storeroom when you have a chance.
Such a beautiful piece of scenery here. Very nice to look out to the greater landscape from Cosmo Canyon. Yeah, I mean, have what feelings you will about story and things like that. I mean, I think they did a wonderful job with this game.
Yeah. I do really like this view. This is pretty good.
Yeah, very nice. There's even better views when we're not in Cosmo Canyon. There's actually an entire quest line. One of the side quests is where I can't remember the name of this group of people, but basically like the group of I don't know, scientists, whoever it is, they basically task us with observing the stars. And so what's really cool is we go to these points on the map, and we have to take a photo of these constellations, and the scenery in those areas is just really, really nice to look at. It's really, really pretty and beautiful at night. It's very Cosmo Canyon. We don't see it at night right now, but nighttime Cosmo Canyon is very beautiful.
There is no seminar.
I think meditation has...
It's so great learning about planets.
I ask you this: who among you has lived?
The seminar.
They yearn to chase the horizon.
Yeah, I was very happy to find out that the speedrun for this game was only an hour longer than remake runs. Because I can only do runs of certain length. I would have been very sad if I couldn't run this game because it would be too long.
Yeah.
If it was over 8 hours, I was going to be very sad. All right, so here we're at a campfire scene. So this is another one of the moments in the game where we have to talk to our teammates before the game lets us progress. With what's going on here, we have to talk to 3 people. So we're going to talk to Red, Barrett, and Tifa because they're all closest to each other. We're going to say you did good, so to make sure she gets a higher, just make sure she gets the highest amount of affection points. And then that cuts out the sequence there with this ritual that's going on. Here we're going to see another save load sequence. So like I talked about before, save loads will typically do a few things. They'll let us cut down on these dialogue moments. So normally what happens here is Bugenhagen is going to guide us and just have this very long conversation about things. And we found that if you save load, at least for this one, because this doesn't work for every one of these kind of walk and talk sections, we found for at least this one, if we saved and then loaded that save, he doesn't talk and he just runs like he is now. So he's just running instead of making us follow him behind slowly. because we're headed to the Cave of Gi. Now, the Cave of Gi in Remake or Rebirth is very different than it was in Remake, in that the developers, and I was at a panel with a bunch of them recently, or not recently, but over the summer, in a convention called Otakon. Definitely wrong button there, but you know what happens to this. The developers talked about how originally this section was going to be different, but they really enjoyed the Barrett and Red solo section that went down back in Chapter 3, but they wanted to do it again. So they ended up pivoting the Cave of Gi to be another Barrett and Red buddy section. And so essentially the plot element to that is basically Bugenhagen tells Red that he needs to, like, he can only, like, he can't take Cloud with him, and like only one person can come with him on his, like, on this, like, trial of, essentially. And so Barrett is the one who tags along. So after we finish this little elevator ride, we're going to do kind of like the only, could be Mr. Mern, but yeah, I believe it's the only time we buy anything from the shop. But essentially we're going to outfit everybody with their final pieces of accessories. So we're gonna get everybody all the accessories that they need for the rest of the run. Because at this point in the game, we can buy tier 2 level accessories. So now we can purchase what are called supernatural wrist guards and more platinum earrings. We got a platinum earring back in Chapter 6. There's just one random one in a shop in Coast of the Soul, which was super handy for the speed run to have something with 10% boost to magic attack that early in the run. So this will give us a 10% boost to physical and then 10% boost to magical for the ones who get it. We're also going to buy a piece of materia that we only buy because of one boss, because unfortunately there is no way to do this boss without it, in the chance that you get the least preferred pattern. But more on that boss fight later. That's
you gonna watch my back?
Not for a little bit. Yeah. But we bought a submersion materia, which is what we need for that boss. Because we may need to use Breach to remove a Reflect spell. But here we're going to give Red 13 his Golden Collar, which is a very powerful physical attack weapon for Red, because this section relies so much on Barrett and Red that they need to be able to dish out a good amount of damage. And then we're going to give Barrett the Bravery Materia, remove this just for slightly better menuing.
What is this?
And away we go.
This is a place of...
This is where the game, unlike unlike Chapter 3, which was big on having me play as Barrett, as the main party person, and he can like shoot like rocks and ladders. The game wants me to play as Red now, because it's his trial. And it's showing me Red's gimmick. Red's gimmick is he can climb these glowy walls that you see there. And so those are, utilized for crossing the rain and things like that. It's very, very simple mechanic. Thankfully, we don't need to do a ton with it. So, there's a little bit with it. But this is the part of the run where we wanted as many X potions as possible. Coming up in a little bit here, the Gi are going to attack us. And the Gi are undead enemies. And so an X potion will instantly kill the Gi. And we kind of want that because, well, one, it makes the fight a lot quicker, but two, it's because one of the Gi enemies, they're dodgy. So the Gi enemies are pretty dodgy, but the Lancer enemies do this thing where they spin their spear around, and it creates this like damage reduction effect where you just don't deal as much damage. And then they, of course, like what is it? They can they basically like reflect the damage back on you, and so you don't gain as much ATB. It just leads to some very awkward fights with them. And then, unfortunately, if you know what comes at the end of this area, sadly in this game, that boss is not able to be instantly killed with a Phoenix down or an elixir. More on that. Here in this room, we have to pick up this relic, progress. There's a bunch of random items around. Like there's a weapon for Red here if we wanted it, but not going to be as good as the golden collar, so we just stick with that. Bad ATB from Bear at the beginning, so this might take a little bit. There we go. Have to be careful, because if we use the item as he's warping away, it will miss. So it's uncommon of a thing to happen, but if your ATB is really bad and it takes you too long to get ATB, the timing just may work out to where it's not in your favor. We throw an X potion, kills the enemy instantaneously, and then, we move on. Here we want to use Red's kind of ability to basically draw the enemy in. The positioning wasn't great, which is why we didn't get the double kill with Sidewinder. Totally fine. It happens. That fight can be challenging to dodge. Honestly, the only reason why we tend to take that fight is because I can't carry this statue in combat. And so if I get into combat, he'll drop it. And then I have to get out of combat before I can pick it up again. So ultimately just take the fight. Plus the AP from it just helps make sure fire material can level up. Continuing our ventures in the cave here. So Red's going to be on his own for this, which is totally fine. Because again, we just use an X potion because we got enough X potions. Looks like we've got 4. 4 is more than plenty. Like I said, we only realistically need like 2. 3 is just better, but anything more than 3 is just nice. This one, because it's the only one Red does, I just manual it instead of shortcutting. Got to collect all these statues. Thankfully, most of them are quick access. This is the only one that kind of required kind of additional traveling to get to. So this would be an example of like a slow walk section where save loading does not benefit us. While you could save load this section, what happens is you still get the slow walking, but now it's just awkward silence at that point. Then it's quite literally you're slow walking and there's nobody talking.
When the key moved against us yet again, a certain watcher recalled this vulnerability.
Like 30 seconds to a minute of just silent nothing. That's awful.
Yeah.
Reinforcements. As he had feared, it was
we grab this chest for these Giga Potions. It is no time loss because again we are restricted by Bugenhagen here, so no matter how quickly we grab it, we'll catch back up to him regardless. So we grab it, especially if your X potion drops are bad, because those Giga Potions will also kill the Gi instantaneously.
Their malice grows more potent.
But we've kind of entered the bigger part of the cave here. While it feels like there's a bunch of like branching and side paths, thankfully like it's very straightforward to progress, so it's not as daunting as like first glance might yield. So we're basically going to just head to these gates, which is how we progress to each area of this kind of giant cave. Each of the gates have like a gimmick to opening them. This one is just open. We basically just pull the chain back far enough till the gate kind of stays open. And we're going to use a double X potion, kill both of them, and that fight as quickly as possible. Vacuum them together. So Red 13 has this kind of gimmick where when you hold square with him, since we haven't really talked about Red's deal. So Red's thing is like, he has this vengeance gauge, but to build his vengeance gauge, he needs to block attacks. And then when he enters vengeance mode, he'll deal a lot more damage. Some of his attacks have like like modified states, and then some of his weapon abilities rely on him being on vengeance mode to actually perform. He also has a thing called counterspin, where if you hold square, he does this kind of like Beyblade-esque like spinning rotation move, and just like Cloud's cleave move, it has this kind of vacuuming effect on it that we can use to kind of pull some enemies in together. Yep. Actually, let me do this. Oh god, I don't remember which one I did. Okay. You have to be careful not to target the same one with the same item, or it's gonna miss. And so that would have just led to some awkwardness there. But what we, so in the fight I just did, to kind of touch on that, there was a new, so there have been 3 types of Gi. There's a Gi Archer, there's a Gi Lancer, and a Gi Sorcerer. Gi Sorcerers are the wonkiest because the gimmick with a Gi Sorcerer is that if there's one present in combat, the other Gi characters cannot die. So if you kill the Archer, their ethereal form will just be sitting there in a pile of goo, basically. And after a bit, the Sorcerer will try to bring it back to life. But it also has a weird, I don't know if it's a bug, if it's intentional, but we found that if you don't kill the Sorcerer first, so let's say I killed the Lancer first, and then I killed the Sorcerer, I would lose the experience and AP gained from the Lancer that was dead before the Sorcerer because of some reason. So that's why I targeted the Sorcerer. Now, Sorcerers are very dodgy. The strat I did there is while it's spawning in, I weaken it so much so that it basically dies kind of like right before it gets very dodgy from me. And then now I don't have to worry about that loss of AP. But coming up is our boss, the infamous Gi Natak. Like I said earlier, I can't kill this boss instantly with a Phoenix Down or an Elixir as much as I wish that was the case. Yeah, let's have some fun with this fight. So it's got kind of a interesting gimmick. Okay, he's going for Barret. We need to block. All right, so now we can do this. Okay, there we go. So we basically have to deal a bunch of damage to where he will pressure after a certain amount of damage is done. Now, thankfully, we did get limit in the first phase, which is what we want to see, just for phase 2 to go the way we want, or slightly version. But more on how this fight works afterwards. Too many moving pieces to explain. For now, just enjoy. There we go. Push the face. Love to see it. About staggering. There we go. All right. So the Gi Natak fight. So basically, it has doesn't really have any weakness. And things with like fixed damage, like potions that have like a specific amount that they heal, don't do as much. So while you can hit them with things like Kiraga to deal a bunch of damage, we don't obviously have access to that. And then the items just don't do enough to make use of them really worth it, especially at the cost of HP. So yeah, basically it's a bunch of DPS check is what it is, because the pressure Gi Natak, you've got to basically beat him up a bunch to where once you've hit him hard enough with pressure. So phase 1 is the goal of phase 1 is to have red block as much as he can to fill his vengeance gauge. We ideally want it to be full so it can last for ideally the entire fight. And then in addition to that, we do want to cast Bravery on Red, just to give him that extra damage boost.
How's Cloud holding up?
And then we also need him to tank a bunch of hits to hopefully have limit before we stagger in phase 1. We can make it work in phase 2, but it is what it is. So pretty much after you blocked a couple hits, had your bar increase to max, you then want to unleash the vengeance gauge, and then from there you're just basically beating up on Natak until he pressures, and then you stagger him, damage him down as much as you can, build Aerith ATB up to 2 bars before the end of the phase. And then the beginning of phase 2, the gimmick is before you can hurt Gi Natak, you have to deal with those skulls. And what happens is the longer they stay alive for, the skulls are going to eventually be absorbed back in, and depending on what happens there, some sort of random effect will happen that can modify like the battlefield. It could shorten the amount of room you have. It could, I think, debuff you. We generally never see it, so I admittedly have forgotten after all these months the various status effects that come from it. But yeah, we start the fight with basically counter spinning in with Red, and then we use a Sidewinder because it's got a pretty wide range. And then that Sidewinder, actually, I think I did that too early.
Why don't we all go camping?
I think I prefer being number 2.
Might be okay. Oh, I may have messed up the save loading here in just a second.
You were the guy with
Come on, everyone.
The guy who only has to worry about the how.
Oh, we'll find out in a moment if I have to redo that section. So we're save loading here to save a bunch of time to avoid a lot of the slow walking. Nope, we're okay. All right, cool. Woo! I'm not gonna lie, man. I thought I had done it too soon, and I thought we were about to have a nice chunky time loss.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Copy. But yeah, did a bunch of save loading through all that Gi Natak conversation to skip a ton. It saves over like a minute and a half. This entire section is just slow walking with pigs. And so the save loading there just makes us run the entire time, which is really nice. Yeah, with Gi Natak, basically in phase 2, once he comes out, we want to hit him with Red's Limit. Hitting him with Red's Limit will just allow us to deal enough damage to not stagger him, and then basically push the final phase, which happens after he does Doom. So he does have this kind of thing where he wants to come at you with Doom in like kind of the finale of the fight. And so if you're not your time gate, you have to take him out before he kills you with Doom. Thankfully, we deal enough damage that that's not a concern. But it will HP gate him for that part of the fight. So we want to try and not stagger him until afterwards. But here we're back with the gang. We pick up kind of Aerith's final weapon. It's her one of her better magic-based weapons. And then from there, we just need to deal kind of with a few Gi. Though, if I recall correctly, those fights are slightly time-gated. So, as long as you defeat the fight quick enough before you can technically run past it, there's no time loss there.
Thus did we resolve to forge our own path to salvation.
This is a new thing that was added that was not in the original. So we're in kind of the area of the Gi. This is kind of where the game teaches us about the black materia, what it can do, and then what kind of leads us down the path of like trying to like find it and acquire it to keep Sephiroth from having it. Now the Gi want us to get it because the black materia will grant them like salvation, which to them is basically the ability to not exist anymore. Okay. Little awkward positioning, so we didn't quite get the kills we were looking for. That's okay. Normally you can line it up where you can take out the 2 Lancers with two spell blades if you time it properly. My position was off, which is why I missed one of them initially. But yeah, basically, we walk up to all these statues, talk about an ultimate materia, gives them the end they long yearn for because they're not killable. Every time they die, they just come back. So we just have kind of a few sections of that, and then while this is happening, as you can see, we can't quite go past them. We're kind of stuck here until they're done talking.
Ultimate salvation is nothingness? Okay.
In the purest of materia, we place our hope and faith.
And then so then we're gonna have one more fight coming up here with two sorcerers, a lancer, and an archer. For this one, we're actually going to primarily use Aerith for, because Aerith's Spellbound Blast actually can't be dodged by the sorcerers, and so we can use that to make sure we take them out. Pretty much, and with her Ceremonial Staff, she basically kills it in one hit. So make sure we take out the two sorcerers first. So I guess maybe they can dodge it. I mean, it was weird. Maybe that was just the timing. Lancer apparently did not want to fight us. Go. Hey, the key are being very dodgy today. You're not usually this invasive.
Those not born of the life stream can never join its flow. One cannot return to that from which one did not arise. And so our souls sought.
And yes, that is the same Ginatak that we killed. He has been reborn. They can die.
A penance imposed by the planet
So,
for the sin of
he's
our
the one that
existence. And now
basically sends us on this quest, or gives us the information we need, knowing that the black materia exists, and we've decided we need to find it. We don't know where to find it, and
it's good to see
Kate Sid is like, I need a Shinra terminal.
Allow me to escort you to fellow
Because
Bugin.
I need to look into the Keystone. Because they're like, well, you need the Keystone to access the Temple of Ancients, where the black materia can be found. And so we decide to go to Nibelheim to venture, because Nibelheim may have a Shinra terminal that we can use to find the Keystone.
Some serious havoc. Nope.
Now it's time for us to leave Cosmo Canyon and head back to Cloud's hometown.
Sephiroth. Did no one else sense him?
No.
You're the resident expert. If you say Sephiroth was there, I'll believe you.
Wait. So, are you saying Sephiroth's after the black materia too?
Probably. Better to assume he is.
Well, come on! Let's go! Can't let anyone get between me and my materia! So, Kate Sith, I gotta ask, how do you know about this?
Little elevator ride here.
I wouldn't say I know about it exactly. Not directly, anyway.
What's that supposed to mean?
I just recall some document or other discussing its existence.
Almost down to the final 2 hours.
Shinra terminal.
Amazing how fast time flies.
Terminal, huh? They set any up here?
For context, we are finishing up chapter 10 out of 14, so we'll be in chapter 11. Okay. Here we have a little internal fast travel system in Cosmo Canyon, so we're going to go straight to the entrance, which will lead us to the ability to fast travel back to the airstrip instead of running the entire way back, which is nice because this game does have. So it's interesting that there's a lot of fast travel points that you actually can't get to if you don't have the chocobo. So thankfully, the ones we need to utilize don't require access to a chocobo. Thankfully.
Not that you've got.
Ourselves another little tiny Bronco flyby section here. This one's a little bit longer. So yeah, each of the tiny Bronco sections, there's 3 of them, that are going to get longer and longer. So this one and the next one, you have the ability to like take a break. You're going to need to take a break every time.
Kate? Meant to tell you before.
Yeah, funny enough, we do a quick little fast travel there, just because it puts us at the beginning of the airstrip. So, tiny little distance shorter.
The terminal is as snug as a bug in a rug, because Shinra wasn't about to let that facility.
But this is somewhat, I guess not entirely true, but this is kind of one of the last like travel elements of like going from town to town kind of thing. And there's technically one in the next chapter, but I don't really count that one.
Nothing. We should get going.
Yeah, well, I've finally reached the final location, region in the game.
Come on, I got you. Just watch.
Same thing we've been doing. We basically swapped to red, flee, fight.
Yep.
Then we do want to switch back to the Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa party as we enter Nibelheim.
Didn't think there was anything to come back to.
Sorry.
It's all right. Lots happened since then. Cloud, stay close, would you?
And just like most towns, as we enter Nibelheim, we're encouraged to check in on people before continuing the story. For this one, what we have to do is we need to go into the hotel or go into the inn. When we enter the inn, we get a faint image of Zack. So we decide to investigate what we think we see. And this is kind of where Cloud remembers who Zack is. Like, this is kind of where Cloud's realization, he's like, he actually remembers the name Zack finally. We get that cutscene, and then after that, we leave the inn. Normally, you could talk to Barrett as an option, but we only need to talk to actually Aerith here. We talk to Barrett, we still have to talk to Aerith. So it's one of those things where it seems like no matter what we do, we have to get that cutscene and then talk to Aerith. Anything else would just be extra and a time loss, so that's why we stick to this. Then after this cutscene, it's going to say, check in with Kate. Or check on Kate's in, essentially. And so that means we can now run into here, and we can move on with the story.
I should have known it would. Thanks for all the help, pal.
All right, now we're going to do another party split dynamic. So we are going to basically, we can't access the terminal. We need a key card. We're informed there's somebody named Murasaki who is climbing Mount Nebel that works for Shinra that has a key card that would help us access the terminal. Yuffie being Yuffie and her hope and pray of finding materia. She comes along, and then Tifa's from Nibelheim, and she's a good guide. So Cloud, Yuffie, and Tifa decide to venture up to Mount Nebel. Now this time around, though, things have changed, of course, since the Chapter 1 opening. This bridge has been built, thankfully, so it's a bit of a shortcut. We don't have to climb as much of the mountain, especially because that bridge broke anyway. So this will just kind of take us to the main part almost immediately. But I would say, because we're almost at the top of the hour, it's probably a good stopping point because we've got a pretty long stretch of combat stuff coming up here in a little bit.
Sure, yep.
Let me just get to this next cutscene skip, and then we'll take that break. Coming up here in a moment.
Let's not waste any time. Tobacco this thick is dangerous.
All right, let's do that break.
Perfect. So during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break, you can now join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. We're going to take a quick break, back in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing some RPG speedruns. We are in the middle of a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth speedrun. Whenever you're ready, if you want to take it back over.
Alrighty then, let's get this thing going. Alright, count it down. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Alright, doing our trek up Mount Nebel. So the big thing with this section is we want to try and avoid all these fights as much as possible. Positioning can vary on if that's going to happen or not. There is a flea bug that we could possibly get here. Okay, looks like we did not get it. I took a chance there and did not retry the fight. But this fight there has a similar flea bug as the cockatrices back in the other chapter, where you may get it to where the game just forces you into the encounter anyway. Go. Right. So we don't normally want that encounter, but sadly the dodging just was not in our favor because of the positioning. So the climb to Mount Nebel, basically there's a bunch of fights. All fights we are trying to avoid. If we need to do any of them, we can do them, with the exception of one fight. It's one of the last ones we have to dodge, which I'll point out.
Once we get past this part.
But I chose to risk there being an ability to flee. And I went for okay, maybe I can flee this encounter and it will be okay.
Let's find another route.
Thankfully it did. The next one I did not get, and so I just decided to group them all up and club them with a spell blade and then finish any stragglers off. So if anything, I got a little bit of extra AP, but of course there's time loss that comes with taking that encounter. This fight with the zoo, we wouldn't want to take if we did get it. Unfortunately, the positioning is a little awkward. Okay, we were able to kind of run back in a circle and avoid it, thankfully, so that was nice. Another encounter we got through. Enemy positioning was in our favor there. Good. Now we're going to pick up the last weapon and final weapon Cloud will be using for the rest of the run. It is his best physical-based weapon, the Igneous Saber. Because like I said, at this point, Cloud's not doing a whole lot when it comes to magic. And there's only really one more fight in the entire run where he won't have access to Power Cleave. Instead, he'll have to use Spell Blade, but we circumvent the damage from that by giving him a plus 20 magic that the Igneous Saber can utilize. In a moment here, we'll do that menu to kind of gear him up a bit. Doing a bunch of rock climbing. Right. We're going to equip the Igneous Saber, and then we're going to give him a 20, and then the limit gauge stagger, so he gains a little bit more limit. Coming up here is another enemy we have to dodge, and we're not going to fight. This enemy is way too tanky, way too buff, beefy to really kill in any sensible amount of time. It's still quicker to fail the dodge and then do it again. So we kind of hover. There's a couple different ways I've seen that dragon skip done. I've seen some runners go to the right, bait the dragon, and then kind of loop back around when it's readjusting its position. The method I use, you saw there, is I kind of just run straight, and then I use the kind of aggro resetting terrain thing. So if you saw Cloud kind of briefly hopped across the terrain, and what that does is that in the middle of that interaction, it kind of stops the game from triggering the rest of the aggro. And then so what kind of happens is I hop over, the game just kind of gets confused about the aggro levels, and then it doesn't actually finish out filling the bar if I had not done that little like skip hop across the terrain. Yeah, allows us to skip the dragon, which is nice. Cause yeah, that enemy is very, very beefy, and it just would take way too long to fight him compared to skipping. Thankfully, those pipes, we only have to go into 2 of them to get to the end. You saw me do there, the same every time. We are almost to the end of their section. So their section mostly is just running around and avoiding enemies with a sort of boss fight. Debatable on if this enemy we're going to be fighting here in a little bit is actually a boss or not. But if you played Intermission, it'll be very familiar.
Kinda like you.
Nothing like me.
That's so much in
Get another tiny little mini break section.
It's never too late to join the cause.
So I think this elevator ride is like just under a minute long.
Dead serious, you know. I really think you'd like it in Mutai. Could bring the whole gang even. We'll start our own Spec Ops unit. The Yuffie Recon Patrol. Shinra will be afraid to even speak our name. They'll stand in awe of the fair ninja who leads her loyal minions and tremble in fear when they see the wire piece coming in hot. People will be banging down the door to buy our film rights. Your stunned silence says more than words ever could. I knew you'd be on board.
Please shut up.
Kind of funny there. Yuffie basically references in a group of people basically referred to as YRP, which is not, I don't think, intended to be a Final Fantasy X-2 reference, but
Anything? No, nothing. I had no idea they were
still a nice little
operation.
node, even if it's unintentional, most likely.
Should have done something for them.
You've done tons for us. Remember that.
Yeah, time to tussle with a little variant of an enemy. This is a very quick fight. We're going to basically open it up with two cleaves. We're going to deprotect, and then we're going to do another cleave. This will push the phase to where now we can stagger the boss without there being an HP gate. And then we're going to club the arm to stop this kind of transformation, or this kind of there we go. Yeah, we basically club the enemy in the arm, which will pressure it and stops it from warping away. So normally when you do that fight, what will typically happen is,
I doubt it. They were shot.
When it does that in shadow move, it's going to disappear and create a copy, and then you have to essentially find you have to find the real one within the copy. But if we break the arm when it's in the middle of doing that move, it will stop it briefly until it recovers, and then we can basically skip having to worry about a copy. And now it's time for the Katesin section. Very infamous section amongst people who play this casually. And people have, and I enjoy it. People have mixed feelings. I don't think there's anything wrong with this section. I think it adds a lot of variety to gameplay, whether you like this character or not. But yeah, so the Cloud and Yuffie and Tifa are trapped in the facility. And so Kate, Barrett, and Aerith are like going to check on things, and then Red as well. But what happens is, in a moment here, we're actually going to get, we're going to fall into a trap door. And Red is not going to fall into the trap door. And so that's why it's the Kate, Aerith, and Barrett section, where Kate takes front fold as the character and his little gameplay gimmick. So his gimmick is he can roll through vents, and he has to throw boxes to activate levers and switches and things. So first we need to help Barrett and Aerith. They're trapped behind the door. So here we're going to fight this Bahaba. Once we stagger it, we're just going to throw, not have a shortcut for fire. Basically going to throw fire at it, which will kill that. And this is where the game teaches me about throwing boxes. So if we do L2, the Moogle will come out. We can grab a box. We're going to just run. The positioning feels weird. Throw it. And then we're going to do it again for this door, because this will give us access to a really good melee weapon or bait that we would like to utilize. Plus, it also gives us access to an ability called Moogle Knuckle, which also builds stagger percent, just like Tifa's Omni Strike move. We didn't get the encounter, that's fine. We'll roll up the stairs and not try to bonk. Grab the box, and then we need to break this pipe. The elevator doesn't work. There we go. Sometimes the angle of the throw will miss for reasons I don't fully understand. It just happens. And then we're going to do a quick menu here with a save load to make the elevator spawn at the bottom. But before that, just utilizing our menu here, we're going to go golden microphone, prioritize attack, and then we're going to give him, sorry, he already has the material you need. We're going to give him, fire on triangle, and then Moogle Knuckle on circle. We're going to save load. And the elevator magically appears at the bottom. Yeah, we're just trying to get through the facility. We fell down a hole. Now we're trying to get out of the lab here. We've basically been trapped by like Hojo security system. So we're just trying to find our way out.
You mind?
Bring it home.
We'll use Barrett to basically kill the bat. And we're going to use Spellbound Blast to take out Baha, and then pray that a bat runs in the way like we did there. Perfect. Then we're going to do this to group them up. Once the Baha gets staggered, then we'll throw fire. That will kill. We do have to pull the Moogle out in order to pull this, so we do need to pull this around, because the make a box appear, it has to fall from a high, basically has to fall from a high height, and that will cause it to break if there's nothing for it to cushion the fall. We just have it fall, and we can run over and grab it. Got to be careful about holding the rolling button, because that will break boxes, as you will see in a section here. I'm going to roll through a bunch of boxes. You do have to be careful you don't break boxes that you need when doing this.
Kinda in a rush,
So don't need to do this fight, so we're just going to flee past it. Get into this fight. Now we are going to point the camera away from the... All right, so we don't want the camera pointing at the rotating funnel that's on the other side there, because the funnel doesn't move when you're not looking at it. So we're going to utilize that to our advantage to minimize the amount of times we need to rotate this around. We're going to throw this. I think it went in. I didn't look long enough. And then we're going to come back. Another one. And I'm actually going to do it a slight different way. I'm going to try and go for a bank shot. And we got it. There we go. One cycle. No need to wait for it to rotate around.
Levels confirmed. Generator online. Lockdown protocol disengaged.
Feel like taking over?
I see what I can do. That's that. Heads up.
Oh, God.
Things are heating up now.
Get him.
I forgot about the change in her square move.
That's that.
You got nothing on me.
You forgot I made that menu change there. Oop. Wrong angle.
Sorry about that.
You're on?
Nice. Okay, all three lined up. Nice when they all line up. They don't always do that. And we did get our fire material improved, which is nice because we'll need it for an upcoming fight. Now Kate is going to go kind of on an adventure of his own because we can't get where we need to without activating a terminal that's really high up. And in a moment here, you're going to see one of our only skips. So we do have some skips, but they're very small skips that wouldn't warrant the need of a category separation. But we're going to be, so this is called the Agitator skip. So if you're familiar with this casually, in a moment here, what's going to happen is I'm going to climb up a vent, and there's going to be basically two of these agitators you see there that are going to be blocking the way to the platform where the boxes are. And then we would have to throw a bunch of boxes onto a platform to lower it. Well, it was found that if we come over here, not quite there, come over here, kind of be in this spot, and we save load, we're actually going to warp above to the platform above us, skipping all of that entirely. So, yep, we don't need to fight the agitators. We don't need to throw boxes to lower an elevator. We just go straight to the terminal and have ourselves a bit of a tussle with the infamous yin and yang. A one-on-one fight here. I just got to keep an eye on what he's doing. Get one ATB to make the Moogle appear. So yes, unfortunately, Kate's gimmick is the Moogle appears with an ATB bar, which, you know, we don't always have access to. We also got the slightly lower version of the fight. So we're going to let Yang here suicide, which we'll live through, put him down to 1 HP, and then club to kill. So there's two versions of that fight depending on which head you get first. If you get Yin first, then what happens there is you can't kill him during the stagger with fire, and so he'll basically suicide into you. If you get Yang first, then you can typically kill him instantly with one Moogle Knuckle and then 2 casts of fire during the stagger. And then now we've got the minigame here. This one we technically don't have to do, but we do because it's faster to break 10 boxes than to wait out the 1.5-minute timer. We're going to throw these boxes, break 10 of them as best as we can. You kind of want to throw them slightly ahead so that by the time it gets over there, it lands on them and breaks them. Like that one. Okay, that one's really bad. So the angle is so funky sometimes. All right. We're regrouping our positioning. That should be it. There you go. Perfect. And you do, and that's why I use the elixir, because you just get the elixir back by breaking all 10 boxes. Yeah, Kate's gimmick is, while he normally has the Moogle, the way they made it in this game is he doesn't have the Moogle without spinning ATB to start to get the Moogle. And then that's where he can use some abilities, some of his techniques change. So it's kind of a lot of ATB balancing, but he's got a lot of utility available to him. Here we got a vault. Looks kind of familiar. Thankfully, you are, if you're familiar with the original game, the exact same code is actually the same one to open this up, which is handy. And it's the same every time, so we don't need to find what it is each time we do this. We just put in the code. And then have ourselves a tussle with another infamous optional boss fight. The Lost Number, or as it's called in this game, Forgotten Specimen. So this fight has this gimmick of where, like, he's gonna either be weak to physical or weak to magical. So this is technically the weak to physical head, which is why I've now switched to Barrett and Kate for this. And so we're basically just trying to get him to enter Metamorphosis stat again. Should start doing it here in a little bit. And then there we go. Use Barrett's focus shot to stagger. Aerith is going to club, basically weaken the boss down as much as possible. Damage was a little off, but it's fine. Get through next phase before you know it. Go. So yeah, it's like if it's red, we want to use physical. If it's blue, we want magic. But the goal is to stagger on the first one. And here is why we need basically subversion. Because if he does reflect, then we're going to have a bad time. We're going to target the arm with Spell Blast, and then that should pressure. And then this. There we go. And that fight is over. Lightning round of boss fights coming up here because we're pretty much about to head into another one almost immediately. But yeah, the gimmick of that fight is basically it's either going to be weak to physical magic. If it's red, it's physical. If it's blue, it's magic. The goal is to basically
Look who the cat dragged in.
beat it up to where when it switches phases and it does the transition, it pressures in between transitioning. And so we time it to where Barrett will fire off a focus shot, which will stagger, and then we just try to nuke the boss down. Timing wise, because of what happened, the order of actions didn't lead to as much damage as I would have preferred when attacking. If anything, I should have let Kaitsa do another Moogle Knuckle before doing those Thundaras, so the damage would have hit harder. And then phase 2 is more the same. The only difference is the arm is now targetable, which is weak to magic, and then there's the tentacle, which is weak to physical. If he uses Reflect, the damage output from like Barrett and Kate just takes so long that spending 3,000 and a little bit of menuing time to put Subversion is just a huge, just saves you a lot of time, thankfully, than trying to brute force through it. But here we're basically going into pretty much another fight immediately against Vincent. Vincent is kind of lost it, if you will. Some things have happened. He's kind of mad at us. Not what we want to see. So, unfortunately, this is one of those encounters where if it gets the better of you, you don't kind of keep him on the reins well enough, it can lead to some very awkward like fight positionings. But we pulled it back.
Let's go.
Gonna do kind of 2 cleaves. Didn't quite deal enough damage. So this is one of those awkward moments where the fight got away from me, and so Cloud's just taking too much. Definitely let this fight get the better of me. Because we want to make sure we don't deal too much damage in phase 1, because if we deal too much damage, then what happens is in phase 2, he'll do this thing where he jumps at like a distance and he grabs this pipe and he swings at you and it's unblockable, and it just hits really hard. So the goal typically of phase 1 is to not deal as much damage. I needed to do like one more power cleave as he was standing up, and that would have pushed it. But tis fine. Phase 2 went a lot smoother, so love to see it. And right into another boss fight. This time it's going to be a one-on-one fight with
What's this?
Roche. So we're going to open this fight by cleaving 4 times. Then we need to either counter him or dodge his next action. All right, we got the better starting. We're going to do this. We're going to sweep through him to stun him a little bit longer. Do a couple of these into a focus thrust, into a couple more cleaves, stagger, go into a berserk, go into this, a sonic boom into a braver, and then we're going to just kind of melee. All right. That pushed the phase.
You okay? I won't have your pity. This is a race, remember? Come on, Cloud. We're on the whole stretch.
We're going to start this. Oh, God. Wrong button. This. Cut through. There we go. Okay. I'd forgotten my Braver was on X, not circle. All right. And that was the Roche fight. So, yeah, three boss fights, very quick back-to-back from each other. But to kind of touch on, like, the goal of those fights. So the Galleon Beast fight, basically, you need to deal enough damage to pressure him. And so that can typically be done through things like countering. It can be done through power cleaves. But most of the time, when you do about, like, 2 power cleaves, if you can hit him with, like, 2 power cleaves, you can typically get him pressured, and then from there you want to use like focus thrust. You can also use some Punisher comboing, like the pass through op swap can also kind of briefly stun him, and then you get him staggered, hit him with a few more power cleaves to build some ATB, pull out the Moogle so you can be ready to Moogle Knuckle in phase 2, and then normally you would finish phase 1 right as the stagger ends, and then phase 2 would go the way it did, the way you saw it. Do a couple more power cleaves. Once he's pressured, club him with focus thrusts, and then you just kind of nuke him down with cross slash. Roche, I pretty much explained it as it happened. It's a straightforward enough fight as long as you just don't let him do too much. Basically, you always open that fight with 4 cleaves, and then after that, he is either going to attack you with a physical attack like he did to me, or he's going to attack you with a kind of like a fire ground move. Like he's going to kind of shoot fire across the ground. And if he shoots fire across the ground, you can't counter that, so you have to dodge away. The dodge timing for that is very tight, and then he typically follows that up sometimes with a physical attack, which if you react quick enough, you can typically counter, like right as he's about to hit you with it. It just really varies. And then phase 2, ideally the goal is once you, and then after you counter him, you attack him in Punisher for a little bit, and then after a few seconds before he stands up completely, you wanna op swap through him, like by hitting triangle, and that will kind of stun him again a little bit more. Cleave him a few times until he does his next action, which will be focus thrust, so you can gain a bigger stagger bar. And then you want to basically stagger him like you saw me do there, berserk into a sonic boom, into a braver, and then just Punisher combo him until it ends. But you actually would want to re-up your berserk before the phase shift happened, but it's not like a necessity if you react quick enough. This cutscene skip is actually quicker by holding the triangle button. Because it takes a long time before the game actually lets you pause and skip it. All right, Tiny Bronco's finally in the water. So as you can probably tell if you're familiar with the original story, one of the biggest changes is we have not visited Rocket Town, where we originally would meet Sid from. Still, there's not any confirmation on whether we'll see. Assumed we'll see Rocket Town in the final game. But yeah, they opted to have Sid working out of some abandoned airstrip instead. And then, of course, the Tiny Bronco goes down this time because of too much weight. Because Vincent decides to tag along, and with Vincent joining the party, sadly, there's just a little bit too much weight for the Tiny Bronco to handle. And so it sadly crash landed. Now it's a little waterborne. A little waterborne now.
After the museum debacle, all Theo was devoted only to be promoted again when the saucer took off. Made director in no time.
But yeah, the Roche fight, the second Roche fight can be really rough if you don't understand like how his attacks work, especially if you also try to brute force it. I do remember in my casual playthrough, I did find myself like struggling initially with the actions. But we are headed, basically we need to go back to the Golden Saucer, because we have learned that the Keystone is in Dio's possession. We're gonna go have a chat with Dio about this Keystone. Button. We do want to be careful about how quickly we open the map. There is this thing that can happen where you can fast travel to Golden Saucer so fast that you don't get this cutscene. And if you don't catch that and you're running around wondering why isn't the game progressing, it's because you need to leave the Golden Saucer and then come back to the Golden Saucer in order to have that cutscene finally trigger. That happened to me like one time. Not super common, but and then so we're looking for Dio. He's in the same place every time, so we just go straight to the battle square. And here's another kind of new mechanic or new story element in this game. They created this plot thread where Don Corneo has decided that he wants to take over the Gold Saucer. And so he's basically, so we learn from Dio, we learn from Dio that Don Corneo and his cronies basically show up and challenge him to like the naming rights of the Golden Saucer. And so Dio, who is still injured from his tussle with Rude back at the end of Chapter 8, after the Battle of Nine. Because the thing we skipped in Chapter 8 was there's this mini game where you play, it's like a run and gun mini game, it's like a rail shooter with the buggy. An update when the PS5 Pro came out added the ability to just flat out skip that mini game and not even do it. So that gave us a free 2-minute time save that originally wasn't there. But yeah, Dio's still injured. If you caught a glimpse of it, his arm's still kind of in a cast, so he's not quite in a great spot. So he essentially tells us like, hey, I need your help. And so we've agreed to represent him in this like tournament of battle with Corneo, essentially. Here this is our final Zack sequence. So all you Zack fans out there, say bye-bye. We won't be seeing Zack for the rest of the game at this point. And this is the part of the game where we finally find out who our date is based on our highest affection. Now, funny enough, though, in this case, because we skipped so much content, even though we have the highest affection with Tifa, the game won't give us a date with them. So to have an actual date, like the actual date with a character, you need to be at 50 points or higher with that character. And so because we are under 50 points naturally through the speedrun, because we don't do side quests and we don't spend enough time like talking, like we basically don't do all the dialogue, we don't get the highest points for each one, we don't do enough extra things to make it happen. We're always going to get Vincent, Kate, and Sid. So that does mean that because of that, Kate Sid is forced into our party for the post-Loveless stuff. But before that, we've got our little Loveless play here. So we take part in the play. This time it's another set of quick time events, just like the parade game was. Just the 3 different acts. Here's where you can do a tutorial if you want to. So there are several cutscenes you can skip during this. The actual button inputting sequence that's happening right now, this cannot be skipped. All right, everybody, boys' night out. Anybody seen Billy Madison? That's one line I remember from that movie way too much. It's like at the beginning of the movie when he's inebriated, or not, maybe at some point, maybe it's later in the movie, but he just randomly says like, all right, boys night out, and then just one random quote that's just stuck in my head forever. But just like the parade minigame, we don't actually have to do any of these inputs. So this is another kind of just handy little break sequence if you need it to stretch and stuff. In between, of course, we have to skip a cutscene, pick one of the options on screen, and then skip a cutscene. So, technically it doesn't matter what we do here. There's no reward. I mean, you technically get affection points, but the affection points you gain from this are the exact same across the board. There's not any, there's no, like, if there was a situation where, like, we needed to be better, we needed to do this in a way that would gain higher affection because it's going to affect something at the end of the game, then we would, but thankfully, everybody gets the exact same amount of points that it just cancels itself out. But these cutscenes are fun to watch. What's interesting, though, since we won't see it here, is so there's three possible of the various dates you get. 3 of them can play Rosa. So Aerith. So the character, the female in this play is named Rosa, and you can have Aerith, Tifa, or Yuffie play that role, depending on if they were your date. If you got Barrett or Red 13 or Kate Sid as your date, Aerith will default as Rosa. So you have to have Yuffie and Tifa as your highest affection if you want them to be a part of the play. And you do need to do that if you go for the Platinum Trophy, because you do have to have, you have to see all 3 versions of it. But what's really cool is for each version of it, if you do well, if you do well, or if you do bad, the cutscene plays differently. Yuffie like breaks character and berates you for how bad you were. She's like the only one that like breaks character just to be like, oh, that was terrible. But to kind of bring it up again, if you're, if you just joined us after we mentioned this, I will be doing this run very soon again for GDQ, but in person at a GDQ on January 10th. We will be doing a donation bid war to pick between Tifa, Aerith, and Kate Sid for a date, and we'll watch the cutscene. So. Be one way to witness that. We won't watch it here, but because now we go to the Sky Wheel and have our little intimate one-on-one date. Or in this case, 3-on-1, because it's Vincent, Sid, and Kate Sid. Very comical cutscene.
Watch the adventure unfold.
But now that we've kind of done all that, it's time to. The next morning, it's time to go deal with Corneo. I do almost wish I could show this cutscene because this is the most insane cutscene in the entire game. There's an entire rap song from his cronies, and it's just pure amazing.
We still have a few tickets left to Jason.
But we've got a string of fights upon us. All right, so we're going to basically cleave a bunch of these guys together. We're going to Sonic Boom. And then we're going to try and group up as many as we can so we can take out as many as we can at one time. All right, cool. They kind of got close. So yeah, we're trying to use the vacuum effect to like bring together as many as possible. All right, that was the last one. And then we've got the Cactar fight. With this, we can't do anything until the Cactars do an action, so we need to wait for them to go for an attack. If we see Spine Spew, we can charge up the Power Cleave because they're going to time it right to where we can release it on top of it. For Charge or Thousand Needle, we just need to wait for them to act, do a cleave into a couple basic hits, and then that will stagger, and then we can club them after Sonic Boom. Take care of this fight. This should kill him. Go. Then we've got one more fight against Abzu. Yep, Abzu has returned, folks. So this is just a lot of like pure tussle against Abzu and his like what he's trying to do. Okay. The Power Cleave might have been dangerous. I might over damage him. Fine. Tifa unfortunately got hit, so it kind of messed with some of the inputs. All right, perfect. Actually, that did work out. So sometimes he'll do Pounce, which will pressure him, and that will cause it to be a... but he's not pressured as much as I would have liked. So it becomes a little more annoying, the pressure here. So we're going to get nuked. Yep. Fine. So that's what happens when you don't properly do the pressuring. Fine, we'll just take it that way. It's cool. And then, because we took a lot of damage, we should probably heal Cloud a little bit. Because we're going into another fight. Yeah, this game just loves to throw fights at you left and right. No downtime. Now we get to fight the Turks.
Then without further
Ah, she moved. She's very dodgy. It's gonna be annoying. Should push the phase. Here we go.
No fair. Back off.
Well done.
That was nothing.
We're gonna open this phase doing a Spell Blade. You know what? Cloud actually didn't have limit. I'm an idiot. Because I didn't stagger. Fine. Lost the handle on this fight. Alright. Definitely a cluster of nonsense. That's cool. There we go. Yeah, it happens. Alright, and now we've got another boss fight against Rufus. Alright, there's the reload we want to see. Go into Braver. We can get a stagger. Into a pressure, into another Braver. We do this, and then we'll beat him up. Push the phase. Should push. There it is. We'll talk about all these fights in a little bit. Just too many fights, one after another.
Really though, it's past time. All lost, and still no bite.
Okay. Alright. Apparently Rufus and Dark Shadow or Dark Star just wanted to do something different today, but that's fine. We recovered. Man, where do I even start with like any of that? There's just so many fights after another. The gauntlet is done, at least. So we can get the move on things.
She's right here. Get him before they're gone.
But Kate Sid has now betrayed us, and he has taken the Keystone. So we are now chasing after him for the Keystone. The cutscenes can be fast-forwarded thanks to a random update that came out in the middle of the night after the Game Awards. The same fast-forwarding is doable on Remake as well. But yeah, it does work to where we can fast-forward cutscenes, making boss fights a little bit shorter, especially ones that have like really lengthy cutscenes. There's some pretty big time saves in the last two boss fights because they have some pretty lengthy cutscenes. So yeah, trying because we've got some traveling time to do here, so we got some room to work with. So to touch on the boss fights, just kind of break down kind of the intention and what was going on in this fight. So the Abzu fight, the goal of the Abzu fight is to basically beat up Abzu to where he is within essentially a single hit to be staggered going into phase 2. I over damaged him, and so when phase 2 finished, it did not have enough stagger, and I was trying to catch up on that, and then he pulled off upheaval anyway, which does a really huge amount of damage, which is why Cloud went down. But yeah, the general rule for phase 1 is you're going to basically use a mixture of Power Cleave, Sonic Boom, possibly a focus thruster too from Cloud to help build his stagger bar and get him as close to stagger as possible where you can push the phase. If you do over damage them and it's not ready to be staggered, then what you can do is you can do that thing where you swap off of the character. You swap off a Cloud while he's doing Power Cleave, because when you swap off of him, it won't activate the stagger if you're not actively controlling it. And then when you start phase 2, the goal is to then stagger Abzu. And when you stagger Abzu, you're going to re-up Sonic Boom, you're going to re-up Berserk, and then you're going to do Cross Slash. And when you go to do Cross Slash, you're going to swap to Tifa, and you're going to have Tifa basically help out by doing Omni Strike, so Cross Slash is going to hit harder. And then with the Elena and Rude fight, phase 1 goal is to hit Elena with a spell blade, which will pressure her, and then you're going to close the gap, berserk, and then you're going to sonic boom her, and then you're going to power cleave her, which should be typically like 2 power cleaves, and that should be enough to push it into the next phase. And then in phase 2, you open with the spell blade to break them out of their dual attack, and then you're supposed to then stagger them, which will give Cloud enough limit. What was the mixed thing exactly? So what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to stagger, and then you take down Elena using Power Cleave and Thundara, and then you stagger Rude, and then you use Sonic Boom, Berserk, D-Protect, and Cross Slash, in addition to Tifa doing her Omni Strike to then nuke down Rude. I've made some recent updates. These are newer strats that I'm not as like muscle memoried into, so there was some misplays there, which is why the fights went a little haywire there. Little fresh, they're fresh new things I'm doing. And then the Rufus fight was pretty standard. The only thing that happened was, and this happens sometimes, is in phase 2 when I go to vacuum in Darkstar to stagger him, because the goal in phase 2 is to stagger Darkstar and Rufus, which then should give me, with all the hits that Cloud is tanking, enough stagger to then instant kill Rufus with Cross Slash. But sometimes what can happen is when you go to do the focus thrust, the thrust doesn't land quite right, and it kind of messes with the whole thing. So I had to build up a little bit of ATB there to pressure them again, and then I was able to capitalize on it the second time. But we are at the end of chapter 12. We're heading into chapter 13, which is actually a point of no return, believe it or not, in this chapter. So once you do get to this part, when you come to the northern continent, the game does tell you that you're not going to return for a while. And so that's kind of like the last chance to do all your like side quests and things, because, we're pretty much headed for the end game now. We are still, an hour and some change out though. There's still plenty of run left with all the fights. There's a lot of fights left, believe it or not. We're going to do pretty much our final menu of the run here in a little bit. I do want to make sure we're on the Cloud, Aerith, Tifa parties, so the character mapping is proper for most efficient menuing. We're basically headed to the Temple of Ancients. So let's do our menu. So in this menu, we're going to give Yuffie a magic-based weapon because we want her to be a little bit bigger on like magic output. We're going to give her ice materia. Then we're going to give her this fire and ice materia. Cloud is going to get subversion. And then we're basically just going to put fire on Aerith. She's already geared up. And then we're going to do some combat settings. Give Yuffie Zara. And then we're going to put Fyra and Thundaga on Aerith. And then coming up here, I believe, so here's again kind of a combat skip of sorts. So you can call this, you want to call it guard skip, you want to call it reinforcement skip. So there's kind of an all-out battle that happens here, but we found that if we killed this first group of enemies within like 22 seconds, we can actually we can get rid of the reinforcements that are going to appear. I am worried that... Okay, we got it. I was a little worried that he was too far away and Cloud's cross slash wasn't going to catch. I should have dashed in, but we got it. So normally what would happen there, if you're familiar with this game, is after like 22, 23 seconds, a bunch of reinforcements start appearing, and it's like an all-out gauntlet warfare with a bunch of Shinra soldiers. But yeah, it was found that if you kill that those first 5 enemies, basically under 25 seconds, you won't get those reinforcements. And so you skip like that entire because it's a long fight because they spawn on opposite ends of the map. So it's this like awkward thing of like running across the map essentially. All right, we take out these troopers by running behind them. And yeah, we're just running through the Temple of Ancients. The Temple of Ancients obviously has a bit of a facelift compared to the OGs in its kind of presentation style.
Gonna be tough going.
You think Sephiroth's here too?
No.
There's this gimmick of kind of rotating this dial to kind of change the positioning of the map. You do this a couple times throughout to get through the path as optimal as possible.
The blood. I can almost smell it. There was a great battle here long ago.
If we wanted to, if we climbed up to the right here, there's a chest with Cloud's final weapon you can get called the Slipstream Saber. It's a really dope looking weapon, like visually speaking, it's a very impressive looking weapon. But we just don't quite need it or anything. It will be a bit stronger in magic and a decent like physical attack, which would help in this case, but you know, it's not a make or break, so we don't get it.
Don't overdo it.
I got this.
On the kind of last, one of the few combat leaves we still do.
Please tell me you saw that.
No comment.
Because we have to fight those riot troopers because we can't interact with the door with them in the way. We're gonna have another group of enemies we're gonna have to fight here in a little bit because we can't interact with a platform because if any combat you're in, you can't interact with objects on the map.
Wasn't that waterfall going sideways just a second ago?
Wonder all you want, but I don't care to find out.
Aw, what's wrong? You scared?
We've got company! Hold up! Let's do it!
Let me out!
No more fighting.
Oh, sometimes when you tell them the shortcut, what? Sorry, there was a sound effect I had never heard before in my ear. I was very confused what was causing that for a second there. Sometimes when you tell a character the shortcut, for some reason they'll just literally do the shortcut like where they're standing. There's like quite literally like no enemy nearby. It's just a very particular behavior that still throws me off at times when I accidentally trigger it. Yeah, thankfully, while there's tons to explore here in the Temple of Ancients, we don't need to explore anything. And so, once you kind of nail down the route and the fastest path to kind of move things along, then it goes pretty quickly. Because we're almost done with the first part. So the Temple of Ancients is kind of broken up into two sections. So I'm going to call them, it's the pre-Red Dragon section and the post-Red Dragon section. So we're about to approach the Red Dragon fight here. Once we get through this kind of big group of Shinra soldiers kind of blocking us.
We hold this position until the Turks send contact! Weapons free!
We go in and cleave, group a bunch of them together. Group another bunch of them together. And finish out the last one. Good old vacuuming cleave effect. And we did switch parties back to the one with Barrett. We won Barrett's help for the upcoming Red Dragon fight.
It's on you. All right! Watch and learn! Bang, bang!
Perfect. Alright, let's bravery. Tifa. We do want to see Incinerary Breath because we want to break the head pressure. We can do a focus thrust. The Red Dragon does do a bunch of different attacks. It can kind of be all over the place. So we got to be careful. We're also tanking hits because we want limit. All right. So we got into the next phase. Didn't deal as much dagger damage as I would have liked to make sure we were pressured into. Because he's not one hit away. So we might have to have a slightly creative. Actually, let me see. All right, we got it anyway. Had to do something slightly different.
Keep it up.
There we go. All right. Recovered. We had to, like I said, because we didn't stagger immediately, we just needed to break a wing, and then that kind of just helped us get him down to staggered, where we then nuke him down with Omni Spam, Cross Slash. Could have did a D-Protect in there as well, which probably would have been the better starting part of that second phase, just to make Cross Slash hit a bit harder. But it's fine. But I know we're at the top of the hour, and this is probably going to be the best stopping point before we get into kind of the finale.
Sounds good.
So let me probably stop running here. So yeah, let's take that break.
Perfect. So during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody can get up, shut, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. If you have missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. We're going to take a quick break. Back in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing two RPG speedruns. We are nearing the end of our Final Fantasy VII Rebirth speedrun. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Alrighty then, let's get into it. So, get this timer started with a 3, 2, 1, Lego. All right. Well, we just took down the Red Dragon, and we're pretty much headed into the final hour of this run. So there's still a ton of shenanigans afoot.
Get your shit together. Deal with that.
Need my help, do you?
Shit.
Right. Get the grouping. Not exactly. Semi. Get him, Tifa. Yeah. All right. So yeah. So we took down the Red Dragon. So we're continuing kind of our trek through here. At this time, we've now been separated. So while we were in the temple, Aerith found that she could basically channel this like life stream energy and kind of infuse it into these like objects to like power the temple in a way. But something went wrong because she just kind of did it in the moment. She didn't quite fully grasp like how it works, and so it caused this like split between the group. So Kateson's no longer with us, by the way, in case that wasn't already known because of his betrayal. So it's just the six of us. Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa are partying it out together, and Yuffie, Red, and Aerith are having a swinging old time. So what kind of happens in this part of the second half, this post Red Dragon Temple of Ancients, is we're going to do a number of gameplay sequence swaps between the two. So right now we're playing as the three of them. We're going to reach a certain point. We're going to swap to the other team. We're going to reach a certain point. We're going to swap to the other team. If you've played Remake, you're pretty familiar with this gimmick because in chapter 17 of that game, when you're in the drum, the game did kind of the same thing. You had Cloud and Barrett guest starring Red 13, and you had Tifa and Aerith, and you were swapping back and forth between the two of them in order to progress there. So kind of the same introduction, but just a larger group. A second ago there, you saw me run through a blast of air. The game actually encourages you to not do that because it's like, wait, don't do that. It's going to be bad. You're going to take damage. For some reason, and I don't know if I wait long enough, maybe it'll turn on. That first two blasts of air don't do anything when you run through them. I don't know if it's like they're not coded to damage you because the expectation is you're going to listen to the game telling you like, oh, I shouldn't run into this glowing level of energy that might cause an issue. Also, that soldier went flying to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Let me gaze upon the stars. Any Neon Genesis fans in the audience?
I have unfortunately never seen it.
I don't judge people for not seeing anime.
There are too many. I can't watch all of them.
There's only one. What do you mean there's too many? There's one season.
In general.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's too many TV shows, too, you could argue. We're coming to the end of the first part of the section here. Once we take out these 3 soldiers, we'll be done with this section. Go. Got them. They didn't group up, sadly, because they all started to do their own thing instead of trying to attack me. Fine, 1 season and 4 movies. But the 4 movies tell a different story. It's a different conversation. Alright, so now we're playing as, like I said, Aerith, Yuffie, and Red. This is where Aerith kind of gets to shine as her solo effort stuff. So her gimmick is she can absorb these kind of green glowy things, which we're going to be kind of absorbing handful kind of throughout. And we imbue those those things with them to power the temple in a way that allows us to progress the dungeon. So we take out these 2 enemies because we do need the 2 orbs that they drop. Saves us from going through a tutorial. But yeah, we basically walk up to these platforms. We're going to channel our inner Mario Party tug of war mini game rotating stick skill set here. I don't know how many people have had the palms of their hand burned off from playing that mini game as a child like I have. To rotate the analog stick, and then once the thingy, the little lantern, I don't know what they call these things. I feel like there's a technical term here that I'm missing. Razors, some lasers or something. Yeah, once we fill it up, it triggers this kind of like sequence where the platforms reconnect with each other. And so that's why we're kind of breaking these. One thing we're doing is we are, if you notice, every time I absorb or attack something, you see Aerith does this kind of twirly thing. Oh, we weren't far enough to grab this one. It's fine. That's because it cuts down on the animation lag of her hitting the rocks with her stick and the lag of coming out of the prey. So we do a quick dodge. We do a quick dodge roll essentially. And then we want to stand in a way that it's going to allow us to absorb as many in one attempt as possible so we can minimize the time loss that comes from doing it. Here we have to step away because we don't have any more to finish out that next one. And so we're going to break this rock, and then we're going to break this rock, stand about here, and it should catch all 3. There we go. And then we're going to grab 2 more, and that will be all we need. And that wraps up this first half of the Aerith and Aerith team section. And then we're going to switch back to the OG Avalanche squad. This fight does immediately throw us into a fight. We're going to do a cleave, hopefully catch both frogs. All right, that was perfect. That should finish the fight out. Very nice. Yeah, if we dash into a cleave immediately, we can typically catch both of the frogs. Frogs are pretty. The frogs in these little dragon lizard guys here are kind of annoying because they do have attacks that can turn us into a frog, and we don't exactly have a way to heal that, so it just leads to some very awkward time loss. Cool. So yeah, we're just kind of continuing our trek here as we're trying to get to. We're basically trying to catch up with the Turks at this point. So they have the keystone. They're ahead of us. We're trying to find the Turks, Sung, and everyone because we need the keystone. We want the black materia, and they're giving us a problem. And coming up, we have, it's not really a boss, but the game definitely feels like it treats this enemy like a boss. But we have a encounter with an iron giant, or as this game likes to refer to it as ironclad, or as some of us like to refer to it as Iron Chad. But this fight's got a gimmick to it in that we can't exactly kill the iron giant, ironclad, immediately. We need to stagger it because we need to stagger it so it falls into this tower and breaks it so it can knock down this box so we can progress further into the game. So we do need to be mindful. Please don't do condemned. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Ask and ye shall receive. We're gonna build a little bit more. Don't do it again. All right, we got 2 bars of ATB. We can now switch to Barrett. It is time gated, so it does take about like 25-ish seconds before he does sharpen, which will pressure. Once he does pressure, we can finally get to this point. Once we stagger him, he knocks that down, and then we can kind of finish him off. Normally, actually, what we'd want to do there, so that fight actually went pretty good. Cloud didn't tank a bunch of hits, so he didn't have limit, but normally I actually would have made sure Tifa did some unbridleds in there, so I could have upped the stagger percent a bit higher. But yeah, once you stagger him, he knocks the thing down, then you can aim to kill him. If you happen to kill him before staggering him, then you have to just rotate the thing again and just do that entire fight all over again. But yeah, he has a huge stagger bar, unfortunately, so you have to pretty much, you won't really be able to stagger him until after he does sharpen, and he does sharpen typically 25-ish seconds into the fight. But we are about to come to the end of this section for the Avalanche team. But of course, like any true RPG fashion, we've got a boss battle that we have to deal with first. This boss battle is going to pit us against some Turks. This time we're going to take down a Turk who's been MIA for most of this game. We have to tussle with Rude and Reno. A little callback to the remake happening here. But first we got to help them take out a bunch of these very awkward frogs and things. This fight is janky because of the fact that you can get turned into a frog if you're not super careful. Rude can heal you of the frog status in some cases, which is nice, but he does not always do that. Also, not to mention the lizard guys can also turn you into a frog. It's like really annoying. Should be it. There we go. Start the fight with a berserk into a power cleave. You want to retarget Rude, do a braver, do a dive kick. And then we're going to, I don't think this is going to. Okay, we definitely, okay, there we go. I partially messed up that hit because I missed the power cleave, because I flung him away a little bit, but it's fine. Now I'll push us into the next phase, where we want to ideally see this as a starter. Things are a little awkward just because of... Fine. Should pressure.
Keep it together.
Gotta be careful when he's doing that. Should kill. At least get close to it. All right. Like I said, a little bit of a misstep in terms of the strat there. Supposed to hit Rude while he's pressured with power cleave because it massively increases his stagger bar. So then phase 2, we can typically just go straight into a stagger. But all right, here we have, now we're going to play as the Aerith team. Oh God, I got hit. So I was trying to make sure I could do that to finish off the enemy, but it happened. More or less the same. We're basically running around with girls in red, collecting these kind of life stream orbs to be able to power those like mantles, those altars. Trying to position ourselves in the most optimal way so we can collect everything in one prey. Doing replenish Aerith's MP. So when Aerith does Spellbound Blast, she does absorb NP from the teammate she's doing it with if she doesn't have full MP. So ideally, because I need Yuffie to do some spell casting. Possible sound warning if this fight goes the way I wanted to with the explosion. Just a heads up. Not too loud, I think. Just alright, HP's good. Now we're gonna deal with some heck dies. Alright, these guys automatically come with Reflect, which is annoying. So what we do is we throw a hazardous materia because it casts bio. That will pressure them. Oh, apparently I didn't finish. Well, that's interesting. Oh, let's do. I guess the hit from the Spellbound Blast was not quite enough to finish that Heck Dies. But yeah, so the Heck Dies automatically come with Reflect. You can hit them with like an ATB action to get it to go away. You can also hit them with like you throw like hazardous materia, which does poison. That's just the strat we use. We get plenty of them in Chapter 5, so we just use that to kind of best pressure them, because once you hit them with that, they'll pressure, and then usually Spellbound Blast will like stagger them. And another hit will finish them off. Here we're going to target the Floating Death. We're going to Spellbound it. And it looks like the Hekai decided, okay, now it's going to warp away on us. Go ahead and throw the hazardous materia. This should catch both of them. There we go. All right, perfect. So we do want to see that because they kind of line up perfectly when that happens. But the Hekai teleports somewhere differently every time, so it's not necessarily guaranteed to go that way each time. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that takes care of the main part of this section. So we're gonna now deal with their boss fight, which, believe it or not, is another Turk fight. But you must be thinking, well, only Elena's left, but are we gonna fight Elena by herself? Well, no, the developers decided to let Sung finally take a turn. We're gonna fight Elena and Sung.
Spare us both the effort.
We're gonna open with Spellbound Blast. When we hit her with 2 of these, it will pressure Elena. We'll cast the Blizzara. And while we're winding this up, we're going to pressure Sung. We're gonna warp Aerith over here. Hit her with 1 more. This will push the phase. And then we're going to nuke Get Out here at the beginning. We're gonna run away a little bit in case they do a move that might go. We're gonna wait to see where Elena falls so we can catch her. There we go, perfect. Oh god, Elena got the best of me. Fine. That's why the positioning was a little awkward. I probably could have stood on the other side of Sung, and that way I could have caught both of them in the same hit. But yeah, because when you do Spellbound Blast, she does dodge forward a little bit, and that dodge forward does sometimes lead to not being in the range to where the AoE effect of that move will hit as hard. But now it's time for kind of the last major like story dump that the game does. So this is unique to this game at this point. So we've caught up. The whole Keystone thing is happened, and so what's now happened is these various rooms have opened up, and everyone's been asked to go into a room to face a trial. Now these trials are all like just story specific, so there's not like, while there's gameplay, there's no like combat. Like you're not forced to do any combat with all the characters, but you are going to have to go through every character's kind of trial, kind of like some sort of like emotionally heavy backstory point of their life. Red, here it's showing Red being chased down by Shinra soldiers where he was kidnapped the first time. Then leads us into like showing that like after he ends up in here, then it shows the like capture by Hojo, and so here we're being dragged to the like operating table. Now we don't actually have to push these buttons. They serve no purpose to shorten or elongate this.
Come along, number 13. Don't be shy.
So we just gotta wait for a bit until the game lets us get the cutscene that triggers. Usually happens not too long after Tojo turns his back and then turns back around. That was Red's trial. Now we'll do Tifa's trial, where she just relives yet again the incident at Nibelheim. She gets to relive the events of Nibelheim burning down, finding her father dead.
Wait!
Now we get to experience Yuffie's trial, which is somewhat reliving the deep brown stuff from Intermission.
Law's gonna boss. At least while we're in Shinra territory.
So unfortunately, Yuffie has to relive the incident with Sonon and essentially like his death and everything, his memory. Yeah, it seems that all these sequences are like these traumatic events that each of the characters had to experience at some point in their life.
You gotta keep going. For us.
You got this.
Boss!
The Barrett one I find the most interesting because we get to play as Barrett when he has both his arms. We also get to see his wife, Myrna.
Almost.
Hey, Barrett, welcome home.
Everything's gotten so much easier thanks to that reactor.
Bet you're aching for this.
Myrna's been waiting for you.
Myrna!
All right, and then now we deal with Barrett post losing his arm in the town being attacked after the Shinra has said about everything.
Where are you, baby? Coming.
Yeah, we just got one trial. We just got Barrett's after this.
Out of my way.
And with Aerith, we're going to spend some time with her and her mother.
What if we went on an adventure? An adventure? A big one. To somewhere far, far away. Without the men in white and the needles?
This is like first part of it. We basically just have to interact with these like glowy butterflies and just upgrades to unlock.
Sweetheart. I think I would. And let's go.
Alright. Now we get to play a little tiny Aerith. So the game wants you to ask for help. So we only need to ask for help in like one specific part. So that's why we're not just kind of like doing this like everybody. So we have to walk kind of to the end here to this kind of group. This group of people here in front of me, and then do the call for help here.
Can you help me?
And then this triggers the cutscene, which then triggers the next part. And now we walk back to where we just were, but and this time we're walking slower because we're crying. And this should close out our character trials that we have to go through. Everybody except Cloud. Because, like, plot-wise, I know we've been a little light on plot stuff, you know, trying to let people really experience this on their own. The long and short of it is Cloud's going kind of crazy right now. He's losing it. He's been losing it for a minute, but he's really losing it. I tell you that because something's going to happen later that's going to make more sense if you notice. All right. And now we are done. We rolling out of here. I'm gonna switch to the Aerith Tifa party. Stuff coming up. Make sure we replenish everyone's HP and MP. Tifa, she doesn't need it as much. All right, Cloud now gets to do his trial. So now we got to do Cloud's trial, and then we're done with that.
All those lives cut short at your hand.
Pigs?
But his is just 2 quick cutscenes. Who restarted? Who switched games? How are we playing Remake now? Alright, coming up here, we've got another one of our kind of like minor skips that we can perform. This is the door skip. So there's a room coming up here featuring 2 enemies, and normally you need to defeat the enemies to be able to open the door. So it's found that if we do this, so we're going to run here, we're going to get the forced combat trigger. So that is a combat trigger that is forced on you no matter what because of like an invisible place on the ground. Now when we do it, you'll see it doesn't happen. So we get close, get in combat, and this time when we restart combat, we actually spawn behind the door, and we can just continue on without having to do that fight. And normally you can't open that door until you defeat the Pantera Protector and the Ancient Dragon. But yeah, if you so there's a handful of combats in this game. What is it? There's a handful of combats in this game that we could technically skip, but the game has this like forced combat trigger that happens when you pass a certain part, like an invisible line on the floor. And so it was found that if you get that trigger, you have to get that trigger. If you get caught before that, it doesn't count. But if you get that trigger and then you do it again to where you get near the door, the reticle goes kind of a darker red, and then you get the combat. then when you restart, it spawns you on the other side.
For the children of men envied us. Perhaps their enmity.
Those character trials are all pure story things. There's no reward for it. It's all just part of the game's story. But here we're getting kind of more backstory on like Genova, like the game's trying to tell us more about like, you know, etc. The whole deal with Genova, what it is. But along the way, you know, we have these, we get kind of forced into these fights that we do have to do. Aerith, Sandaga. Probably needed to hit that with one spell blade at least. Now kind of another kind of long story breakdown from the voice in the air.
And to mend it did many venture forth, only to meet with disaster. A deceiver that stole the faces of the dead, of mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers lost. With their voices did it sow the seeds of discord among our people, among the children of man. For the planet did we lay down our lives in battle, returned to her embrace. Yet our adversary did not. Thus did it fall into a deep slumber, and in the long silence of its sleep.
Yeah, and then while you might think, oh, let me just run forward here and continue on and ignoring everything, the game is like, no, you can't go past this certain.
When our adversaries scattered in malignancy shall converge to.
So we just wait for the little monologue in the finish.
Let's go.
You ready?
On now.
Ready? I got you.
Let's go. With me.
Well, Adamantoise here, we need to basically hit it with fire to pressure it.
Don't stop now.
Let's finish.
Go. Yeah, we basically need to build up some ATB to hit the Adamantoise with fire. And when we hit it with fire, it is going to pressure, and then we can kind of go from there. And here's a little neat tech we do to skip all this slow walking. Little hip hop over these fire lanterns. Camera gets a little wonky here, but it still works. Yeah, just found that we can just kind of hip hop over all these little platforms instead of slow walking the entire way. Now, Demon Wall, Demon Gate. Yeah, Demon Wall. Go. That's phase one, because in this game, there's two of them. Insert JoJo meme. Oh my god. Oh, fine. I feel, but we have to wait for him to do that move anyway. So it is what it is. Need to take out the other one. The other one's sitting at 1 HP. We're going to go ahead and finish that one off. Alright, can't kill Demon's Gate until it does this final throws move. And once it does that, then we can take it out. Yeah, Cloud has definitely lost it at this point. Now we need to get out of here because the temple's falling apart and Kate Sith's gonna stay behind as a sacrifice because we've removed the black materia. Temple to Lane. But yeah, we are pretty much getting to the home stretch here where this is pretty much the end of chapter 13. We're going to be entering chapter 14, which casually is mostly like a lot of like story. And then it's like the final 2 boss fights. But you know, it's all cutscene skips mostly. And then yeah, we'll get into the home stretch of our final 2 fights. And I personally think the 2 boss fights at the end of this game are some of the most like epic, or 2 of the most epic boss fights I've gotten to experience in my lifetime. I just love doing them. But we got out of the temple. Sephiroth's all like, "Wow, give me the black materia." Cloud's all like, Brian. All right, and then here we get to see Cloud do his best impersonation of a Titan run from Attack on Titan. I think he'd fit in pretty well. The way he's chasing after Aerith, swinging his arms.
Give it to me. Please. You can trust me. Let's save the planet together.
All right. That pretty much closes out chapter 13. Now we enter chapter 14. 14 starts with some interesting things that I don't even think I could sit here and explain in a reasonable amount of time if I wanted to. So I'm going to let you experience that yourself by playing the game. Just know that we're somehow back in Midgar.
That one.
You know, some reason. But yeah, basically we're on kind of like a little mini date around Midgar. We're just kind of running around and stuff.
I'll take one.
That's a cutscene. I was trying to fast forward through that. But yeah, we're just going through Midgar. That's cutscene. Doesn't matter what pose we pick.
Smile real big for the camera now.
At some point we can should trigger the ability to skip this.
Hold on.
Go. Run ahead, pretty much into another cutscene skip. Then we're gonna have a quick little fight against some whispers. We don't really have access to anything, but the fight's meant to be, I mean, they die really quickly. We just kind of take out the first group, take out the second group, and then we don't have to take out this group. So instead, what we do is after we get to here, we just run ahead until the cutscene trigger starts. Thankfully, they die really fast with just basic attacks because Cloud has access to nothing in that sequence there. And then once this happens, we can actually bypass pushing any of the buttons because they're not needed. And we're coming up on our final save and load sequence. So here in this part, we're basically going to be slow walking to reach the Forgotten Capital. And every time a character starts to talk to Cloud, so each character is going to kind of have their final words with Cloud. We can pause the game and save, load, and then it stops the conversation, and then they'll jog or run, and it just moves the like sequence here longer.
Must have been something.
The minute the dialogue appears on screen, we're going to pause the game, save, load. The only negative side to this is that it makes the music restart every time, so we never get to hear the full version of the song. But, you know, good song anyway, so it's fine.
Is it just me?
Hey, Cloud.
2 more to go.
Cloud?
Cloud?
All right, y'all, time to buckle in for the finale. Because after this cutscene skip, more or less time. We've got one tiny fight before final 2. And normally while we do fast forward the cutscenes, there's going to be a cutscene in one of the fights that I'm going to actually let play at normal speed because it's just so good. And I want people to experience it.
Why are these ones white?
I don't know. They sure don't like us.
Heads up!
All right, so first we got to take down some of these white whispers first. So we want to kind of build a little bit of ATB. Then we're going to kind of do some power cleaving, take them out. All right, so one. So we need to dodge away because we went in for that Fated Tempest move. Don't move. Go. Okay, and I'm not in Punisher mode, so I need to keep that in mind, or it's going to make the beginning of this next fight very awkward. It did not look like I was in Punisher. All right. It's time to buckle in. And honestly, one of the best pieces of, like, I don't know, the music, the song that's going to play in the first fight is just so beautifully done that it's insane because it's a, I'll explain what it is when the fight's. But I love these 2 boss fights. I know some people have mixed feelings about them because of the like cutscenes that play in the middle of them, but I don't know, man. It's just so epic. I love epic cutscenes. But as you can see, Aerith has gone ahead. So we're trying to get to her because she's trying to summon Holy. But as you can see, we've got some white and black whispers trying to stop us. The white whispers are believed to be Aerith's, and the black ones are believed to be Sephiroth's, and they're essentially fighting each other. They're also preventing me from doing things. So remember, Cloud is still a bit frazzled in like his mentality right now. Now, this part right here, the game actually wants you to mash these buttons. You actually don't need to mash them. It's a timed event. All right, here we go. We're going to open this fight with a Blood Fang into a double power cleave after we berserk. This is going to HP gate Genova. So that way when Genova puts up the barrier, we can just love tap her, and that will take out the barrier, allowing us to begin the transition to the next phase. So here we just have to kind of wait for Genova to basically expel everybody out. So we're waiting for Contaminant Expulsion, which will kick Red and Tifa out of the party. And then after this move, Genova will become targetable. We're going to do a Sonic Boom into a Braver. That will push the phase. Now, this piece of music is amazing because it starts off as Aerith's theme and then it transitions into Genova's theme.
Stay strong.
All right. I'm going to Berserk in. We're going to Power Cleave. We're going to Braver. We're going to Power Cleave. We're going to make sure we don't stagger Genova in this phase. And so we do that by swapping. That should push the phase. There we go. And so now everyone's going to break off into their own kind of fights right now. So Tifa and Kate are going to tussle with part of Genova's arm, or the wing in this case. So we're going to go into a limit. All right, that takes care of the right wing. And now we're going to swap to Barret and Red to take out the other wing. Okay. Going to cast Bravery on Barret. That way this move can hit a lot harder. There we go. Takes out the wing. And now we got to take out the head with Cloud and Yuffie. We're going to do a bunch of Spell Blades. Wait for the poison to go off. There we go. All right, and we're going to watch this cutscene. I'm not going to fast forward because this cutscene is amazing. I don't care what anybody has to say.
Get that shit out of here! Yeah!
I love this cutscene, man. Just the execution. And there's this spin, and there's a, mind if we drop in? Because we thought we'd swing by. It's a big thing in our community. Dropping in.
Ready?
All right. Time to put Genova Life Clinger in a body bag. Now, because she's one hit away from stagger, we can just do this. Oh, interesting. I actually got Barret. My affection levels appear to be off. I don't think that's going to affect anything, but I guess we'll find out. We find out later. All right. We're going to counter Sephiroth a bunch because we want the... Oh, Exact's back, y'all.
I've got this.
Now Sephiroth wants to fight us. Huh. I guess if Barret was on that phase, it means Yuffie somehow ended up second place? It's fine. If Yuffie and Aerith can, or Yuffie and Barrett can swap spots. Actually, wait, no, that might make one thing. Actually, yeah, that's interesting. Why? Okay, that was new. I was not expecting that, but I guess we'll find out what that means for this fight in a moment. So in this fight, so I kind of talked about it before. Basically, your affection levels determine who your party members are going to be in the fights here. So it's based on 1, 2, 3, 4. So first, second, third, who you get, it can be scripted if you set it that way, and it typically is. I did have Barrett on the final phase, so that does mean that his affection ended up getting, I'm trying to remember off the top of it, because he's supposed to be second, which means if he was in that final fight, he was third? Because if that's true, then I'm going to see Aoife and Yuffie on this next phase here in a little bit. I'm just trying to think. I'm wondering if that Spellblade I did with Yuffie is what caused that. So phase here with Cloud by himself. We're just going to go straight into a cross slash so we don't deal too much damage. As you can see, they've decided to introduce Bizarro Sephiroth at the end of this game. Yeah, Tifa and Yuffie. So this is going to be interesting because I really needed Barrett. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. We'll make it work. I should be able to use this. Yeah, this will be fine.
This is fun.
All right, Scaly.
So we need to stagger. We basically need to stagger freaking Bahamut here before it unleashes. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, we just have to make sure we stagger him before he does like Mega Flare, essentially. And Bear can do that really quick. So thankfully, Yuffie did just fine. So it's cool. It's salvageable stuff. All right, that takes care of that phase. So normally Barrett would be in that phase, totally fine. I guess I may have answered a question too good on Yuffie somewhere, and it just made her affection a little bit better. Totally fair. And now we're going to play as Zack. Yeah, and Zack has more to do, or more at his arsenal this time around. So he's got this like charge gimmick, where if you can charge up with triangle, and that can allow him to do stronger versions of his skill abilities. All right, first we're going to buff ourselves up. Go.
All right, time to go all out.
All right, we got the stagger because I did one move a little early. Fine. This means it's a slower final phase, which is okay. So normally we want to try and avoid staggering Sephiroth there. But if you do some of your actions out of order, it will lead to that, unfortunately. If you don't deal enough damage quick enough before staggering, that will happen. All right, and we're going to buff up Yuffie. And we have to target these wings. So we're gonna try. So first wing, basically they're immune to physical attack. They only are weak to magic. So they start off as fire wings. So that's why we do. If we're quick enough, we can toss a Blizzara at them, and then depending on, there we go, it's swapped. Love to see it, because then I can just throw fire. All right, we want to build that up. Go into vengeance mode. Do this to break the core. Trigger a focus shot. Though probably focus shot is going to be overkill to stagger at this point. Yeah, because Sephiroth will be down pretty much. So yeah, we just need to wait for this to run out. There we go. And now it's time for the final phase. So we are onto the final phase of this boss fight, which means we are coming up on time. And, you know, we need to put Sephiroth in his place. He's causing too much chaos. We've been wrecking him all this time. Time for the final showdown. And Aerith has finally made her return. He's going to finally join the fight. For the final showdown between Aerith, Cloud, and Sephiroth. And it's pretty similar to how phase 1 goes. But there's a lot of blocking. We're going to pelt him a bunch of damage to a point to where we can stagger him and then just kind of nuke his health down. All right.
Okay, let's finish this. I'm here.
A moment. All right, then we're going to need to... Oh, he gripped the fate, Aerith. That's kind of funny. All right, we're going to get hit by this so we can get the gain from that. All right, we're not going to quite get the stagger. We're just going to have to do something slightly different. So if anything, we'll stagger him going into the final phase. And time's going to come up pretty quick when it's, well, time, no pun intended. So, we're still getting there. He's got one more kind of like phase thing he's going to do. And the end is nigh. All right. And time.
GG.
Woo! Man. Heck of a run, man. Thank you so much for GDQ for letting me showcase this here at Hotfix. And thank you for letting me, preemptively, thank you for letting me show it in a week and a half at actual GDQ live in person on January 10th at 5:36 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Barring schedule adjustments.
Yeah, it'll get moved a little bit here and there.
That's fine. I'm at the event either way. We're getting it done.
Heck yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for being on for showcasing the run. I know it's a little bit of a longer one. Do you have any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, definitely. Let's make sure we get through these cutscenes so we don't spoil it for the people who haven't seen them. Let you watch that at your own time. Yes, I would love to give some shout outs. I mean, overall to the entire 7 remake / rebirth community. I've started speedrunning in October of 2020. You know, when the world was arguably on fire at that point, to pass the time. I met a wonderful community of people. Honestly, way too many to name in any applicable amount of time here. Feel like a second family. Remake was my first run. Was very hyped to do Rebirth. Very excited for the third game, of course. Definitely want to shout out my wonderful partner and fiance for endorsing and, you know, coming along for the ride and helping along and with this streaming hobby and speedrunning hobby of mine as well. But yeah, and also the Final Fantasy community in general. We're one big happy family of 16 games and a ton of side games all collectively together, cheering each other on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can find me at twitch.tv/WODB. If you want to see more of this, because I'm still kind of grinding my time down some, especially with the patch. I do runs of this every Wednesday, and I do some other content on Monday and Friday evenings, so you can check me out there.
Yeah, definitely a great Final Fantasy speedrunner. Definitely check out Wody. And yeah, thank you so much. Like you said, 5:30 a.m. Friday and 10th. Check out the run at GDQ. And yeah, we do have one more run for you. We are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with Final Fantasy 15 any percent. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits shared on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching any of our shows, any of our speedruns, so this RPG weekend, our daily content like Express Lane or As Seen on TV, if you can consider subscribing to the channel, it'll give access to our emotes, and you'll be able to chat with other subscribers during our replays, and it does really help us put on this content. With all that said, we'll take our quick break back with Final Fantasy 15. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing RPG speedruns. We've got a Final Fantasy 15 speedrun. I'll hand it over to our runner commentator. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kios. Welcome to Kios Runs 15. I think this is the 22nd or 23rd revision of this run. I've brought together the most important people in the community, including behind me, Freya. She's eating. She'll be joining us. She's a ferret. Oh, I also brought commentators. Do you two want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. I'm Zelfina. I'm pretty much always here if Kios is here.
Yeah, and I'm D-Wins. I'm here to help possibly explain some of the wacky glitches we'll be seeing for this route.
Yeah. So I don't think this definitely hasn't been, the newer form of this hasn't been shown off. As far as I know, this isn't capable of improving PB or world record. It can if a bunch of things go right, but it's a lot cooler than the current world record strats. So I figured I'd show this off. It may take a little bit of time to do some of the tricks, but we're going to give it a shot, all right?
We've got a healthy estimate. We should be good.
All right. Well, I'm ready to go, Church. Are you?
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
All right. Well, we are going to play this on normal, and the timer is going to start in a 3, 2, and a 1. All right, so hey, welcome to Final Fantasy 15. This game is pretty wild. Last big appearance was a GDQ of early this year. I had the really cool honor of running it in Pittsburgh for the first event there. It was really cool. I had a great time, and I will now never live down the commentary of what do you do with your 4-hour RPG speed run to get it into a GDQ? Well, you just cut 3 hours off of it, and now that haunts me for the rest of my life.
This is now the current any percent of the game, where it used to be 4 hours long. Then it got quite butchered over the couple of years.
They took away my fun fact.
Well, listen, I got to be honest with you. We're going to take away literally everything in this run. There is no Cindy quest. There is no car. There is no Dave. There is literally nothing left in this run. And I'm not joking. There is actually not even boss fights anymore.
Although we can argue that there is the good ending involved, as we never really see the tragedy unfurl from a completed chapter 1.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very happy time.
Can we have some cheers, though, for Dave? Because Dave is the best.
Oh, dude, I love Dave. Dave Auburn-Bree. What a great guy. Yeah, no car. No Seaside Supermodels, no nothing. I will say if we're gonna avoid the old copyright question mark, you should probably mute the game audio now, and then once we load in, you can unmute it. But I guess I'll knock out some of the early questions that most people will have. Why does the game look awful? It's intentional. It's not just this game is awful. It's really actually pretty. But I do have it set with the resolution at like half. And all of the graphics are knocked really far down. There's a bunch of tricks that we have to do that are really kind of frame rate dependent. And one of the curses of having a really nice computer, I guess, is that I really need to smash everything down so I have enough like bandwidth to get what I need to do. But no, if you have a chance to play this game, play it. It's very, very pretty. It's one of those games that's really good for the journey, a little bit better than the story sometimes. Don't trust it. This is a great game. What are you talking about? What do you think we're going to do?
And if you
Run
played this
Pokemon?
game, if you played this game on release and you haven't played it like since then, play the game again.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend that.
All of the updates that came out, and then also grab the Royal Edition DLC, or just play it on Windows.
Yep.
Either way. It's 100% a whole new experience, and the game is now where it should have been on release.
Full agree. Yeah, I guess that's not going to work.
Not much to speak of early on in the game, just some very minor stuff to help optimize our load times. Like Kaios already mentioned, it's better to run this with lower graphics involved. It'll save a bit on the load time. And if anyone noticed, we did swap the camera around to the front of the car because for some reason, loading the world behind us just lets us get into this main portion of the game just a little bit faster. And
saves a few frames.
Yeah, for a category that's now under an hour long, we'll take any time save we can get.
Yep. We can have game audio back. I'm not sure if it's been kicked back on.
Take a look at our wares.
But I'm going to do the little intro chitter chatter here. Mainly I want to talk to Cindy because she is going to give me 10 AP. The only thing I need in this run is AP. So I can get some skills.
In for both after charging.
She ain't gonna be ready for a while. Y'all need something?
So we're just going to tell her that, we need money.
We're strapped for
cash. Quick bounce to the shop shows that we are at, in fact, 0 gil.
Got his eye on you, Noct.
We're broke.
Show him what you got.
We're broke. Our car's dead. We're doing a great job of our road trip. Guess it's time to leave the car behind.
Yep, we'll have to leave the car behind. We're not really in the mood to help people out, though. I've said it a lot about this game. Generally, if you want to be the fastest you can in life, you can just be a jerk all the time, and no one will want to interact with you. The same proves here. The less time we spend talking to people, the better. But yes.
Although with it much fewer dialogue options, it doesn't really come up anymore.
Yeah.
So Kaios did a very quick menu there, essentially just equipping the swords that will boost his MP to max, as well as equipping the Royal Raiment attire. This also helps boost MP regeneration. The main form of movement in this game is going to be warp striking. Gives you the best horizontal distance. But along with that, he's going to be doing a couple of battles here to gain some more AP, more specifically to fill out these little mini quests that appear. So once you complete them, there should be an extra 10.
And with that, the reason we are using these daggers is with that warp strike, it's the quickest animation and gives us a little bit farther distance.
Haven't you ever heard? The best offense is a good
I'm still not hearing the video game audio, whether it's come back. No, we're fine.
Yeah. There we go. So if you're familiar at all with this run, you may notice that I'm just not going where I'm supposed to be, but that's kind of okay. Don't worry about it. Stop asking questions. Why are you staring at me?
It's an open world game. Aren't I allowed to go wherever I want?
Why are you staring at me? You used to be subtle.
Yeah, typically we would fight a whole slew of scorpions here and then proceed to eventually speak with Dave, but as mentioned before, he is not going to be one of our visitors for this run.
I'm still a little sad about that fact.
Yeah, we got nobody.
Only because I love Dave.
True. I didn't mean to warp strike there, but that's fine. We're in no man's land, so it's not a big deal. Whoa, okay.
That was lucky.
Yeah, I was. I had a very panicked Yakuza like a dragon moment. It was like, no! You don't take damage from getting hit by cars in this game, thankfully. Yeah, listen, 100 damage is like, that's huge. That'll absolutely upset the like a dragon speed run. Trust me. I've been suffering in the dungeon for a while with that game. Ooh, lucky point warp.
So the reason we're talking about lucky point warp is that's going to restore our MP to full, which allows us to warp strike more.
Yep, and faster. I'm gonna grab this Mega Phoenix for literally no reason whatsoever. Actually, we'll need that. You're just gonna have to sit on that.
Yeah, there is a reason for that.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to sit on that reason for about 35 minutes.
We'll keep them in suspense.
Ah, I thought I was gonna get away with it. Oh well.
But, earlier on, we already got a Mega Elixir, and now with the Mega Phoenix, there's some very normally advanced items that we are able to pick up immediately in this game. Very fortunate.
Yeah. Very, very early. This game is generous in that way.
That Mega Phoenix is a little bit more out of the way early on, but the one Mega Elixir that's just right there on top of the rock has always been like, seriously?
I think part of it is just like kind of teaching you like, hey, this is a fully 3D game. You can go explore.
You really should look everywhere.
And it rewards you. So typically we would have been using the Regalia to get all the way this far into this first section of the game and visit Longwythe Motel just to continue the main quest of the game, but we are going to do some camera shenanigans instead.
So anyway, we're out of bounds already. We're like just about 8 minutes into the run, I think, plus or minus, and we're already out of bounds. So
Yep, so what transpired there, we call the zero camera bug, or ZCB. We're sort of tricking the game into deloading the invisible walls while cycling between the pause menu and the first-person camera mode. If done at the proper location, Noctis just phases through what was previously an impassable wall, and we can explore much more of this 3D world that was previously limited.
some people, not me, have like a lucky enough hardware situation where they don't have to enter the menu as kind of rapidly as I do. Unfortunately for me, with my setup, I have to swap my my FPS, which forces the GPU to kind of do a mini reset. World record is currently, I think I have it still. It's a 4548 load remaining.
Yeah, I know you still have it, but I can never remember what the time is anymore.
Yeah, I think it's a 4548. Sounds about right. The RTA is 4901, I think. I will be putting out a tutorial as soon as I am not like sick. I'm actually recovering from some sort of holiday plague. You know, I never got around to testing if I could ZCB back in bounds here.
I've been trying for a while, and no, for some reason there's a very unlucky portion of the wall that just refuses to deload.
It might just be one of those like double thick walls. Alright. So what I need to do now is get an encounter. Oh, look at that. I got an encounter. Weird.
Thankfully, there's a very, very likely spot that some monsters will spawn around there, and because our party cannot appear out of bounds, we're going to utilize that to push ourselves back in bounds, assuming we get a rapid tech ability.
Yeah. I'll back you up. This is they really formed early on this. Like normally the wall extends out a little bit, and unfortunately I really don't have a lot of space to like super play with. Try over here.
I saw the opportunity flash.
It's really tight. There it is. So basically, you have to use a party technique to get warped back inbounds, and unfortunately, that fight really loaded in what I would consider like early. So I didn't actually have a lot of space to play with. One other small kind of optimization you'll see is I'll occasionally just open the camera like that really quickly. For some reason, if you open the camera and close it really quick, Noctis's movement just entirely resets. If he's mid-animation, it stops. If you're moving, it just completely resets him to like dead zero T-pose.
It's a very convenient animation cancel for this game.
The game has a lot of little weird optimizations that I'm always amazed that we've found, and it's just so neat to see them in effect. We're grabbing the air step sword here, so now our warp strikes will be even cheaper on mana cost.
As it should be.
Even though this area is normally only available on Chapter 3, we got there early, and we're gonna make the most of it. So gonna do some bonus shopping here. A couple extra weapons, accessories, all that. Why we choose those, we still don't fully understand, but they are critical.
Yeah. Don't ask me why I bought 4 shields. We just need 4 shields. One for everybody, I guess.
You reckon you could handle the likes of Deadeye?
Again, this newest route of the game is, what, barely a month old? Barely 2 months old, I would say. So, like, we know what to do, but we don't really know why we do it.
One day I'll break it down. I'll just sit down and kind of, like, use my very rudimentary math skills on it. I'm going to talk to this guy just because I want to buy a few things from him. Which is good. So I got some elixirs because I'll need those for like movement and health in case I make any mistakes.
Yeah, and for anyone who remembers the casual way of going through this side quest with the behemoth, it's quite a slog, a bunch of cutscenes, a bunch of slow trekking, but being speedrunners, we have a faster way to accomplish this.
And this was definitely something you didn't see in the 4-hour version of this run, because this is an optional extra quest with here to unlock the chocobos, and for the 4-hour version we didn't need it.
Yep.
But now we don't have a car.
We don't have a car, and unfortunately we need something that can swim, and that is not the car or Noctis.
Nope.
Do you see all that hair gel? Can you imagine if that hair gel got that wet?
Yeah, he'd be buoyant.
Alright, we're gonna try some more ZCBs. Hopefully we can get into the dungeon without any hassle.
Drink a delicious elixir. It's made from delicious eggs.
Been playing so much Stardew Valley lately, I was about to ask you, so is it mayonnaise?
No, but I did make a mistake there. I overshot, so I'm just gonna have to back up a little bit. I'm in the corner, and now I'm pulling back.
One of the nice things with some of these tricks is, while they're very precise, there's a little bit of room for error, so we can make a mistake and still recover.
Yeah, that was just like an optimization mistake. What you want to do is actually end up like one tiny rock hole back from where I actually ended up landing. Unfortunately, I had to go basically backwards to get it to work. Let's see if I can set this up.
Nonetheless, we still triggered the boss.
Yeah, don't mind Deadeye. He's just going to sit here for a while, unfortunately. He's about to have a bad day.
Yeah, we did not enter the dungeon properly, so his behavior is a little bit curious. And we are still only on level 1. Let's see how Kaios is going to tackle this guy.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to... I don't have the right angle, so let's just kind of truck on this. Oh, that helps a little bit.
One of the trusty swords we got from one of the free DLC from this game, Ragnarok, has improved warp strike damage. So we try to use that for much of our damage.
actually part of the Royal Edition, which is what makes it legal.
Don't go dying on me now.
So right now, I actually don't have the ability to moon. This run is 100% possible and tested on console. It is absolutely doable on console.
Proud you gave it your all.
In fact, it might be faster on console, believe it or not, just because of like the consistency of the hardware. I just run it on PC because it's what I'm comfortable with. Cool. So as Dwayne mentioned, we basically entered the dungeon incredibly wrong. So coming out of that fight, we don't actually have the ability to move unless we are in first-person view, rolling, and we can only change our direction by opening the camera and reclosing it. I do not know why that is the only thing that works. I really wish I knew, because
it's a very strange restriction to the game, but thankfully save and reload grants us our movement back to normal, and so we're gonna just try to, well, hop and warp it back with our air stub sword all the way back to Wiz's farm.
The game is still trying to process what in the world we did.
Listen, I've already told you.
It's
I
like,
will
hello,
not
there's
answer any
checkpoints
questions
missing.
without my lawyer present.
There's a lot of as we've been breaking this down, we've found various little like checkpoints where the game is like looking to make sure that things lined up correctly. Like, hey, you just defeated this boss, so you entered the dungeon, right? Wait, you didn't? And it confuses it, but don't worry, we found ways to make the game just understand that that checkbox doesn't need to be filled. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Yeah, believe it or not, I learned this run off of a console runner by the name of Real. And basically the big thing that they were able to do was take strats that used to be pretty much exclusive to New Game Plus and bring them into New Game. And combine a whole bunch of new stuff. So it's pretty neat.
Glad to see y'all made it back in one.
But they run pretty much exclusively on PS5, I think. But this should be doable on PS4, anything that it released on, really.
Shout out to the Japanese community of this run who figured out a lot of new game plus strats that were brought over.
Arigato gozaimasu. Anyway, I've had enough of this, but I have my chocobos, and that's really all I need.
Our trusty steed.
Yep, our fine, furry, feathered friend. Anyway, I'm gonna go camp. We can take a nap and pick this up later, right?
Without the car, we only have the one way to warp back.
Church is just laughing.
We can take a break, right? Take a nap?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay, alright, cool. I just want to make sure everyone's on board. I made pizza, like from scratch right before this.
I mean, the previous run got like 5 breaks. Why can't we get at least one?
I made pizza from scratch. There's none left, but I made
got
pizza.
Potato soup.
Yeah, that sounds good. Anyway, I'm gonna.
I wasn't gonna eat it till after the run, but
I'm gonna wait until morning.
I guess we got
for no reason, and then I'm gonna go back to the trailer. This is a weird pop-up on my screen. I don't know why this happens. It's really weird. So
don't worry about it.
Some shopping, Pronto?
Not at all.
We'll just look past it. Nobody will know.
Yeah, this is fine.
It's kind of early, isn't it?
Got it.
It's cool.
Cool. So if you don't know what this is the active menu glitch.
A staple for the new any percent.
Or a whole bunch of other things happen.
But no, it's been optimized even more such that we only need our chocobo and just proper menu clicking with a trailer to sleep in.
Yep, so now I can open menus while the game is running, which is, not how games are supposed to work. So this is definitely not going to...
I can tell you all about the area.
Things are going to start getting a little hairy. If they haven't been weird enough, don't worry. It's about to reach a whole new level of shenanigans.
Had your fill?
Listen, the
Go in there and
unofficial
scare
cookbook.
Taka.
The unofficial cookbook for this is really good. All right. So Taka gave me some delicious jambalaya.
After you scared him.
Listen, I am of the opinion that Taka might be vision impaired.
Hey.
I always feel so bad because you walk in there and every time.
I need
2 handguns, or sorry, 3 handguns and 2 Avengers. I'm going to sort my weapon inventory, and then I'm going to sell off these 2 tenderloins. And I'm going to buy 4 two-handed swords, so everybody gets 1. That is exactly the reason why I'm doing it. Don't ask any questions.
We don't want to leave anyone out.
Yeah, we leveled up accordingly, bought all the weapons we could possibly need, and, well, let's just continue.
Yeah, sorry.
With the mission.
Just having a moment here. There we go. Okay. So I got to do this menu really quick. I'm going to go this way. And then this
Chocobo
way.
heard that you wanted him to go swimming, and he was like, you know, what if we didn't?
Okay. So now Ignis is going to get very specifically, that Avenger. I'm going to take these daggers because I think they're cool. What else? How about let's put this kite shield, and how about that handgun? I think that's a good setup.
Seems lucky to me. And you're doing it very efficiently. What with AMG active, you get to move around and do the equipping.
That was very interesting. I've never had that happen before, and I was just like, I wonder. I wasn't able to. Okay, Drew, what you got? What you got? Yeah, we have someone with a question. I have answers as best as I can. Legit build, no questions.
We definitely have a moment.
Listen. Just let him cook.
There we go, back above the rock.
That was a little scary. not able to equip that for a minute. Oh, really?
Really?
Yep. Okay, well, occasionally that happens. Let me just check my times here. Okay, so I got to reload, unfortunately. That happened during the GDQ run too. It just
I know. That's why I was very like, really?
I don't remember seeing that before. Huh.
Sort your inventory? Yeah, absolutely. Got to sort your inventory. There's no logical reason behind it whatsoever, I promise. Okay.
Got to keep things organized.
Yeah.
There is a slight chance here you're going to have to approach this out-of-bounds cliff from farther out now, because the game kind of remembers this terrain. It might not deload as easily as before.
Oh, you are right. Thank you.
Take your pick. These nasties here have been a real pain in the rear.
One thing, you know what I might do? I just might pull the chocobo from further.
Look out, stomach.
That has happened before.
The alternative backup would be to go all the way to the end of where we would finish Chapter 1 normally.
Yeah,
that wall will
I
certainly
really
still
don't
be
want to do
deloaded.
that, though.
Yeah,
I
that's
hate
an extra 3 minutes of running or so.
Yeah, it's so slow. You know what I could do? We could take the old back route. I don't know how much slower that is.
Hey, what are you after this time?
2 Avengers, 3
business.
handguns. Sort, sell.
Pleasure doing
and
business.
then buy these 4.
Hey, come again.
Okay. At this point, I'm just gonna kind of take a little bit of caution and grab this guy all the way back here, and just assume that it's good enough. If not, we'll have to adjust it on the fly. It's not a big deal.
Love the fact that Noctis is no longer standing on the platform in the menu.
Yeah, he's a short king.
He got shorter.
Yeah, he's a short king. Yeah, it's weird that happened. It's not the first time though, so like I'm not really surprised in all honesty. That stuff you just kind of get used to it. Okay, so
when you're breaking a
That's a
game
problem.
at this level, you kind of have to expect a couple things for the game to fight back.
Yeah, if we didn't really identify what was going on there, because we have AMG active, while running around with these blue boxed menus open, we're effectively deloading the terrain that's very far away from us. So if we open it up at Hammerhead and just walk far away enough, that invisible wall that once existed will no longer be there. And that's how we're using it to go out of bounds and go on a slightly different bit of a road trip.
I tried to
Unfortunately,
change my route around a little bit there, hopefully. If not, it might just be worth just hitting the Alt F4 and just refreshing from AMG, to be honest.
Yeah, you'd have to set that up again.
Yeah, that's fine. I made a save right before it because I was paying attention. It looks like it's not loaded, though. Yeah,
We have
cool.
backup strats on backup strats for a reason.
Yep. Sometimes this game can just choose to be a little cranky. Yay, look at that. I have a chocobo. Out of bounds. Thanks, game.
All right.
Excelente. All right, mis amigos. Now we have times for questions and answers.
Going to be a bit of a trek here, so this is the closest thing we have to a rest.
While we all admire exactly how much landscape there is for a section of the game that you're not supposed to even ever be able to come near touching.
Yeah. It's not rendered in the highest fidelity, but it all has collision, and that's all that matters. I will say that I may have made a menuing boo-boo, but I think it's okay. Well, I mean, we'll find out. Favorite NPC? Aranea.
I already knew your answer.
The inventory swapping didn't do the deloading. That was the AMG. The swapping is going to be the introduction to a new glitch that we've incorporated into the route, which will happen, I don't know, in another 7 minutes or so.
How do you pronounce Wark?
Alright, that was good.
Very valid.
Best NPC is the old shack, to be fair.
Best NPC is Dave.
Listen, it's valid to have an opinion that this is a great Final Fantasy game and to be your favorite. I see no issues with it. I mean, at some point, what is the thing past Stockholm Syndrome where you just actually fall in love with the game? Either way, it's somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 hours of playtime.
Negative underflow.
Negative underflow. Thank you. Why are the graphics so low? Because it helps basically, one, save frames, and two, a lot of the tricks that we're doing basically require... I'm just trying to give myself every little buffer room that I can with it.
Sort of every system will have different timings when doing these tricks, whether it's AMG or ZCB. So the runner has to get familiar with what works best with their setup, and you get even a better sense of the timing when you minimize these graphics.
And also out here, you weren't ever supposed to see any of this, so it's not as
it's
high
brutal.
detailed.
Pixels in 4K, who needs it?
Yeah. To be honest, like, I know D, you normally run at like what, 60 FPS locked, whereas I go between 120 and 30.
It depends on the trick. When I was trying to learn the route, I would often go from 60 to 30. Now a lot of them I can go from 120 to 60.
I can't do 120 to 60. My setup is just too it's just too fast. It's not consistent enough.
You're humble bragging, aren't you?
Listen, part of me is kicking myself in the rear for being like, you know what, I should get that processor because it's just a little bit faster, and that's what will help. Yeah, it sure helps, all right. Sure freaking helps, all right. Yeah, Crisis Core and the FF7 remakes have, if you're a fan of action combat, I would recommend those. If you've not tried Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age is a very big quality of life improvement over FF12, and that has a very active combat system. 13 is a very divisive game, but if you're into an active combat field and you like that kind of quick-paced stuff, I would recommend checking it out. Don't let the haters scare you off. The soundtrack is also incredibly good for that game.
Okay, so what is Kaios doing at this time? It's the main reason we got our chocobo, right?
Yep, I gotta go swimming.
Yeah, utilizing the active menu glitch and our trusty bird, we're gonna get this save selection set up while just perpetually swimming forward because, frankly, we're a little homesick.
Yeah. I mean, I know Dad just kicked us out of the nest, but like, I want to go back home, bro. Like, he left me with no money.
30 entire minutes.
Doesn't work. Like, Dad, why did you do this to me?
Well, we were supposed to go get married, I guess.
Yeah, kids just don't move out these days.
I don't know. Getting married sounds lame.
Have I heard of the critically acclaimed what?
No.
No, I'm curious. The critically acclaimed what?
You just want the meme.
I do.
Card game, Final Fantasy trading card game.
Oh my god, the art for that game is gorgeous. Oh my god.
Right?
Oh, be still my queer beating heart. Nier Automata is a great game. Play it. Play all of it, and then cry and wonder why you listen to our suggestions. Do you want to be radically shaken to your core? Do you want to play a game about existential dread? No, but I actually I carry the title of Twitch's favorite Final Fantasy XIV stream. I've never played Final Fantasy XIV, and I never will, but everyone that has my stream up sure does.
I mean, it's where I'm at a lot of the time.
Yeah, hey, I get it. I'm not complaining. I get it. I'm comfy background music. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Erosia today.
This is not a sponsored message.
Whatever. I've never played it.
Why am helping?
Listen, I'm available for hire for your voice acting projects. I've never played it, never installed it, never looked at it, never clicked at it. Oh, it does include Stormblood.
We're going to keep it that way.
What do you mean? I don't have a problem. Oh, it now includes Stormblood and level 80.
No.
Our copy pasta has to be corrected for the current year.
Level 70. There
you go.
Anyways, we're at the end of this nonsense. So we were able to save out in the middle of the sea where the entire city seems to have deloaded right before our eyes.
Yep. Looks like
once we reload up that save, what happens? Well, for some reason, the game congratulates us on unlocking the Royal Edition, which is very bizarre because we're running on PC, the Windows Edition, which never had a base version to work off of. So why this is in the game and why it works, we don't know, but we use it to our advantage because we are now in Chapter 14.
Yep, we're at the end. Yes, the one of the main reasons, and I remember this when the game first came out, and no one really had tinkered with putting SSDs or faster hard drives in their PS4s. They complained about the incredible load time at the start of the game. That's just the game literally loading about 90% of the entire map in.
Yep.
Yeah, just skip all the chapters.
It's right there.
No more.
I mean, we've done runs where you are in the end game at level 1, so level 8's not that big a deal.
To be honest, I'd rather be level 1 than level 8. Just given how we set up the level 1 runs.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, if there is any sort of photosensitivity, I'll pause for a sec. Just be warned, I'm going to be flashing a lot, so just keep your eyes about you. I don't know if you want to throw up any sort of warnings on the tech side, but just a heads up.
Just an unfortunate artifact of AMG.
Discord as much. It is brighter when you stream it for us than I swear when you're streaming it to your stream.
I don't know if that caught.
So this happened a little fast, but...
Yeah, I don't think I was early. It's great. We'll go with it, and to be honest, if I have to adjust it en route, it just means I'll have to equip the exosuit, which should bring us back to negative, as opposed to the prince's outfit. At least I would assume, based on traditional knowledge.
Okay, so this is the brand new route update and the brand new trick we use now. This is abbreviated as WSG, something like weapon swap glitch or weapon sword glitch, depending. When we do particular menuing and sorting, as well as buying particular weapons, we are fooling the game into pointing to a weapon that we don't have. So we have effectively fooled it into thinking our daggers have the same strength as the strongest weapon of the game from the Garuda DLC or expansion or whatever it was, into the same damage as Pain of the Vortex. So that is why we are at level 8 at the end game, and we're just destroying all these Aramons with multi-thousand damage.
We're stationed.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I just might have to swap off of exosuit. If not, we'll have to reload, unfortunately. Is what it is.
What happens when we start breaking the game?
Yeah. I have to be very, very specific about when, how, and why I equip things. And that trick there can be off by like a frame or two, and it can just kind of collapse the entire thing. So you got to be pretty precise with a lot of stuff. I think I have a backup that should work for it if I was correct in that assumption, but we'll see. I just need to see what it looks like at the end. Okay, so because we've done some silly sorting, I'm now going to sell 2 of those swords and just buy a bunch of elixirs. Yeah, the Garuda DLC is in fact the collab crossover event. Yeah, okay, so at least the weapons are correct. It'll just be a question of armor.
Say your prayers.
Cool. So, now that we have made it to the end of the game with an inventory that's not really ours, without a car, without Cindy, without Dino, without Dave, without any of our summons, without our fiance, or
without
our dad.
Dino is a plus.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen. I was trying to like, you know, be really fun. Unfortunately, we are missing one of the cooler friends. We are no longer going to be able to do this with our friend the Carbuncle. Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen Cerberus decide to just sit and spin in a while. I was waiting for that little piece of treat. Cerberus has 2 things it can do at the start of the fight. 99% of the time, it does one thing. It just decided to do the 1%. But as all right, well,
that's marathon luck.
Unfortunate. Anyway, we're gonna lose time, so I'm just gonna roll around like an idiot.
So
I also think it's really funny. You can just leave this fight. Like it's an important fight, but you can just get up and leave.
No
There's
invisible
some things
walls
about
here.
this game that make less sense than others.
Previous routes would involve you mixing a blizzard magic just to help stun these fire-based bosses, but our Pain of the Vortex glitched weapon is just so good, we no longer require it.
Well, we honestly probably couldn't do it without the MP boost either. Anyway, there's Cerberus. So that was a fun fight. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that. Yeah, I know. No Aranea. She's busy, though. If you want to make 23 other people hate you, no, I'm pretty good at that. I normally get around 30 to 35 people hating me on the average day. Yeah, Ignis somehow still has his sunglasses on, which is weird. So there's something that like is flagged in the game that just separates Noctis from the rest of it. Because like unless we do like the outfit swaps in the correct manner, the game basically throws us into the void because we haven't progressed far enough and gotten quote unquote old Noctis. That happens technically in chapter 9.
Well, we can't really see everyone with their invincible exosuits equipped, but I think we are still in our young phase right now for all party members, so Ignis should not have any kind of glasses on. Well, aside from the normal ones, I mean, none of the sunglasses should be equipped.
Noctis doesn't gain his beard until technically the throne room cutscene the way we play this. Yeah, we're back at the beginning already. But hey, I got some cool things to show off. Who wants to actually fight Ifrit? Because I sure don't. Let's get out of here.
No, fighting Ifrit is now slow.
Yep.
Well, at least we got the first one down.
You want a first try?
That would be great.
I'll see if the game wants to cooperate today. Not a good start that way, I'll tell you that much.
All right, so what Kaios is trying to do is he's going to try to maximize the amount of height he can get, just with his limited arsenal and abilities from the Ascension menu.
I'm not feeling it. We'll see. Maybe I can get him to roll back. It happens.
It's the hardest trick in the route right now. It's got that mini-map open though, so that's a good start.
Wolf.
Even with that air step sword, using only 15 MP per warp strike,
I don't see anybody.
We really just need Ifrit to sort of shove us into the corner, and that way we could air dance dash with him.
This looks much better.
So previously this trick was only available to do on New Game Plus because we had just had a ton of MP being max level. But thanks to this new weapon swap glitch, the fake weapons we have equipped also boost our total MP amount. So we have just barely enough to stay in the air for a sufficient amount of time to try to pull off this trick.
Yeah, I'm going to try and pull him back into the corner again. It's really close. He's just not coming back as far as I need.
Yeah, we do not have full control over here. You're kind of hoping for good Ifrit RNG and that your buddies don't stay stuck to the ground.
Sometimes you just need to pull the party over. I mean, Ifrit's been in many of the games. Like a lot of the summons, Aeons, GFs, they're part of the Final Fantasy lore and are really kind of one of the only things that really, are consistent within the games. Wow. Yeah, really not cooperating. Good lord.
It's rough. It could take 2 minutes, it could take 20 minutes. We're not sure.
Just need my boys to come in the window to save me. It's funny. It's been all week that I've been working on this. It's been like first try every time.
So the camera isn't always up there, but because we skipped the cutscene, normally I think a meteor struck down and busted open part of the Citadel. So that part of the throne room is a floor that is able to spawn characters in, and we want our party members to go in there. For the same reason that we got out of the out of bounds section in Chapter 1, right before Wiz, because if we use attack, our buddies can bring us back to where we want to be.
There we go. Come on. You know you want to hang out over here. Over here's really cool. Jerk. Oh well. Listen, sometimes you just play the fool. Yep, this works on console. Oh, hello. There they are. That's weird they spawned in there. But there we go. That's what we needed.
Okay.
Good job, Gladio. Anyway, we're going to hit this scene that you're not supposed to get from this side.
Part 1 of Ifrit 2 skip. Very nice.
I will let you know, to get consistent with this trick, it took me, what, I'd say probably like 20 hours of like straight practice, probably. It is not easy. There's a lot of feel that goes into it and understanding, and just
not a beginner-friendly trick at all.
Yeah.
But with how glitched this game has become, we have many of backup routes. So we're going to try and get our party members to a specific spot in this throne room, because we're going to do some more deloading. The glitches, they never end.
Looks good. It might be a little tight. I think we're okay, though. Just don't stand up.
Now, let's just hope we don't deload into the void plane.
Well, we're good.
Okay.
All right.
So we briefly deloaded the stairs, and through some specific warp striking, we got back into a familiar place.
Okay,
good stuff.
I have exosuit equipped, which means I think I have to unequip the exosuit. I guess this might not work, and we might have to kind of redo this again. Unfortunately, it is part of what it is. But
I mean, the backup is to watch the whole cutscene, but we both know that is slow.
Well, I mean, if we want to, if that's the case, just walk me through it.
Yeah, just like the previous route, right? Just pick a garb when you hear Arden say the particular word you're looking for.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
wait
sit through it, unfortunately.
Yeah, so because the old AMG trick against the Aramons wasn't completely timed correctly, Kaios isn't able to unequip the attire for Noctis. The only way to skip this cutscene safely without the game realizing, hey, you're still a young guy, you shouldn't be in Chapter 14. We're gonna, throw you to jail or to the void, depending on what it's feeling like. If you cancel any attire, sometimes it banishes you to the nearby campsite. Sometimes it banishes you, 20 miles away. Right, so at a particular point, we want to reselect the attire, which will remove it from Noct's active equipment. But because we couldn't do that earlier, we're going to have to do it through this Arden cutscene instead. So the most, meta route would be able to skip this, but we could not show it off this time.
I'm afraid you're out of luck.
I mean, if I beef it up, we have to redo it anyway. But hey, at least it's a quick one.
The throne brings you
90 odd seconds to watch this.
It seats only one.
It seats only one.
Off my chair, Jester.
I'd also like to point out that we had to pick a photo when the only photo we have is of the ground.
Yeah, we don't even have that photo because of how the weapon swap glitch works.
Yup. And I was like, and that one got sent away. So we have no photos at all.
D, would it be the same? Or would I want to swap to a different outfit on black?
So suppose you entered this cutscene with garment 1, then during this cutscene you picked garment 2. When it fades to black, select garment 2 again.
Okay, we'll do that then. Because it doesn't matter. Like, what I have leaving this doesn't matter because we swap on. If it doesn't work, I apologize. I got unlucky. It happens twice sometimes.
No place in this. The Battle of Kings. Come, Noctis.
We'll give it a shot. At least I know this timing a lot better. Yeah, there we go. So sorry, I'm sorry we had to sit through that cutscene. I'm a bad streamer, bad speedrunner.
But we got to hang out with my favorite villain in Final Fantasy.
What, you mean Kefka but good?
Ends now.
Ooh. Oof. Okay, I'm just making sure everything's still where it needs to be.
Yeah, because the WSG has to be carefully handled. If we miss menu, we could accidentally delete all our weapons. We don't want that.
I have the exosuit equipped, but it's not showing up on Noctis, so this is a little bit sketchy. It's still active though, because I just tanked that.
It's a normal artifact. All right, final boss, but we're gonna run away.
Something didn't transfer over properly. Don't know if I can do this.
You don't have the MP?
Nope. It's not registering properly.
No, I don't think we have enough air height to get out of bounds with this.
That's okay. See, this is why I told you an hour 15, because if it goes wrong, it can go wrong. So we're just going to take the load back in from Insomnia, unfortunately.
Yeah, just make sure your FPS is okay.
I haven't even been looking at the timer, but it's fine. We got it.
You're fine.
Yeah, besides.
We're right at the end. It's fine.
Yep.
Well, I guess we'll get to try the tricks again.
Yeah, like I said, this has really only been in the works for about a week and a half. So, you know, is what it is. This
Nothing
is
like showing off brand new strats for Hotfix.
Stuff that is arguably slower, but it's literally just cooler. It's not a good reason though. It's cooler.
It is. It is a good reason.
Hey, listen, I needed the break to take my meds anyway. Good job, everybody.
Calculated.
Mm-hmm. It was all a trick.
Right. We'll try it back.
At least we know we got there. Something wasn't hooking up right though. I don't know exactly what, but if you notice, it didn't give me the right equipment to get out either.
Haven't seen any glaives around here. We're waiting. Because they're reconnaissance to the demons as they go. Their base is up ahead. Come on.
All right.
Oh, okay, now I'm with you with where. I was having a moment where I wasn't sure where the load came in.
Yeah, it's I always try and keep that load free just in case.
I just was like, where are we at this point? Now I'm with you. I'm with you.
It's all good.
Sometimes I'm just a little bit low on where in the run we're at.
It happens.
You gone senile or something?
Especially when the run goes, flying past you this fast now.
All right.
Not happy with that one either, Dave.
WSG has been flubbed again.
I don't know if I'm like slow on that.
The game looks like it's running extra fast. If you
not,
want
we
to get
just
the
have to
timing
sit
better, you
through
could go
again.
down to 60 FPS.
The question is, does it stay grayed out for you?
On the limited attempts I did, yes.
You all right?
Well, it's supposed to be grayed
Okay,
out for
I
this
have
battle.
both. That's good though. I have both checked, which is important.
Glad you made it back, Highness.
But we're right now most worried about keeping our MP against Arden 1, because it has to be boosted.
What brought you back to Insomnia?
We wanted to do what we could to make sure everything was in order.
The 32 gigs of RAM is because I have a
To
problem with
reclaim his
Chrome.
rightful seat on the throne.
And I'm running a whole bunch of stuff in the background. That's honestly normal for me. To be honest, it shouldn't matter too tremendously much at the end of the day.
It's a lot of that 32 RAM usage is
just up ahead.
EO doesn't close tabs.
No,
It's just about the
I'm
only
conditioned.
place we have
Oh,
left.
that's really, that was a fun one. I'm not even going to go into that. That's actually never happened before. I don't even know. Did you even catch that one?
I'm watching this 30 seconds behind, so my commentary is very delayed.
Oh, I should have the stream up in Discord.
What happened there? Why were you booted to the title?
I intentionally went to the title. Did you notice how my entire inventory just deleted itself?
Yeah.
It just straight up was gone.
Weapon
Everything
swap
was
glitch
gone.
artifact.
Yeah. Like, listen, sometimes weird things happen and I'm not in control of them. But this, of course, because it's like the first showcase that I've done with this is the time when the weird stuff happens. I'm okay with it.
It's GDQ marathon. The phrase "that's never happened before" is common.
Yeah, the games know when you're on GDQ.
Oh, they
That's
know.
when
They
throw
absolutely know.
everything at you.
They can smell fear.
They always behave incredibly well the weeks leading up to it, and then they're just unleashed gremlins. All right, third time's a charm.
We haven't seen any glaze around here.
Trad's just getting mad at me because it keeps pushing back our Divinity Original Sin 2 date.
Their base is up ahead. Come on.
Fred can wait.
I'm not worried about luck. The clown city of Insomnia? I mean, yeah, it's a clown city because I'm here. Honk, honk.
Shit.
Gladio, please, we're on stream. Watch your language. Not in my Minecraft server. I have a very silly idea.
See, when I say things like that, everybody around me is like, no, and you're just like, this lady, we're all just quiet, like, sure, makes sense. I don't think this is fair.
I had a moment where I realized, like, I was technically, because I opened the menu when I did, I may have been dragging the previous combat into this combat, which may have been playing shenanigans on a few things. And as wild as that sounds, yes, something like that can mess this game up.
I'm like, no, that actually sounds like logic with this game and everything that's happening.
Mhm.
So no, yeah.
I mean, part of the way we do that, like D was having trouble replicating the weapon swap glitch, and it was literally because he wasn't grabbing the bottom kite shield.
Glad you made it back, Highness.
Listen, this game is very fussy.
Oh, it is. It's a prima donna.
But we love it.
Back to Insomnia.
Yes, we do.
What we could to make sure everything was in order.
And that's also why we love breaking it.
Worst case scenario, I have a non-skip version saved that I could just immediately swap to at this rate. If it's going to be cantankerous the rest of the night.
Yeah, if we're going to be taking too long on effort to skip again, then we're going to be hitting that the game limit time pretty soon.
Well, my fault.
We'll just borrow some of the time save that Bodhi had.
It's just about the only place.
Okay, this looks good. This looks better.
This looks like you have an inventory.
Mm-hmm. I honestly think that may have been it. I was opening the menu too quickly while I was still in combat with the flams.
Good eye. Perfect.
Realistically, why should that matter? I don't know, but apparently it does. Today we learned, okay?
It's 15. If you gave it an inch, it's gonna find a way to fight back.
Mm-hmm.
Roger.
Listen, this game made me suffer for months just to save enough time to take the world record. And then less than a week later, it got taken back from me. It knows. 17? Good. Okay. Unless you mean like save, like can I save the game and reload? Unfortunately, no. So the way the weapon swap glitch works is it's actually only temporary. It is not something that is persistent. So like if I saved like right here and reloaded, it would have everything as it were, except not the correct weapons in my inventory, unfortunately, which is what makes this a little bit more dangerous to run, in my opinion, especially for like showcases and marathons. It's a bit more dicey.
Yeah, we've used a bunch of abbreviations for our glitch, but AMG, the most potent of all, can last as long as you keep the game client open. It works even between save files, so you could always reload and retest what you need to do. ZCB only works prior to AMG enabling, and WSG does not work if you reload a file or even change your weapon repertoire. It's very sensitive, and you could really mess up your inventory if you fiddle with it when you shouldn't.
At least I'll get what a Cerberus is supposed to look like.
Just critting daggers all day.
There we go. Look at that. Like a professional.
This was totally the first try, guys.
Yeah, no, it is. Yep. Listen, the game was so short they made me run it twice. I had to call with I had to pull out the Dracula flow for this one. All right, so now that the game has embarrassed me and pulled my pants down in front of everybody, we can do this all first try for the rest of the run, right?
That's the hope.
Yeah, right. Listen, it gets very upset about how much screen time it's given. It's fought more and more ever since I've cut down how long this run takes.
Hang in there, buddy. Stay down. We'll keep him busy. Before he strikes again.
Look, think of it this way. It's, you just get to stay up later now. You don't have to go to work as early tomorrow.
That's how it works.
That's not how that works.
Shh. I would love to argue with you, but I'm busy with this speed run. I gotta pay attention. Shh.
So even that isn't enough.
It's time for the worst. Out of the frying pan? Dot, dot, dot.
We need to put this thing out.
All right.
Busy day at work tomorrow too.
I have to work tomorrow. Don't even remind me. I'm the only one in the office. If you have a lighting emergency tomorrow, no, you don't.
I have 4 hours back to back of various meetings.
Love that for you.
The good news is 3 of those hours should be potential 3 new.
Ooh, this is actually
love that
nice.
for me.
Yeah, you want to stay right here. You're being a good boy today, Ifrit. Oh, yes, you are.
Very good enemy behavior.
But this is what it should all look like. First try all the time.
I'm not gonna lie, I get so nervous when Gladio pulls into the corner. Yeah, I mean, I work remote too, but I have a lot of meetings because I work in major projects, like multi-million-dollar floor lighting plans and stuff.
I work at a gym. We really can't do all of what we do remote.
Would be really cool if you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Church, just cut the first half of this VOD and splice this half in. We'll be good to go. No one will know.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, all right. Appreciate it. You're a real one.
But yeah, I work at an adaptive gym. We can't really do our stuff remote.
Hey, Ignis, can you get over here? Thank you.
He was hunting for ingredients.
Yeah, he should try doing that somewhere else when he actually has his site. The time for that was chapter 1.
Recipe.
Oh, whoa. Okay. All right, we're good. Yeah, you gotta trust me. I've done the lunch meetings before. Whoa.
I recall a young prince leaving his mark on his
Sketchy. That was very, very not nice game. Kind of glitched through multiple walls at once. Okay.
We are still good.
Yep, we are good. Inventory is sorted.
As long as you end up where you're supposed to be, everything's fine.
Yep. I should be able to skip this cutscene now, which I think is part of it too. Jidge, can you not do that to the router, my guy? Thanks. My cats don't listen.
Not much farther.
You know a cat that listens?
Me.
Hold on a sec.
You don't listen?
What?
Yeah. I just need one to take with me.
Yeah, I've actually gotten fairly consistent with it, Trad. There's a lot of feel to it. I hate to say stuff like that. Why are the graphics mediocre? Because I turned them all the way down.
Then it's settled.
Or consistency.
No baxes?
For consistent, non-variable frame rates. This game was
go fast.
Beast of burden.
Alright. Thankfully, we were able to unequip the attire this time, so we'll bypass the game's check, and we'll be able to skip the cutscene and not get banished. And then we'll try to proceed to fight with the final boss again.
See, cats listen. Okay, that's the right gear. That is not the right spot, though. All right, dude. Got to make me swallow a little bit here. Good.
Yeah, with the final Battle of Kings, we want a little more space to work with in this tiny arena. So
one warp strike to spare before that wore off. That was a little bit clenchy.
Even with bonus MP, it's a little bit finicky.
Yeah.
This mission's going to
and it's one of those sections where you kind of know it by feel, and it's hard to explain.
Let's keep going.
When you've done enough strikes this way to know you can go that way and know that everything's gonna end up in the right spot.
I do have one visual cue that is fairly consistent, believe it or not. It actually is generally, it gives me 1 over of what I need. But if you look back and like noticed that the point warp icon swapped to slightly up to a place that you can't actually hit, that's my like heads up sign that I've gone up vertically enough, and that gives me just enough wiggle room that if I make like one weird warp strike, I have enough to recover. It lowers me by about a total of 10 MP, but it gives me like the confidence that I don't need to count and I can just go by feel, which is faster. Yeah, the audio is going to be a little awkward because when we have the menu open, because we're not supposed to have the menu open, it just holds all the audio at once.
Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic as to what's happening now, but for some reason...
the audio pretty much always breaks.
Yeah, whenever the menu's open, it stores any and all of the sounds that are here.
And the overload is what's causing that popcorn sound that some of you guys are comparing it to. Sorry, chaotic happening here. It's all you, Demon.
Really the best you can do.
Right. We are still in the Arden fight, even though we went out of bounds. Thankfully, he's able to teleport to us. And along with that, for some reason, this core side quest is also it also allows us to age rapidly, in effect, to our normal post-10-year state. And you can't really tell because Kios is always wearing the exosuit, but we have aged to the proper age we're supposed to be in. This is actually necessary to defeat the third phase of this fight, because even with all that glitching still at the end of the game, it will still try to stop us from defeating the boss illegitimately. So without the side quest, we cannot do so. Thankfully, we just have to start it. We don't have to go to the end. So right now, Kios with his kind of minimum stats is trying to whittle down the boss's HP, but he has to get it to a specific HP threshold in order to trigger phase 2 with the menu open.
You gotta appreciate, though, the amount of checkboxes that they put into this game to try to keep us from doing exactly what we're doing. Like, they definitely try.
So I have to swap my equipment here to get core in, which helps make the final part of this faster. But if anything weird happens, it's a failsafe that I can still finish the game even if I can't do any damage because core is there. As long as core doesn't get knocked out.
You made the good choice there, entering phase 2.
Also love that we're going to be using this ability for phase 2 that we never learned. Never
learned.
About,
we never got any of the royal weapons.
Really. We don't have any weapons to power it, but sure, totally
It's
works.
just magic, okay? Listen, video games are magic. They're also a mistake, according to Hayao Miyazaki. Or was that anime? It doesn't matter at this point. ¿Por qué no los dos? Oh, I was supposed to put that back on. We took a lot of damage there. Sorry, Noct. We'll get you next time. Anyway, if you think this is the weirdest thing ever, yeah, that's Ifrit still loaded in. Ifrit's gonna come and help in this fight. By the way,
we did not truly defeat him.
We did. He's still there. We never cleared
He's still chilling on his throne.
See, there he is, just standing back there with his big old throne. Here he comes, and he is not pleased. Oh, hey, Core, thanks for coming in with that big crit. Bro, with the sword toss, please. Get out of here.
Time's coming up.
Overestimate. Yeah, well, we had to do it 3 times. Anyway, time. Good job.
Yep. That was some good Arden 2 stunning, and didn't get soft locked from Ifrit on Arden 3, so GG.
Yeah.
GG.
No, it can't soft lock at that point, thankfully, because technically we have control over it, I think. I've not had it soft lock, thankfully. I think maybe it can, because I know
We're like
that
90% sure no.
I know Rial does it, but I'm not sure if that's like a safety thing or just a swag thing. Like he'll do the core lion's roar right at the end.
Erase me from history once more.
This time, you can rest in
Yeah,
peace.
Thara's a bit over. Unfortunately, the game decided to deload our chocobo, deload our weapons.
I will
not let me swap my weapons. It's all good.
Not give us our mana.
Yep.
Weapons aren't important anyway.
And if you're wondering, is Ifrit still in the cutscene at the end? I don't know. Yeah, this game has gone through so many routes. It's just neat how stuff still gets squeezed out of it. Oh, always typical luck.
Yeah, that's Final Fantasy 15 in under, I guess, 80 minutes.
So this is farewell.
Here we are.
Yeah, so the throne, Ifrit's throne, hasn't deloaded in the game yet, so it's still here in the cutscene. He's just chilling.
I love it so much.
It's so dumb.
And if you're looking carefully, for some reason, our party size has doubled. We have our 3 buddies here and their mysterious clones behind them.
Yeah, and then there's Core just hanging out too.
Walk tall.
The game is done with us at this
The game
point.
is so cooked.
And this scene right here was why I was like,
Yeah, there are clones
we really need to do the
behind
cool
us.
strats.
They're standing in the throne. There's the clones. There's Core just waiting to attack something.
Majesty.
Yeah, you can see him in the background. There's Gladio tapping his foot. I'd love to see the facial features, but it's just like pushing their
there's the
bodies
clones
out
with
of the
all the
way 'cause
things
they
coming
don't
up.
belong there. It's so good.
In this super serious moment, and it's just completely.
Listen, I can't touch anything without immediately ruining it. What did I do? My lawyer has advised me to not answer any further questions. Oh yeah, it like I said, like I really want to get this more consistent. I don't think it's going to be the world record strat. Unfortunately, I kind of have come up with something that's a little bit faster, but I think it's a great showcase of just how goofy speedruns can get. Especially when you're like really starting to like really understand how games work and are put together, like just how many weird things you can smash it together.
And though it took me a while.
Oh yeah. Thanks for having us though, Church. You need anything else from us tonight?
Thank you so much for being on. Do any of you have any shout outs you want to give?
I love you all.
Yeah, just in general to the Japanese community who originally pioneered all these glitches, and it was just from the work of myself, Kios, and also another FF15 runner, Yuramoda, to help optimize it onto a watchable, explainable PC route.
Yeah.
Yeah, big ups to Needle and Rial, who just honestly have come out of the woodwork. Whenever like I've finally gotten consistent, I've pushed a time down. I'm like, literally, it happens. I'll be like, I've pushed this run as far as I can. I've broken the last minute barrier. We're done. This is it. I can step away from 15. Chitose. Literally 1 week later, someone we've never heard of who's just figured out how to start streaming is like, hey, I beat Final Fantasy 15 in 42 minutes. And it's like, are you kidding me? But as it turns out, every time they're always super cool, and they like to really just push the boundaries with this game. Like, unfortunately, like, this game got written off very early in its lifetime, and it's a great casual experience. Go play it. If you want to speedrun it, there's the glitchless route is incredible. I think it's a great starter run for action RPGs because it's really actually not that awful. It has breaks built into it. But if you really want to start dismantling games, this is a great speedrun to start.
And the full version has the RNG favored or the RNG removed versions.
Yep.
For those RNG addicts like me.
Yep. Well, unfortunately, you'll never get a 1-1-1. Actually, you can. I believe in you.
Trust in me.
But yeah, I don't got much. Check out D whenever D streams or posts stuff to YouTube. He's incredible at finding glitches and testing with this game. Alfina, they occasionally stream from time to time. I know they're quite a busy bee, but they're around when church is around. And me, gotta go feed some cats.
Yeah, thank you so much, all three of you, for being on. Definitely be sure to check all three of these speedrunners out. They're all great speedrunners and the games they play. I was gonna say the Final Fantasy games, but Alfina, you play Cthulhu Saves Christmas.
I speedrun this game.
Yeah, but I wanted to rag on you for that one.
Cthulhu's amazing, and I will not hear any slander on it.
Listen, as an honorary Yakuza speedrunner.
Hey, it's no honorary about it. You both got times on the board.
Yep. As a Parasite Eve speedrunner.
Thank you all so much for being on. Be sure to check them all out. We don't have anything for you tonight. We will be back tomorrow. Oh God, what week are we on?
Final week of the year.
Tomorrow is. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's exactly what I meant. We will be back tomorrow with Game Over, followed by Think Fast, 7 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget, Awesome Games Done Quick is starting January 5th. That's in like a week and a half. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information. We've got the GDQ 2025 important dates section. Have a great night, everybody. Take care.
Yep, was a fun time. Good night.
We did it.